One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Read by Jake Spann. At 5 o'clock that morning, revelry was sounded, as usual, by the hammer blows on the length of rail hanging up near the staff quarters. The intermittent sounds barely penetrated the window panes, on which the frost lay 2 fingers thick, and they ended almost as soon as they'd begun. It was cold outside, and the camp guard was reluctant to go on beating out the revelry for long. The clanging ceased, but everything outside still looked like the middle of the night when Ivan Denisovich Shukov got up to go to the bucket. It was pitch dark except for the yellow light cast on the window by 3 lamps, 2 in the outer zone, 1 inside the camp itself, and no one came to unbolt the barracks doors. There was no sound of the barrack orderlies pushing the pole into place to lift the barrel of excrement and carry it out. Shukov never overslept revelry. He always got up at once, for the next 90 minutes, until they assembled for work belonged to him, not to the authorities. And any old-timer could always earn a bit by sewing a pair of mittens for someone out of old sleeve lining, or bringing some rich loafer in the squad his dry valenki right to his bunk, so that he wouldn't have to stumble barefoot round the heap of boots looking for his own pair, or going the rounds of the warehouses offering to be of service, sweeping up this or fetching that, or going to the mess hall to collect bowls from the tables and bring them stacked into the dishwasher. You're sure to be given something to eat there, though there was always plenty of others at that game, more than plenty. And what's worse, if you found a bowl with something left in it, you could hardly resist licking it out. But Shukov had never forgotten the words of his first squad leader, Kuzinaman, a hard-bitten prisoner who had already been in for 12 years by 1943, who had told the newcomers, just in from the front, as they sat beside a fire in a desolate cutting in the forest, "Here, men, we live by the law of the taiga, but here people manage to live. The ones that don't make it are those who lick other men's leftovers, those who count on doctors to pull them through, and those who squeal on their buddies." As for the squealers, he was not there. Those people were sure to get through camp all right, only they were saving their own skin at the expense of other people's blood. Shukov always arose at revelry, but this day he didn't. He had felt strange the evening before, feverish with pains all over his body. He hadn't even been able to get warm all through the night. Even in his sleep he had felt at once that he was getting seriously ill, at another that he was getting better. He had wished morning would never come, but morning came as usual. Anyway, where would you get warm in a place like this, with the windows iced over, and the white cobwebs of frost all along the huge barracks where the walls joined the ceiling? He didn't get up. He lay there in his bunk on the top tier, his head buried in a blanket and a coat, both feet stuffed into one tucked under sleeve of his wadding jacket. He couldn't see, but his ears told him everything going on in the barrack room, and especially in the corner his squad occupied. He heard the heavy tread of the orderlies carrying one of the big barrels of excrement along the passage outside. A light job that was considered a job for the infirm, but just you try and carry out the muck without spilling any. He heard some of the 75th slamming bunches of boots onto the floor from the drying shed. Now their own men were doing it. It was their own squad's turn, too, to dry Valenki. Tyrion, the squad leader, and his deputy Pavlo put on their Valenki without a word, but he heard their bunks creaking. Now Pavlo would be going off to the bread storage, and Tyrion to the staff quarters to see PPD, Production Planning Department. But not simply to resort as usual to the authorities for daily assignment. Shukov remembered that this morning his fate hung in the balance. They wanted to shift the 104th from the building shops to a new site, the Socialist Way of Life settlement. It lay in open country, covered with some snowdrifts, and before anything else could be done, there they would have to dig holes and put up posts and attach barbed wire to them, wire themselves in so they wouldn't run away. Only then would they start the building. There wouldn't be a warm corner for a whole month, not even a doghouse. And fires were out of the question. There was nothing to build them with. Let your work warm you. That was your only salvation. No wonder the squad leader looked so worried. That was his job, to elbow some other squad, some bunch of suckers, into the assignment instead of the 104th. Of course, with empty hands you got nowhere. He'd have to take a pound of salt pork to the senior official there, if not a couple pounds. There's never any harm in trying, so why not have a go at the dispensary and get a few days off if you can? After all, he did feel as though every limb came out of joint. Then Shukov wondered which of the camp guards was on duty that morning. It was 1 1/2. Ivan's turn, he recalled. Ivan was a thin, weedy, dark-eyed sergeant. At first sight, he looked like a real bastard, but when you got to know him, he turned out to be the most good-natured of the guards on duty. He didn't put you in the guardhouse. He didn't haul you off before the authorities, so Shukov decided he could lie in his bunk a little longer, at least while Barracks 9 was at the mess hall. The whole fourth bunk frame began to shake and sway. 2 of its occupants were getting up at the same time. Shukov's top-tier neighbor, Alyosha the Baptist, and Bunovsky, the ex-naval captain, came below. The orderlies, after removing both barrels of the excrement, began to quarrel about which of them should go for hot water. They quarreled naggingly, like old women. "Hey you! Cackling like a couple of hens," bellowed the electric welder in the 20th squad. "Get going!" He flung a boot at them. The boot thudded against a post. The squabbling stopped. In the next squad, the deputy squad leader growled quietly. "Valasy Fedorovich, they've cheated us again at the supply depot. The dirty rats. They should have given us 4 25-ounce loaves, and I've only got 3. Who's going to go short?" He kept his voice down, but of course everyone in the squad heard him, and waited fearfully to learn who would be losing a slice of bread that evening. Shukov went on lying on his sawdust mattress, as hard as a board from long wear. If only it could be one thing or the other. Let him fall into a real fever, or let his aching joints ease up. Meanwhile, Alyosha was murmuring his prayers, and Bunovsky had returned from the latrines, announcing to no one in particular, but with a sort of malicious glee, "Well, sailors, grit your teeth. It's 20 below for sure." Shukov decided to report sick. At that very moment, his blanket and jacket were imperiously jerked off him. He flung his coat away from his face and sat up. Looking at him, his head level with the top bunk, was the lean figure of the Tartar. So the fellow was on duty, out of turn, and had stolen up. "S-845, the Tartar read from the white strip that had been stitched on the back of his black jacket. 3 days penalty with work." The moment they heard that particular choking voice of his, everyone who wasn't up yet in the whole dimly lit barracks, where 200 men slept in bug-ridden bunks, stirred to life and began dressing in a hurry. "What for, Citizen Chief?" asked Shukov with more chagrin than he felt in his voice. "With work, that wasn't so half bad. They gave you hot food, and you had no time to start thinking. Real jail was when you were kept back from work. For failing to get up at revelry. Follow me to the camp commandant's office," said the Tartar lazily. His crumpled, hairless face was imperturbable. He turned, looking around for another victim, but now everybody in the dim corners and under the lights, in top bunks and in lower, had thrust their legs into their black wadded trousers, or already dressed, had wrapped their coats around themselves and hurried to the door to get out of the way until the Tartar had left. Had Shukov been punished for something he deserved, he wouldn't have felt so resentful. What hurt him was that he was always one of the first to be up. But he knew he couldn't plead with the Tartar, and, protesting merely for the sake of form, he hitched up his trousers, a bedraggled scrap of cloth that had been sewn on them, just above the left knee, with a faded black number, slipped on his jacket. Here the same digits appeared twice, on the chest and on the back, fished his blankie from a heap on the floor, put his hat on which the number on the patch of the cloth in the front, and followed the Tartar out of the barrack room. The whole 104th saw him go, but no one said a word. What was the use? And anyway, what could they say? The squad leader might have tried to do something, but he wasn't there, and Shukov said nothing to anyone. He didn't want to irritate the Tartar. Anyway, he could rely on others in his squad to keep his breakfast for him. The two men left the barracks. The cold made Shukov gasp. 2 powerful searchlights swept the camp from the farthest watchtowers. The border lights, as well as those inside the camp, were on. There were so many of them that they outshone the stars. With the snow creaking under their boots, the prisoners hurried away, each on his own business, some to the parcels office, some to hand in cereals to be cooked in the individual kitchen. All kept their heads down, buried in their buttoned-up coats, and all were chilled to the bone, not so much from the actual cold as from the prospect of having to spend the whole day in it. But the Tartar, in his old army coat, with the greasy blue tabs, walked at a steady pace, as though the cold meant nothing to him. They walked past the high wooden fence around the guardhouse, the only brick building in the camp, past the barbed wire that protected the camp bakery from the prisoners, past the corner of the staff's quarters, where the length of frosted rail hung on thick strands of wire, past another pole with a thermometer hanging on it, in a sheltered spot so that it registered temperature shouldn't drop too low. Shukov looked hopefully out of the corner of an eye at the milk-white tube. If it had shown -41, they ought not to be sent out to work, but today it was nowhere near -41. They walked into the staff quarters, and the Tartar led him straight to the guard room, and Shukov realized, as he had guessed on the way there, that he wasn't being sent to the guardhouse at all. It was simply that the guard room floor needed scrubbing. The Tartar told him he was going to let him off, and ordered him to scrub the floor. Scrubbing the guard room floor had been the job of a special prisoner who wasn't sent to work outside the camp, a staff orderly. The fellow had long ago made himself at home in the staff quarters. He had access to the offices of the camp commandant, the man in charge of discipline, and the security officer, the father confessor they called him. When working for them, he sometimes heard things that even the guards didn't know, and after a time he got a big head and came to consider scrubbing the floor for rank-and-file camp guards a bit beneath him. Having sent for him once or twice, the guards discovered that he was in the wind and began to pick on other prisoners for the floor scrubbing. In the guards' room, the stove was throwing out a fierce heat. 2 guards in grubby tunics were playing checkers, and a third, who had not bothered to remove his sheepskin and balinki, lay snoring on a narrow bench. In the one corner of the room stood an empty pail, with a rag inside. Shukov was delighted. He thanked the Tartar for letting him off and said, "From now on, I'll never get up late again." The rule in this place was a simple one. When you'd finished, you left. And now that he'd been given work to do, Shukov's aches and pains seemed to have gone. He picked up the pail, and, barehanded, in his hurry, he had forgotten to take his mittens from under his pillow, and went to the well. Several of the squad leaders who were on their way to the PPD had gathered near the pole with the thermometer, and one of the younger ones, a former hero of the Soviet Union, shined it up and wiped off the instrument. The others shouted advice from below. "See you don't breathe on it. It'll push up the temperature. Push it up. Not fucking likely. My breath won't have any effect." Turian of the 104th, Shukov's squad, was not among them. Shukov put down the pail, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and watched with interest. The man up the pole shouted hoarsely, 17.5. Not a damn bit more. And, taking another look to be sure, slid down. "Oh, it's cockeyed. It always lies," someone said. "Do you think they'd ever hang one up that gave the true temperature?" The squad leaders scattered. Shukov ran to the well. The frost was trying to nip his ears under his ear flaps, which he had lowered, but not tied. The top of the well was so thickly coated with ice that he only just managed to slip the bucket into the hole. The rope hung stiff as a ramrod. With numb hands, he carried the dripping bucket back to the guard room and plunged his hands into the water. It felt warm. The Tartar was no longer there. The guards there were 4 now, stood in a group. They'd given up their checkers and their nap, and were arguing about how much cereal they were going to get in January. Food was in short supply at the settlement, and although rationing had long since come to an end, Certain articles were sold to them at a discount, at which were not available to civilian inhabitants. "Shut that door, you scum! There's a draft," said one of the guards. No sense in getting your boots wet in the morning. Even if Shukov had dashed back to his barracks, he wouldn't have found another pair to change into. During an 8 years imprisonment, he had known various systems of allocating footwear. There had been times when he'd gone through the winter without Valenki at all, or leather boots either, and had to make shift with rope sandals, or a sort of galoshes, made of scraps or motor tires. Chetsis, they now called them, after the Chelyabinsk tractor works. Now the footwear situation seemed better. In October, Shukov had received, thanks to Pavlo, whom he trailed to the warehouse, a pair of ordinary hard-wearing leather boots, big enough for a double thickness of rags inside. For a week, he went about as though he'd been given a birthday present, kicking his new heels. Then in December, the Valenki arrived, and oh, what a wonderful life. But some devil in the bookkeeper's office had whispered in the commandant's ear that Valenki should be issued only to those who surrendered their boots. It was against the rules for a prisoner to possess 2 pairs of footwear at the same time, so Shukov had to choose. Either he'd have to wear leather throughout the winter, or surrender the boots and wear Valenki, even in the thaw. He had taken good care of his new boots, softening the leather with grease. Nothing had been so hard to part in all his 8 years in the camps as that pair of boots. They were tossed into a common heap, not a hope of finding your own pair in the spring. Now Shukov knew what he had to do. He dexterously pulled his feet out of his Valenki, put the Valenki in a corner, stuffed his foot rags into them. His spoon tinkled on the floor. Though he made himself ready for the guardhouse in a hurry, he hadn't forgotten his spoon, and, barefoot, sloshed the water right away under the guard's Valenki. "Hey there, you slob, take it easy," one of the guards shouted, putting his feet on a chair. "Rice," another went on, "rice is in a different category. You cannot compare cereal with rice. How much water are you going to use, idiot? Who on earth washes like that? I'll never get it clean otherwise, Citizen Chief. It's thick with mud. Didn't you ever watch your wife scrub the floor, pig?" Shukov drew himself up, the dripping rag in his hand. He smiled ingeniously, revealing the gaps in his teeth, the result of a touch of scurvy at Yut Ishma in 1943. And what a touch it was. His exhausted stomach wouldn't hold any kind of food, and his bowels could move nothing but bloody fluid. But now only a lisp remained from the old trouble. "I was taken away from my wife in 41, Citizens Chiefs. I've forgotten what she was like." "That's the way, the scumwash. They don't know how to do a fucking thing, and don't want to learn. They're not worth the bread we give them. We ought to feed them on shit. Anyway, what's the fucking sense in washing it every day? Who can stand the damp? Look here, you 854. Just wipe it over lightly to make it moist, and then fuck off." "No, you cannot compare cereal with rice." Shukov knew how to manage anything. Work like a stick. It had 2 ends. When you worked for the knowing, you gave them quality. When you worked for a fool, you simply gave them eyewash. Otherwise, everybody would have croaked long ago. They all knew that. Shukov wiped the floorboards with a damp rag so that no dry patches remained, tossed the rag behind the stove without wringing it out, pulled on his Valenki near the door, threw out the rest of the water onto the path used by the camp authorities, and, taking short cuts, made a dash past the bathhouse and the dark, cold club to the mess hall. He still had to fit in a visit to the dispensary. He ached all over, and there was that guard outside the mess hall to be dodged. The camp commandant had issued strict orders that prisoners on their own were to be picked up and thrown into the guardhouse. That morning, a stroke of luck. There was no crowd, no lines out to the mess hall. Walk in. The air was thick as in a Turkish bath. An icy wave blew in through the door and met the steam rising from the stew. The squads sat at tables, or crowded the aisles in between, waiting for places to be freed, shouting to each other through the crush. 2 or 3 men from each squad carried bowls of stew and oatmeal on wooden trays and tried to find room for them on the tables. "Look at that damn stiff-necked fool. He doesn't hear. He's bumped a tray. Splash, splash. You've a hand free, Hit him on the back of the neck. That's the way. Don't stand there blocking the aisle, looking for something to swipe. There at the table before, dipping his spoon in, a young man crossed himself. A West Ukrainian, that meant, and a new arrival too. As for the Russians, they'd forgotten which hand to cross themselves with. They sat in the cold mess hall, most of them eating with their hats on, eating slowly, picking out putrid little fish from under leaves of boiled black cabbage, and spitting the bones out on the table. When the bones formed a heap, and it was the turn of another squad, someone would sweep them off, and they'd be trodden into a mush on the floor. But it was considered bad manners to spit the fish bones straight out onto the floor. 2 rows of trestles ran down the middle of the hall, and near one of them sat Fetyokov of the 104th. It was he who was keeping Shukov's breakfast for him. Fetyokov had the last place in his squad, lower than Shukov's. From the outside, everyone in the squad looked the same. Their numbered black coats were identical, but within the squad, there were great distinctions. Everyone had his grade. Bulnovsky, for instance, was not the sort to sit keeping another Zek's bowl for him, and Shukov wouldn't take on any old job either. There were others lower than him. Fetyokov caught sight of Sukov, and with a sigh, surrendered his place. "It's all cold. I was just going to eat your helping. Thought you were in the guardhouse." He didn't hang around. No hope of any leftovers to scrape out of the Zhukov's bowl. Zhukov pulled out his spoon, out of his boot. His little baby. It had been with him the whole time in the north. He'd cast it with his own hands in sand out of aluminum wire. And it was embossed with the words, Ut Ishma, 1944. Then he removed his hat from his clean-shaven head, however cold it might be. He could never bring himself to eat with his hat on, and stirred the cold stew, taking a quick look to see what kind of helping they'd given him. An average one. They hadn't ladled it from the top of the kettle, but they hadn't ladled it from the bottom either. Fetyokov was the sort who, when he was looking out for someone else's bowl, took the potatoes from it. The only good thing about stew was that it was hot, but Shukov's portion had grown quite cold. However, he ate it, with his usual slow consternation. No need to hurry, not even for a house on fire. Apart from sleep, the only time a prisoner lives for himself is 10 minutes in the morning at breakfast, 5 minutes over dinner, and 7 at supper. The stew was the same every day. Its composition depended on the kind of vegetable provided that winter. Nothing but salted carrots last year, which meant that from September to June, the stew was plain carrot. This year, it was black cabbage. The most nourishing time of the year was June. Then all vegetables came to an end and were replaced by grits. The worst time was July. Then they shredded nettles into the pot. The little fish were more bone than flesh. The flesh had been boiled off the bone and had disintegrated, leaving a few remnants on head and tail, without neglecting a single fish scale or particle of flesh on the brittle skeleton. Shukov went on chomping his teeth and suckling the bones, spitting the remains on the table. He ate everything, the gills, the tail, the eyes, when they were still in their sockets, but not when they'd been boiled out and floated in the bowl separately. Big fish eyes. Not then. The others laughed at him for that. This morning, Shukov economized. As he hadn't returned to the barracks, he hadn't drawn his rations, so he ate his breakfast without bread. He'd eat the bread later. Might even be better that way. After the vegetable stew, there was Magara, that damned Chinese oatmeal. It had grown cold, too, and had set into a solid lump. Shukov broke it up into pieces. It wasn't only that the oatmeal was cold, it was tasteless, even when hot, and left you no sense of having filled your belly. Just grass, except that it was yellow and looked like cereal. They'd gotten the idea of serving it instead of cereals from the Chinese. It was said, when boiled, a bowlful of it weighed nearly a pound. Not much of an oatmeal, but that was what it passed for. Licking his spoon and tucking it back into his boot, Shukov put on his hat and went into the dispensary. The sky was quite dark, still. The camp lights drove away the stars. The broad beams of the 2 searchlights were still sweeping the zone. When this camp, this special forced labor camp, had been organized, the security forces had a lot of flares left over from the war, And then, wherever there was a power failure, they shot up flares over the zone. White, green, and red. Just like real war. Later they stopped using them to save money, maybe. It seemed just as dark as at Revelry, but the experienced eye could easily distinguish, by various small signs, that soon the order to go to work would be given. Krominoy's assistant, Krominoy was the mess orderly, had an assistant whom he fed. Went off to summon Barracks 6 to breakfast. This was the building occupied by the infirm, who did not leave the zone. An old bearded artist shuffled off to the SAID, the Culture and Education Department, for the brush and paint he needed to touch up the numbers on the prisoners' uniforms. The Tartar was there again, cutting across the parade ground with long, rapid strides in the direction of the staff quarters. In general, there were fewer people about, which meant that everyone had gone off to some corner or other to get warm during those last precious minutes. Shukov was smart enough to hide from the Tartar, around a corner of the barracks. The guard would stick to him if he caught him again. Anyway, you should never be conspicuous. The main thing was never be seen by a camp guard on your way, only in a group. Who knows whether the guy wasn't looking for someone to settle with a job, or wouldn't jump on a man just for spite. Hadn't they been around the barracks and read them the new regulation? You had to take off your hat to a guard 5 paces below your passing him, and to replace it after 2 behind. There were guards who slopped past as if blind, not caring a damn, but others, the new rule was a godsend. How many prisoners have been thrown into the guardhouse because of the hat business? Oh no, better to stand around the corner. The Tartar passed by, and now Shukov finally decided to go to the dispensary. But suddenly, he remembered that the tall let in Barracks 7 had told him to come by a couple of glasses of homegrown tobacco that morning before they went out to work. Something Shukov had clearly forgotten in all excitement. The let, who had received a parcel the previous evening, and who knew but that tomorrow none of the tobacco would be left, and then he'd have to wait a month for another parcel. The let's tobacco was good stuff, strong and fragrant, grayish-brown. Shukov stamped his feet in vexation. Should he turn back and go to the let? But it was such a short distance to the dispensary, and he jogged on. The snow creaked audibly underfoot as he approached the door. Inside, the corridor was, as usual, so clean that he felt quite scared to step on the floor, and the walls were painted with white enamel. All the furniture was white. The surgery doors were shut. The doctors must still be in bed. A man on duty was a medical assistant, a young man called Kolya Vinovskins. He was seated at a clean little table, wearing a small white cap and a snow-white smock, writing something. There was no one else in sight. Shukov took off his hat, as if in the presence of one of the authorities, and, letting his eyes shift in the camp manner, where they had no business to shift, he noticed that Kolya was writing in even, neatly spaced lines, and that each line, starting a little way from the edge of the page, began with a capital letter. He realized at once, of course, that Kolya was not doing official work, but something on the side. But that was none of his business. Well, Nikolai Semyonovich, it's like this. I'm feeling sort of rotten, said Shukov, shamefacedly, as if conveying something that didn't belong to him. Kolya Vinovskich raised his big, placid eyes from his work. His number was covered up by his smock. Why, you've come so late. Why didn't you report sick last night? You know very well there's no sick call in the morning. The sick list has already been sent to the planning department. Shukov knew all this. He knew that it was even harder to get on the sick list in the evening. But after all, Kolya, you see, when I should have come last night, I didn't ache. And now it does. What is it? Well, if you stop to think of it, nothing aches, but I feel ill all over. Shukov was not one of those who hung around the dispensary. Volovskich knew this. But in the morning he had the right to exempt from work 2 men only, and he'd already exempted them. Their names were written down under the glass. It was greenish on his desk, and he'd drawn a line across the page. Well, you ought to have considered that earlier. What are you thinking about, reporting sick just before the roll call? Come on, take this. He pulled the thermometer out of his jars, where they stood in holes cut in pieces of gauze, and wiped it dry, and handed it to Shukov, who put it in his armpit. Shukov sat on a bench near the wall, right at the very end, so that he nearly tipped it up. He sat in that uncomfortable way, involuntarily, emphasizing that he was unfamiliar with the place, and that he'd come there on some minor matter. Vodoskich went on writing. The dispensary lay in the most remote and deserted corner of the zone, where no sounds of any sort reached it. No clocks or watches ticked there. Prisoners were not allowed to carry watches. The authorities knew the time for them. Even mice didn't scratch there. They'd all been dealt with by the hospital cat, placed there for the purpose. For Shukov, it was a strange experience to sit in that thick and spick-and-span room, in such quietness, to sit under the bright lamps for 5 long minutes, doing nothing. He cast his eyes around the walls and found them empty. He looked at his jacket. The number on his chest was almost rubbed off. That might be noticed. He ought to have touched it up. He ran his free hand over his chin and felt the stubble. His beard had grown fast since his last bath, over 10 days back. But that didn't worry him. Next bath day was about 3 days off, and then he'd have a shave then. What was the sense of lining up at the barber's? Who did he have to doll up himself for? Then, as he eyed Vodoshkin's snow-white cap, he remembered the hospital on the banks of the river Lovat, where he'd been taken with a smashed jaw. And then, what a dope he was. Volunteered for the front again, though he could have lain there in bed for 5 days. And now here he was, dreaming of being ill for 2 or 3 weeks. Not dangerously ill, of course. Not so bad that they'd leave him to operate. Yet bad enough to go to the hospital and lie in bed for 3 weeks without stirring, and let them feed him on nothing but clear soup of theirs. He wouldn't mind. But he recalled now they didn't let you lie in bed, even in the camp infirmary. A new doctor had arrived, with one of the latest replacements, Stepan Grigorgich, a fussy, loud-voiced fellow, who gave neither himself nor his patients any peace. He invented jobs in and around the infirmary for all the patients who could stand on their feet. Fencing the garden, laying paths, bringing soil to the flower beds, and in wintertime, erecting snow barriers. Work, he said, was a first-rate medicine for all illnesses. You can overwork a horse to death, the doctor ought to understand. If he'd been sweating blood, laying blocks, he'd quiet down. You could be sure of that. Vodoshkich went on with his writing. He was indeed doing some work on the side, but it was something beyond Shukov's understanding. He was making a fair copy of a long, new poem that he'd finished the previous evening, and had promised to show that day to Stepan Grigorgich, the doctor who advocated work therapy. As can happen only in camps, Stepan Grigorgich had advised Vodoshkich to describe himself as a medical assistant, and had taken him on at an infirmary, and taught him to make intravenous injections on ignorant prisoners. To those whose innocent minds it could never occur that Vodoshkich was not a medical assistant at all. Vodoshkin had been a university student of literature, arrested while still in his 2nd year. The doctor wanted him to write when in prison, where he'd been given no opportunity to write in freedom. The signal for the roll call was barely audible through the double-paned, frost-blurred windows. Shukov heaved with a sigh and stood up. He still had that feverish chill, but evidently he wouldn't be able to skip work. Vodoshkin reached for the thermometer and read it. Neither one thing nor the other. 99.2. If it had been 100, it would have been clear to anyone. I can't exempt you. Stay behind at your own risk if you like. The doctor will examine you. If he considers you're ill, he'll exempt you. If he finds you fit, he won't. Then you'll be locked up. You better go back to work. Zhukov said nothing. He didn't even nod. Pulling his hat over his eyes, he walked out. How can you expect a man who's warm to understand a man who's cold? The cold stung. A murky fog wrapped itself around Shukov, and he made himself cough painfully. The temperature out there was -17. Zhukov's temperature was +99. The fight was on. He ran at a jog trot to his barracks. The whole parade ground was deserted. The camp looked empty. It was that brief moment of relaxation when, although everything had been decided, everyone is pretending to himself that there will be no march to work. The sentries sit in warm quarters, their sleepy heads propped against their rifles. It's not all milk and honey for them either, lounging on the watchtowers in such cold. The guards at the main gate tossed coal into the stove. The camp guards, in their rooms smoked a last cigarette before searching the barracks. And the prisoners now, clad in all their rags, a rope around their waists, their faces bound from chin to eyes with bits of cloth against the cold, lay on their bunks with their boots on, and waited, eyes shut, hearts a-quake, for their squad leader to yell, "Out you go!" The 104th, with the rest of Barrack 7, all except Pavlo, the deputy squad leader who moved his lips as he totted something up with a pencil, and Alyosha, Zhukov's clean and tidy neighbor, who was reading from a notebook in which he'd copied out half the New Testament. Zhukov ran headlong, but without making any noise, straight to Pavlo's bunk. Pavlo looked up. "So they didn't put you in the guardhouse, Ivan Denisovich. All right," he asked with a marked Ukrainian accent, rolling out the name and patronymic in the way West Ukrainians did even in prison. Picking up Zhukov's bread ration, he handed it to him. A spoonful of granulated sugar lay in a small mount on the top of the bunk. Zhukov had no time to spare, but he answered promptly and properly. The deputy squad leader was also one of the authorities, and even more dependent on him than on the camp commandant. And though he was in a hurry, he sucked the sugar from the bread with his lips, licked it under his tongue, as he put his foot on a support to climb up to his bunk, and took a look at his ration, weighing it in his hand and hastily calculating whether it reached the regulation 16 ounces. He had drawn many thousands of these rations in prison and camps, and though he had never an opportunity to weigh them on scales, and although being a man of timid nature, he knew no way of standing up for his rights, he, like every other prisoner, had discovered long ago that honest weight was never to be found in the bread cutting. There was short weight in every ration. The only point was how short. So every day you took a look to soothe your soul. Today maybe they haven't snitched any. He decided he was half an ounce short as he broke the bread in two. One half he stuck into a clean little pocket he'd sewn specifically under his jacket. At factory they make the jackets for prisoners without pockets. The other half, which he'd saved by going without at breakfast, he considered eating on the spot. But food gulped down is no food at all. It's wasted. It gives you no feeling of fullness. He started to put the bread into his locker, but again thought better of it. He recalled that 2 barrack orderlies had been beaten up for stealing. The barracks was a big place, like a public yard. And so, still clutching the hunk of bread, he drew his feet out of his valenki, deftly leaving them inside them his foot rags and spoon, crawled barefoot up to his bunk, widened a little hole in the mattress, and there amidst the sawdust concealed his half ration. He pulled off his hat, drew out of it a needle and thread, hidden deeply for they fingered the hats when they frisked you. Once a guard had pricked his finger and almost broken Zhukov's skull in his rage. Stitch, 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 and a little tear in the mattress was mended, with the bread concealed under it. Meanwhile, the sugar in his mouth had melted. Every nerve was strained to its breaking point. At any moment, the roster guard would begin shouting at the door. Zhukov's fingers worked fast, but his mind, planning the next move, worked faster. Alyosha the Baptist was reading the Testament under his breath, perhaps especially for Zhukov. Those fellows were fond of recruiting. "If you suffer, it must not be for murder, theft, or sorcery, nor for infringing the rights of others. But if anyone suffers as a Christian, he should feel it no disgrace, but confess the name to the honor of God." Alyosha was smart. He'd made a chink in the wall and hidden a little book in it, and it had survived every search. With some rapid movements as before, Zhukov hung up his coat on a crossbeam and pulled what he wanted from under the mattress: a pair of mittens, a second pair of old foot rags, a length of rope, and a piece of cloth with tapes at each end. He smoothed the sawdust in the mattress. It was lumpy and dense. Tucked in the blanket, arranged the pillow, and slid down on his bare feet, started binding them with the rags. First with the good ones, then, on top, with the torn. Just then Turian stood up and barked, "Sleep's over. 104th, out you go." And at once the entire squad, drowsing or not, got up and yawned, and went to the door. Turian had been in for 19 years, and never turned his man out for a roll call a moment too soon. When he said, "Out you go," it meant you better go. And while the men with heavy tread and tight lips walked into the corridor, one by one, and then onto the porch, and the leader of the 20th, following Turian's example, called in turn, "Out you go!" Shukov drew his Valenki over the double thickness of his foot rags, slipped his coat over his wadded jacket, and fastened a rope tightly around him. Leather belts had been removed from Zeks, who had them. Leather belts weren't allowed in special camps, so Shukov managed to get everything done and to catch up with the last of his companions, just as their numbered backs were passing through the door onto the porch. Looking rather bulky, for they had wrapped themselves up in every garment they possessed, the men shuffled diagonally toward the parade ground in a single file, making no attempt to overtake one another. The only sound was the crunch of their heavy tread on the snow. It was still dark, though. In the east, the sky was beginning to glow with a greenish tint. A light but piercing breeze came to meet them from the rising sun. There is nothing as bitter as this moment, when you go out to the morning roll call, in the dark, in the cold, with a hungry belly to face a whole day of work. You lose your tongue. You lose all desire to speak to anyone. A junior guard was rushing around the parade ground. "Well, Turian, how long do we have to wait for you? Late again?" Maybe Shukov might get scared of him, but not Turian. Oh no, he wouldn't waste breath on him in the cold, just stomped on in silence. And the squad followed him through the snow. Shuffle, shuffle, squeak, squeak. Turian must have greased them with that pound of salt pork, for the 104th had gone back to its old place in the column that could be seen from the neighboring squads. So, one of the poorer and stupider squads was being sent to the socialist way of life settlement. Oh, it'd be cruel there today. 17 degrees below zero, and windy, no shelter, no fire. A squad leader needs a lot of salt pork to take the planning department, and to satisfy his own belly too. Turian received no parcels, but he didn't go short of pork. No one in the squad who received any lost a moment in taking him some as a gift. Otherwise, you'd never survive. The senior roster guard glanced at a small piece of board. "You have one away on sick leave today, Turian. 23 present?" 23, said Turian with a nod. Who was missing? Pandielev wasn't there, but surely he wasn't ill. And then at once a whisper ran through the squad. Pandielev, that son of a bitch, was staying behind again. No, he wasn't ill. The security boys were keeping him back. He'd be squealing on someone. They would send for him during the day, on the quiet, and would keep him 2 or 3 hours. No one would see, no one would hear, and they'd fix it all up with medical authorities. The whole parade ground was black with coats as the squads drifted forward to be searched. Shukov remembered he wanted to have his numbers on his jacket touched up, and elbowed his way through the crowd to the side. 2 or 3 prisoners stood waiting their turn with the artist. He joined them. They spelled nothing but trouble, those numbers. If they were distinct, the guards could identify you from any distance. But if you neglected to have them repainted in time, you'd be sure to land in the guardhouse for not taking care of your number. There were 3 artists in the camp. They painted pictures for the authorities free of charge, and in addition, took turns appearing at roll call to touch up the numbers. Today it was the turn of an old man with a gray beard. When he painted the numbers on your hat with his brush, it was just like a priest anointing your brow. The old man painted on and on, blowing from time to time into his glove. It was a thin, knitted glove. His hand grew stiff with cold. He only just managed to paint the numbers. He touched up the S854 on Shukov's jacket, and Shukov, holding his rope belt in his hand, and without bothering to pull his coat around him, very soon he'd be frisked, caught up at the squad. At once, he noticed his fellow squad member, Cesar, was smoking, and smoking a cigarette, not a pipe. That meant he might be able to cage a smoke, but he didn't ask straight away. He stood quite close up to Cesar, and half-turning, looked past him. He looked past him and seemed indifferent, but he noticed that after each puff, Cesar inhaled at rare intervals thoughtfully. A thin ring of glowing ash crept down the cigarette, reducing its length as it moved stealthily to follow the cigarette holder. Fetyukov, that jackal, had come up closer too, and now stood opposite Cesar, watching his mouth with blazing eyes. Shukov had finished his last pinch of tobacco, and saw no prospects of acquiring any more before evening. Every nerve in his body was taut, and all his longing was concentrated in that cigarette butt, which meant but more to him now, it seemed, than freedom itself. But he would never lower himself like that Fetyukov. He would never look at a man's mouth. Caesar was a hodgepodge of nationalities. Greek, Jew, Gypsy. You couldn't make out which. He was still young. He'd made films. But he hadn't finished his first when he'd been arrested. He wore a dark, thick, tangled mustache. They hadn't shaved it off in the camp because that was the way he looked in the photograph in his dossier. Caesar Markovich, slobbered Fedyukov, unable to restrain himself. Give us a puff. His face twisted with greedy desire. Caesar slightly raised the lids that drooped over his black eyes and looked at Fedyukov. It was because he didn't want to be interrupted while smoking, and asked for a puff that he had taken up his pipe. He didn't begrudge the tobacco. He resented the interruption in this chain of thought. He smoked to stimulate his mind, and to set his ideas flowing. But the moment he lighted a cigarette, he read in several pairs of eyes an unspoken plea for the butt. Caesar turned to Shukov and said, "Take it, Ivan Denisovich." And with his thumb he pushed the smoldering cigarette butt out of the short amber holder. Shukov started, though it was exactly what he had expected of Caesar, and gratefully hurried to take the butt with one hand, while slipping the other hand under it to prevent it from dropping. He didn't resent the fact that Caesar felt squeamish about letting him finish the cigarette in the holder. Some had clean mouths, some had foul, and he didn't burn his hardened fingers as they touched the glowing end. The main thing was, he had cut out that jackal, Fedyukov, and now could go on drawing in smoke until his lips were scorched. The smoke crept and flowed through his whole hungry body, making his head and feet respond to it. Just at that blissful moment he heard a shout. "They're stripping our undershirts off us." Such was a prisoner's life. Shukov had grown accustomed to it. All you could do was look out that they didn't leap at your throat. But why the undershirts? The camp commandant himself had issued them. No, something was wrong. There were still squads ahead of them before it was their turn to be frisked. Everyone in the 104th looked about. They saw Lieutenant Volkovoy, the security chief, stride out of the lieutenant's quarters and shout something to the guards. And the guards who, when Volkovoy wasn't around, carried out the frisking perfunctorily, now flung themselves into their work with savage zeal. "Unbutton your shirts," the sergeant shouted. Volkovoy was as unpopular with the prisoners as with the guards. Even the camp commandant was said to be afraid of him. God had named the bastard appropriately. He was a wolf indeed, and it looked. He was dark, tall, with a scowl, very quick in his movements. He'd turn up from behind a barracks with a, "What's going on here?" There was no hiding from him. At first, in 49, he'd been in the habit of carrying a whip of plaited leather, as thick as his forearm. He was said to have used it for flogging in the cells, or when the prisoners would be standing in a group near a barracks at an evening count. He'd sling it from behind and lash out at someone's neck with a, "Why aren't you standing in line, slobs?" The men would dash away in a wave. Stung by the blow, his victim would put a hand to his neck and wipe away the blood, but he'd hold his tongue for fear of the cells. Now, for some reason, Volkovoy had stopped carrying the whip. When the weather was cold, the guards were fairly lenient in the morning, though not in the evening. The prisoners untied their belts and flung their coats wide open. They advanced 5 abreast, and the 5 guards stood waiting to frisk them. The guards slapped their hands down the belted jackets, ran over the right pants pockets, the only one permitted by regulation, and, reluctant to pull off their gloves, felt any object that puzzled them, asking lazily, "What's that?" What was there to look for on a prisoner at morning roll call? A knife? But knives weren't taken out of the camp. They were brought into it. The morning they had to make certain a prisoner wasn't taking 6 pounds of bread with him, meaning to escape with it. There was a time when they were so scared of the quarter-pound hunks the prisoners took to eat with their dinner that each of the squads had to make a wooden case for carrying the whole ration, after collecting it piece by piece from the men. What they reckoned to gain by this stupidity was beyond imagining. More likely, it was just another way of tormenting people, giving them something extra to worry about. It meant taking a nibble at your bunk, making it your mark on it, so to speak, and then putting it in the case. But anyway, the pieces were as alike as 2 peas. They were all off the same loaf. But during the march, it preyed on your mind. You tortured yourself by imagining that somebody else's bit of ration might be substituted for yours. Why, good friends quarreled about it, even at the point of fighting. One day, 3 prisoners escaped in a truck from the work site and took one of those cases of bread with them. That brought the authorities to their senses. They chopped up all the boxes in the guard room. Everyone carry his own hunk. They said. At this first search, they also had to make sure that no one was wearing civvies under his camp outfit. But, after all, every prisoner had had his civvies removed from him, down to the very last garment, and they wouldn't be returned. They were told until they'd served their terms. No one had served his term in this camp. Sometimes the guards frisked you for letters that might have been sent through civilians. But if they were going to search every prisoner for letters, they'd be fussing around till dinner time. Volkovoy, however, had shouted that they were to search for something, and so the guards peeled off their gloves, ordered everyone to pull up his jacket, where every little bit of barrack room warmth was treasured, and unbutton his shirt. Then they strode up to run their paws over the Zeks, and find out whether any of them might have slipped on something against the rules. A prisoner was allowed to wear a shirt and an undershirt. He was to be stripped of everything else. Such were Volkovoy's instructions, passed down the ranks by the prisoners. The squads that had been frisked earlier were in luck. Some of them had already been passed through the gates, but the rest had to bare their chests, and anyone who had slipped on an extra garment had to take it off on the spot, out there in the cold. That's how it started, but it resulted in a fine mix-up. A gap formed in the column, and the gate's escort began shouting, "Get the move on! Get the move on!" So when it was their turn of the 104th to be frisked, they had to ease up a bit. Volkovoy told the guards to take the names of anyone who might be wearing extra garments. The culprits were to surrender them in person to personal property that evening, with a written explanation of how and why they had hidden the garments. Shukov was in regulation dress. Come on, paw at me as hard you like. There's nothing but my soul in my chest. But they made a note that Cesar was wearing a flannel vest, and that Bunovsky, it seemed, had put on a vest, or a cummerbund, or something. Bunovsky protested. He'd been in the camp less than 3 months, a former Navy commander who still couldn't get his destroyer out of his system. "You've no right to strip the men cold. You don't know Article 9 of the Criminal Code." But they did have the right. They knew the code. You, friend, are the one who doesn't know it. "You're not behaving like Soviet people," Bunovsky went on saying. "You're not behaving like communists." Volkovoy had put up with the reference to the criminal code, but this made him wince, and, like black lightning, he flashed, 10 days in the guardhouse!" And aside to the sergeant, "Starting from this evening." They didn't like putting a man in the cells in the morning. It meant the loss of his work for a whole day. Let him sweat blood in the meantime, and be put in the cells in the evening. The prison lay just over there, to the left of the parade ground, a brick building with 2 wings. The second wing had been added that autumn. There wasn't room enough in the first. The prison had 18 cells beside those for solitary confinement, which were fenced off. The entire camp was log-built, except for that brick prison. The cold had gotten under the men's shirts, and now it was there to stay. All that wrapping up had been in vain. Shukov's back was giving him hell. How he longed to be in bed in the infirmary, fast asleep. He wanted nothing else. Under the heaviest of blankets. The Zeks stood in front of the gates, buttoning their coats, tying a rope around their bellies, and from outside the escort shouted, "Come on, come on!" And from behind, the guard urged them on, "Move along, move along!" The first gate, the border zone. The second gate. Railings along each side near the gatehouse. "Halt!" shouted the sentry, like a flock of sheep. "Form 5s!" It was growing light. The escort's fire was burning itself out behind the gatehouse. They always lit a fire before the prisoners were sent out to work, to keep themselves warm and to be able to see more clearly while counting. One of the gate guards counted in a loud, brisk voice, "First, second, third," and the prisoners, in ranks of 5, separated from the rest and marched ahead so they could be watched from behind and front. 5 heads, 5 backs, 10 legs. A second gate guard, a checker, stood at the next rail in silence, verifying the count. And, in addition, a lieutenant stood watching. That was from the campside. A man is worth more than gold. If there was one head short when they got past the barbed wire, you had to replace it with your own. Once more, the squad came together, and now it was the turn of the sergeant of the escort to count. First, second, third. And each rank of 5 drew away and marched forward separately. And, on the other side of the wire, the assistant head guard verified the count. Another lieutenant stood by and watched. That was from the side of the escort. No one dared make a mistake. If you signed for one head too many, you filled the gap with your own. There were escort guards all over the place. They flung a semicircle around the column on its way to the power station, their machine guns sticking out and pointing right at your face. And there were guards with gray dogs. One dog bared its fangs as if laughing at the prisoners. The escorts all wore short sheepskins, except for half a dozen whose coat trailed to the ground. The long sheepskins were interchangeable. They were worn by anyone whose turn it had come to man the watchtowers. And once again, as they brought the squads together, the escort recounted the entire power station column by 5s. "You always get the sharpest frost at sunrise," said Bunovsky. "You see, it's the coldest point of the night." Captain Bunovsky was fond of explaining things. The state of the moon, whether it was old or young. He could calculate it for any day of the year. He was fading away under your very eyes. The captain, his cheeks were following him. But he had guts. Out beyond the camp boundary was intense cold, accompanied by a headwind. Stung even Shukov's face, which was used to every kind of unpleasantness. Realizing that he would have the wind in his face all the way to the power station, he decided to make use of his bit of rag. To meet the contingency of a headwind, he, like many other prisoners, had gotten himself a cloth with long tape at each end. The prisoners admitted that this helped a little bit. Shukov covered his face up to the eyes, brought the tapes around below his ears, and fastened the ends together at the back of his neck. Then he covered his nape with the flap of his hat and raised his coat collar. The next thing was to pull the front flap of the hat down onto his brow. Thus in front, only his eyes remained unprotected. He fixed his coat tightly at the waist with his rope. Now everything was in order, except for his hands, which were already stiff and with cold. His mittens were worthless. He rubbed them. He clapped them together, for he knew that in a moment he'd have to put them behind his back and keep them there for the entire march. The chief of the escort guard recited the morning prayer, which every prisoner was heartily sick of. "Attention, prisoners. Marching orders must be strictly obeyed. Keep to your ranks. No hurrying. Keep a steady pace. No talking. Keep your eyes fixed ahead and your hands behind your backs. A step to the right or left is considered an attempt to escape, and the escort has orders to shoot without warning. Leading guards are on double." The 2 guards in the lead of the escort must have set out along the road. The column heaved forward, shoulders swaying, and the escorts, some 20 paces to the left and right of the column, each man at a distance of 10 paces from the next, machine guns held at the ready, set off too. It hadn't snowed for a week, and the roads were worn hard and smooth. They skirted the camp, and the wind caught their faces sideways, hands clasped behind their backs, heads lowered. The column of prisoners moved on as though to a funeral. All you saw was the feet of 2 or 3 men ahead of you, and the patch of trodden ground where your own feet were stepping. From time to time, one of the escorts would cry, "U-48, hands behind your back," or "B-502, keep up." But they shouted less and less. The slashing wind made it difficult to see. The guards weren't allowed to tie cloth over their faces. Theirs was not much of a job either. In the warmer weather, everybody in the column talked, no matter how much the escort might shout at them. But today, every prisoner hunched his shoulders, hid behind the back of the man in front of him, and plunged into his own thoughts. The thoughts of a prisoner, they're not free either. They kept returning to the same things. A single idea keeps stirring. Would they feel that piece of bread in the mattress? Would he have any luck at the dispensary that evening? Would they put Bunovsky in the cells? And how did Cesar get his hands on that warm vest? He'd probably greased a palm or 2 in the warehouse for people's private belongings. How else? Because he had breakfasted without bread and eaten his food cold, Shukov's belly felt unsatisfied that morning. And to prevent it complaining and begging for food, he stopped thinking about the camp and let his mind dwell on the letter he'd soon be writing home. The column passed the wood processing factory, built by prison labor, the workers' settlement, The huts had been assembled by the prisoners too, but the inhabitants were civilians. The new club, convict built in entirety from the foundations to the mural decorations. But it wasn't they who saw the films there, and then moved out into the steep, straight into the winds, heading for the reddening dawn. Bare white snow stretched to the horizon to the left, to the right, and not a single tree could be seen on the whole expanse of the steppe. A new year, 1951, had begun, and Shukov had the right to write 2 letters that year. He had sent his last letter in July, and had got an answer to it in October. At Uts Ishma, the rules had been different. You could write once a month. But what was the sense of writing? He'd written no more often than that now. Ivan Shukov had left home on June 23, 1941. On the previous Sunday, the people who'd been at Polyema had to attend Mass had said, "War!" at Polyema. They'd learned it at the radio post. But at Tendenovo, no one had a radio in those days. Now they wrote. The radio roared in every cottage. It was piped in. There was little sense in writing. Writing now was like dropping stones in some deep, bottomless pool. They drop, they sink, but there is no answer. You couldn't write and describe the squad you were working with, and what kind of squad leader Andrei Prokofyevich was. Just now, he had a good deal more to talk about with Kilgast the Let than with his family at home. Neither did the 2 letters a year they sent him throw much light on the way they were living. The Kolkhots had a new chairman, as if that hadn't happened regularly. It hadn't been amalgamated with the neighboring farms. That happened before, too. But afterwards, they'd reduced it to its former condition. And what else? The farmers were failing to fulfill their quota of work days, or the individual plots had been cut down to 1/3 acre, and some people's right back to the cottage walls. What he couldn't take in was the fact that, as his wife wrote, the number of people in Kokos hadn't grown by a single soul since the war. All the young men and women, without exception, had managed to get away to work in factories or in the peat processing works. Half the men hadn't come back from the war at all, and among those who had were some who cold-shouldered the Kolkhots. They lived in the village and worked on the side. The only men on the farm were Zakhar Valechich, the manager, and Tikhon, the carpenter, who turned 84, had married recently, and already had children. The kolkhoz was kept going by women who'd been there since 1930. There was something about this that Shukov couldn't understand. Living in the village and working on the side. He'd seen life in the days of the private farming, and in the days of the kolkhozes too, but that men weren't working in their own villages. This he couldn't swallow. Sort of seasonal workers, were they? Going out traveling. But then, how did the village manage with the haymaking? They'd given up seasonal work long time back, his wife had replied. They didn't go out carpentering, for which that part of the country was famous. They didn't make osier baskets, for no one wanted them these days. But they did have a craft, a wonderful new craft. Carpet painting. Someone had brought stencils back from the war, and from that time it had become so popular that the number of those carpet painters grew and grew. They had no steady jobs. They didn't work anywhere. They helped the kolkhoz for a month or so, just at the haymaking or the harvesting. And, for that, the kolkhoz gave them a chit saying so-and-so, a member of the kolkhoz had been released to carry on his work, and that the kolkhoz had no claim on him. And they traveled all over the country. They even flew in airplanes to save time, and they piled up rubles by the thousand and painted carpets all over the place. 50 rubles of carpet made out of any old sheet you could spare, and it didn't seem to take them any more than an hour to make a carpet of it. And Shukov's wife nursed the strong hope that when Ivan returned, he too would become one of those painters. Then they'd raise themselves out of poverty in which she was living, and they'd send the children to a technical school and build a new cottage instead of an old broken-down one. All the carpet painters were building new cottages now, and near the railway station, the cottages had gone up in price from 5,000 to all of 25. Then Shukov asked his wife to explain to him how he, who'd never been able to draw in his life, was going to be a painter. And what were those beautiful carpets like? What did they have on them? His wife answered that you'd have to be an utter fool to not be able to paint the patterns. All you had to do was put the stencil on and paint through the little holes with a brush. There were 3 sorts of carpets, she wrote. The troika, an officer of the hussars driving a beautiful troika, the reindeer, and a third with a Persian-style pattern. They had no other designs, but people all over the country were glad to get these and snatch them out of the painter's hands, because a real carpet cost not 50, but thousands of rubles. How Shukov longed to see just one of those carpets. During his years in prisons and camps, he'd lost the habit of planning for the next day, for a year ahead, for supporting his family. The authorities did his thinking for him about everything. It was somehow easier that way. He had still another 2 winters, another 2 summers to serve, but those carpets preyed on his mind. There was easy money to be made, you see, and made fast, and somehow it seemed a pity to lag behind his fellow villagers. But frankly, he didn't want to turn carpet painter. For that, a man needed to be free and easy with people, be brash, to know how to grease a palm or two. And although Shukov had trodden the earth for 40 years, though he had lost half his teeth and his head was growing bald, he'd never either given or taken a bribe, nor had he learned to do so in camp. Easy money weighs light in the hand, and doesn't give you the feeling you've earned it. There was truth in the old saying, pay short money and get short value. He still had a good pair of hands, capable hands. Surely, when he was out, he'd find work as a plumber, a carpenter, or a repairman. Only if they deprived him of his civil liberties and rights, and he couldn't be taken on anywhere, or if they wouldn't let him go home, he would return to those carpets for a spell. Meanwhile, the column had come to a halt before the gatehouse of a sprawling site on which the power station stood. While the column was still on the move, 2 of the escorts clad in ankle-length sheepskins had left their places and wandered across the open country to their distant watchtowers. Until all the towers were manned, the site was forbidden territory. The head guard, a machine gun slung over his shoulder, advanced to the gatehouse. Smoke, a great cloud of it, belched from its chimney. A civilian watchman sat there all night to prevent anyone from stealing lumber or cement. Far in the distance, on the other side of the site, the sun, red and enormous, was rising in haze, its beams cutting obliquely through the gates, the whole building site and fence. Alyosha, who was standing next to Shukov, gazed at the sun and looked happy, a smile on his lips. What had he to be happy about? His cheeks were sunken. He lived strictly on rations. He earned nothing. He spent all of his Sundays muttering with the other Baptists. They shred the hardships of camp life like water off a duck's back. During the march, Shukov's face cloth had grown quite wet from his breath. In some spots the frost had caught it and formed an icy crust. He drew it down from his face to his neck and stood with his back to the wind. He managed to keep the cold out in most places, though his hands were numb in his worn mittens. The toes on his left foot were numb too. That left boot was badly worn. The sole had been repaired twice. The small of his back ached, and so did the rest of it, all the way up to his shoulders, ached and throbbed. How could he work? He looked around, and his eyes fell on the face of the squad leader, who had marched among the last 5. Turian was a broad-shouldered man, broad in his face, too. He looked morose as he stood there. He had no jokes or smiles for his squad, but he took pains to see they got better rations. He was serving his 2nd term. He was a true son of the Gulag, and knew the camp ways, through and through. In camp, the squad leader is everything. A good one will give you a second life. A bad one will put you in your coffin. Shukov had known Andrei Turian since the time they met in Ust-Ishma, though he hadn't been in the squad then. And when the prisoners who were in under Article 58 were transferred from general camps to special ones, Turian had immediately picked him out for his squad. Shukov had no dealings with the camp commandant or the PPD, with the foremen or engineers. That was the squad leader's job. He'd protect him with his own chest of steel. In return, Turian had only to lift an eyebrow or beckon with a finger, and you ran and did what he wanted. You can cheat anyone in the camp you like, but not your squad leader. Then you'll live. Shukov would have liked to ask Turian whether they were to work at the same place as the day before, or go somewhere else, but he was afraid to interrupt his lofty thoughts. He'd only just averted the danger of the squad being sent to work at the socialist way of life settlement, and now he was probably deliberating over the percentage on which the squad's rations for the next 5 days depended. Turian was heavily pockmarked. He was facing the wind, but not a muscle moved. His skin was as tough as the bark of an oak. In the column, the prisoners were clasping their hands and stamping their feet. The wind was nasty. It looked now as if the sentries known to the prisoners as parrots were perched in all 6 watchtowers, but still they weren't letting the column in. They tormented the life out of you with their vigilance. Here they are. The head guard came out of the gatehouse with the work checker. They posted themselves on each side of the gate. The gates swung wide open. Form 5s, first, second, third. The prisoners marched, as though on parade, almost in step. To get inside, that was all they wanted. No one had to teach them what to do. Just beyond the gatehouse was the officer. Near it stood the work superintendent, beckoning the squad leaders in turn there. Not that they didn't head that way anyway. Durr, too, was there, a convict himself but a foreman, the swine who treated his fellow prisoners worse than dogs. 8 o'clock. 5 minutes past the whistle had been just sounded for the hour. The authorities were afraid that the prisoners might waste time and scatter into warm corners, and the prisoners had a long day ahead of them. There was time enough for everything. Everyone who steps onto the building site bends to pick up a scrap of firewood here and there, fuel for the stove, and they hoard it away in nooks and crannies. Turian ordered Pavlo to go with him to the office. Cesar turned in there too. Cesar was well off. 2 parcels a month. He greased every palm that had to be greased, and worked in the office, a cushy job, as assistant to the rate inspector. The rest of the squad at once turned off to the side and vanished. The sun rose, red and hazy, over the deserted area. At one place the panels of the prefab lay under the snow. At another a start had been made on the brickwork, and abandoned when no higher than the foundations. Here lay a broken steam shovel, there a dredge, farther on a pile of scrap metal. A network of ditches and trenches crisscrossed the site, with a hole or two here and there. The building of the automobile repair shop was ready for roofing. On a rise stood a power station itself, built up to the 2nd story. Now there was not a soul in sight. Only 6 sentries on their watchtowers were visible, and some people bustling around the office. That moment belonged to the prisoners. The senior work superintendent, it was said, had long been threatening to save time by giving the squads their work assignments the evening before. But for all his efforts, they never got around to it, because between the evening and the following morning, all their plans turned upside down. So that moment still belonged to the prisoners. While the authorities were sorting things out, you stuck to the warmest spot you can find. Sit down, take a rest. You'll have enough time to sweat blood. Good if you can get near a stove. Unwrap your foot rags and warm them a little. Then your feet will keep warm all day. And even without a stove, it's good to sit down. The 104th went into a big room in the repair shop where the windows had been glazed during this autumn, and the 38th were pouring slabs of concrete. Some of the slabs lay in the wooden forms. Others, with mesh reinforcement, were stood up on the end. The ceiling was high, the floor was bare earth. A cold place it would have been if they hadn't heated it with lots of coal. Not for the sake of the working there, of course, but to help the slabs set faster. There was even a thermometer, and on Sundays, if for some other reason no one was sent from the camp to work there, a civilian kept the stove going. The 38th naturally wouldn't let any stranger near their stove. Their own men sat around it, drying their foot rags. Never mind, we'll sit here in the corner. It's not so bad. Chukov found a place for the seat of his wadded trousers. Where hadn't they sat? On the edge of the wooden form, and leaned against a wall. When he did so, his coat and jacket tightened, and he felt something sharp pressing against the left side of his chest, near his heart. It was the edge of the hunk of bread in his little inner pocket, that half of this morning's ration, which he'd taken with him for dinner. He always brought the same amount with him to work, and never touched it till dinner time. But usually he ate the other half at breakfast. This time he hadn't. But he realized he had gained nothing by economizing. His belly called out to him to eat the bread at once. In the warmth, dinner was 5 hours off, and time dragged. And that nagging pain had now moved down his legs, which felt quite weak. Oh, if he could only get to the stove. He laid his mittens on his knees, unbuttoned his coat, untied the tapes of his face cloth, stiff with cold, folded it several times over, and put it away in his pants pocket. Then he reached for the hunk of bread, wrapped in a clean piece of cloth, and, holding the cloth at the chest level, so that not a crumb should fall to the ground, began to nibble and chew at the bread. The bread which he had carried under 2 garments had been warmed by his body. The frost hadn't caught it at all. More than once during his life in the camps, Shukov had recalled the way they used to eat in his village. Whole pots full of potatoes, pans of oatmeal, and in the early days big chunks of meat, and milk enough to bust their guts. That wasn't the way to eat, he learned in camp. You had to eat with all your mind on the food. Like now, nibbling the bread bit by bit, working the crumbs up into a paste with your tongue, and sucking it into your cheeks. And how good it tasted, that soggy black bread. What had he eaten for 8, more than 8 years? Next to nothing. But how much work he had done. Ah! So he sat there, occupying himself with his hunk of bread, while near him on the same side of the room sat the rest of the 104th. 2 Estonians, close as brothers, sat on the flat concrete slab, taking turns smoking half a cigarette from the same holder. These Estonians were equally fair, equally tall, equally lean, and had equally long noses and big eyes. They hung onto each other so closely that you'd think one would suffocate unless he breathed the same air as the other. Turian never separated them. They shared their food. They slept in adjacent bunks in the top row. And when they stood in the column, waiting for work to start, or turned in for the night, they went on talking to each other in their quiet, deliberate manner. In fact, they weren't brothers at all. They first met here in the 104th. One of them, they explained, had been a fisherman on the coast, and the other had been taken as a child to Sweden by his parents when they, the Soviets, were established in Estonia. But he'd grown up with a mind of his own and returned to Estonia to complete his education. Well, it said that nationality doesn't mean anything, and that every nation has its bad eggs. But among all the Estonians Shukov had known, he'd never met a bad one. The prisoners sat around, some on the slabs, some on the forms, some straight on the ground. The tongue doesn't wag in the morning. Everyone sat silent, locked in thought. Fedyukov, the jackal, had been collecting cigarette butts. He even finished them out of the spittoons. He wasn't fussy. And now he was breaking them up and filtering the unsmoked tobacco onto a piece of paper. Fedyukov had 3 children at home, but when he was sentenced, they'd disclaimed him, and his wife had married again. So he got no help from anywhere. Bunovsky, who kept stealing glances at him, finally barked, "Hey you, what do you think you're doing? Picking up all these kinds of diseases. You'll get syphilitic lip that way. Stop it." The captain was used to giving orders. He spoke to everyone as if in command. But Fedyukov didn't give a damn for him. The captain got no parcels either. And with a malicious grin on his drooling lips, he replied, "You wait, Captain. When you've been in here for 8 years, you'll be picking them up yourself. We've seen bigger men than you in the camp." Fedyukov was judging by his own standards. Perhaps the captain would stand up to camp life. What? Said Senka Kalevskin, missing the point. Senka was deaf, and thought they were talking about Bunovsky's bad luck during the frisking. "You shouldn't have shown your pride so much," he said, shaking his head in commiseration. "It could have all been blown over." Senka was a quiet, luckless fellow. One of his eardrums had been smashed in 41. Then he was captured. He escaped, was recaptured, and was sent to Buchenwald. There he evaded death by a miracle, and now he was serving his time here quietly. "If you show your pride too much," he said, "you're lost." There was truth in that. Better to growl and submit. If you were stubborn, they broke you. Alyosha sat silent, his face buried in his hands, praying. Shukov ate his bread down to his very fingers. keeping only a little bit of bare crust, the half-moon-shaped top of the loaf, because no spoon is as good for scraping a bowl of cereal, clean as a bread crust. He wrapped the crust in his cloth again and slipped it inside his pocket for dinner, buttoned himself up against the cold, and prepared for work. Let them send him out now, though, of course, it would be better if they'd wait a bit longer. The 38th stood up and scattered, some to the concrete mixer, some to fetch water, some to the mesh reinforcements. But neither Pavlov nor Turian came back to their squad, and although the 104th had been sitting there barely 20 minutes, and the working day, curtailed because it was winter, didn't end until 6, everyone felt already they'd had a rare stroke of luck. Now, evening didn't seem so far off. "Damn it, it's a long time since we had a snowstorm," said Kilgus, a plump, red-faced Let, gesturing. "Not one snowstorm at all. What sort of winter do you call this?" "Yes, a snowstorm, the squad sighed in repose. When there was a snowstorm in those parts, no one was taken out to work. They were afraid of letting prisoners leave the barracks. They could get lost between the barrack room and the mess hall if you didn't put up a guide rope. No one would care if a prisoner froze to death, but what if he tried to escape? There had been instances during the storms. The snow was as fine as dust, but the drifts were as firm as ice. Prisoners had escaped over them when they topped the barbed wire. True, they hadn't gotten far. Come to think of it, a snowstorm was of no use to anyone. Prisoners sat locked in. The coal was delivered late, and all the warmth was blown out of the barracks. Flour didn't reach the camp, so there was no bread, and more often than not, there was no hot food either. And as long as the snow lasted, 3 days, 4 days, even a week, those days were counted as holidays, and had to be made up by work on Sunday. All the same, the prisoners loved snowstorms, and prayed for them. Whenever the wind rose a little, every face turned up to the sky. Let the stuff come. The more the merrier. Snow, they meant. With only a ground wind, it never really got going. Someone edged up to the stove of the 38th, only to be ousted. Just then Turian walked in. He looked gloomy. His squad understood that there was something to be done, and quickly. Said Turian, looking all around. "All present, 104th. He didn't verify or count them because none of Turian's men could have gone anywhere. Without wasting time, he gave his men their assignments. The 2 Estonians, Senka and Gopchik, were sent to pick up a big wooden box for mixing mortar nearby and carry it to the power station. They all immediately knew they were being transferred to the half-completed building where work had been halted in late autumn. The other men were sent with Pavlo to get tools. 4 were ordered to shovel snow near the power station and the entrance to the machine room, and inside, on the ramps, a couple of men were sent to light the stove in the machine room using coal and such lumber as they could swipe and chop up. Another was sent to drag cement there on a sled. 2 were sent to fetch water, 2 for sand, and yet another to sweep the snow off the sand and break it up with a crowbar. The only 2 left without assignments were Shukov and Kilgas, the leading workers of the squad. Calling them over, Turian said, "Well, look here, boys." He was no older than they were, but he had a habit of addressing them like that. "After dinner you'll be laying cement blocks on the second-story walls over there, where the 6th stopped working last autumn. Now we have to figure out how to make the machine room warmer. It has 3 big windows, and the first thing to do is to board them up, somehow. I'll give you people to help, but you must figure out what to board them with. We're going to use the machine room for mixing mortar, and for warming ourselves too. Unless we keep warm, we'll freeze like dogs. Understand?" He'd have said more, maybe. But up came Gopchik, a Ukrainian lad, pink as a suckling pig, to complain that the other squad wouldn't give them the box. There was a scrap going on over it. So off went Turian. Difficult as it was to start working such cold, the important thing was to get going. Shukov and Kilgas exchanged looks. They'd worked as a team more than once as a carpenter and mason, and had come to respect one another. It was no easy matter to find something to board up those windows with in the bare expanse of snow, but Kilgas said, "Vanya, I know a little place over there where those prefabs are going up, with a fine roll of roofing felt. I put it aside in my own hands. Let's go and scrounge it." Kilgas was a Let, but he spoke Russian like a native. There'd been a settlement of old believers near his village, and he'd learnt Russian from childhood. He'd been in the camp only 2 years, but already he understood everything. If you don't use your teeth, you get nothing. His name was Johann, and Shukov called him Vanya. They decided to go for the role, but first Shukov ran over to where a new wing of the repair shops was under construction. He had to get his trowel. For a mason, a trowel is a serious matter, if it's light and easy to handle. But there was a rule that wherever you worked, you had to turn in every evening the tools you'd been issued that morning, and which tool you got the next day was a matter of chance. One evening, though, Shukov had fooled the man in the tool store and pocketed the best trowel, and now he kept it hidden in a different place every evening and every morning. If he was to put to laying bricks, he recovered it. If the 104th had been sent to the socialist way of life settlement that morning, Shukov would of course have been without a trowel again. But now he had only to push aside a brick, dig his fingers into the chink, and presto, there it was. Shukov and Kilgas left the repair shops and walked over to the prefabs. Their breath formed thick clouds of vapor. The sun was now some way above the horizon, but it cast no rays, as in a fog. On each side of it rose pillars of light. Like poles, eh? Shukov said with a nod. It's not poles we have to worry about, said Kilgas, casually, so long as they don't put any barbed wire between them. He never spoke without making a joke, that Kilgas, and was popular with the whole squad for it. And what a reputation he had already won for himself among the Lets in the camp. Of course, it was true he ate properly. He received 2 food parcels a month, and looked as ruddy as if he wasn't in camp at all. You'd make jokes if you were in his shoes. This construction site covered an immense area. It took quite a long time to cross it. On their way, they ran into men from the 82nd. Again, they'd been given the job of chopping out holes in the ground. The holes were small enough, 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet, about the same in depth. But the ground, stone hard even in summer, was now in the grip of frost. Just try and gnaw it. They went for it with picks. The picks slipped, scattering showers of sparks, but not a bit of earth was dislodged. The men stood there, one to a hole, and looked about them, nowhere to warm up. They were forbidden to budge a step, so back to the pick, the only way to keep warm. Shukov recognized one of them, a fellow from Vitka. Listen, he advised him, you'd do better to light a fire over each hole. The ground would thaw out then. It's forbidden, said the man. They don't give us any firewood. Scrounge some then. Kilgas merely spat. How do you figure it, Vanya? If the authorities had any guts, do you think they'd have men pounding away at the ground with their pickaxes in a frost like this? He muttered a few indistinguishable oaths and fell silent. You don't talk much in a cold. They walked on and on till they reached the spot where the panels of prefabs lay buried in the snow. Shukov liked to work with Kilgas. The only bad thing about him was that he didn't smoke, and there was never any tobacco in his parcels. Kilgas was right. Together they lifted a couple of the planks, and there lay the roll of roofing felt. They lugged it out. Now, how were they going to carry it? They'd be spotted from the watchtowers, but that didn't matter. The parrot's only concern was that the prisoners shouldn't escape. Inside you could chop up all the panels into firewood for all they care, nor would it matter if it happened to meet one of the guards. He'd be looking about like others to see what he could scrounge. As for prisoners, they didn't give a damn for those prefabs, and neither did the squad leaders. The only people who kept an eye on them were the superintendent, who was a civilian, that bastard Dur, and that lanky Kuropantenko, a mere goose egg, a trustee who had been given the temporary job of guarding the prefabs from any stealing by the prisoners. Yes, it was Shurkopatenko who was most likely to spot them on the open ground. Look here, Vanya, said Shukov. We mustn't carry it lengthwise. Take it up on the end with our arms around it. It'll be easy to carry, and our bodies will hide it. They won't spot it from a distance. It was a good idea. To carry the roll lengthwise would have been awkward, so they held it upright in between them and set off. From a distance it would look as if there were 3 of them, rather close to one another. But when Dur notices the felt on the windows, he'll guess where it came from, said Shukov. What's it got to do with us? Asked Kilgas, in surprise. We'll say it was there before. Were we to pull it down or what? That was true. Shukov's fingers were numb with the cold under his worn mittens. He'd lost all sense of touch, but his left boot was holding, and that was the main thing. The numbness would go out of his fingers when they started to work. They crossed the stretch of virgin snow and reached a sled trail, running from the tool store to the power station. The men must have brought the cement along there. The power station stood on the rise at the edge of the site. No one had been near the place for weeks, and the approaches to it lay under a smooth blanket of snow. The sled tracks and the fresh trails that had been left by the deep footsteps of the 104th stood out boldly. The men were already clearing away the snow from around the building with wooden shovels and making a road for the trucks to drive up on. It would have been good if the mechanical lift in the power station had been in order, but the motor had burned out and no one had bothered to repair it. This meant that everything would have to be carried by hand to the second story, the mortar and the blocks. For 2 months, the unfinished structure had stood in the snow like a gray skeleton, just as it had been left, and now the 104th had arrived. What was it that kept their spirits up? Empty bellies fastened tight with belts of rope. A splitting frost. Not a warm corner, not a spark of fire, but the 104th had arrived, and life had come back to the building. Right at the entrance to the machine room, the trough for mixing mortar fell apart. It was a makeshift affair, and Shukov hadn't expected it to last the journey in one piece. Turian swore at his men for just form's sake, for he saw that no one was to blame. At that moment, Kilgos and Shukov turned up with their roll of roofing felt. Turian was delighted, and at once worked out a new arrangement. Shukov was put to fixing the stovepipe, so that a fire could be quickly kindled. Kilgos was to repair the mixing trough, with the 2 Estonians to help him, and Seneca was given an axe to chop long laths with. Felt could then be tacked to them, 2 widths for each window. Where were the laths to come from? Turian looked around. Everybody looked around. There was only one solution: to remove a couple of planks that served as a sort of handrail on the ramp leading up to the second story. You'd have to keep your eyes peeled going up and down, otherwise you'd be over the edge. But where else were the laths to come from? Why, you might wonder, should prisoners wear themselves out, working hard, 10 years on end in the camps? You'd think they'd say, "No thank you, and that's that. We'll drag ourselves through the day till evening, and then the night is ours." But that didn't work. To outsmart you, they thought up work squads, but not squads like the ones outside the camps, where every man is paid his separate wage. Everything was so arranged in the camp that the prisoners egged one another on. It was like this: either you got all a bit extra, or you all croaked. "You're loafing, you bastard. Do you think I'm willing to go hungry just because of you? Put your guts into it, slob." And if a situation like this one turned up, there was all the more reason for resisting any temptation to slack. Regardless, you put your back into your work. For unless you could manage to provide yourself with some means of warming up, you and everyone else would give out on the spot. Pablo brought the tools. Now use them. A few links of stovepipe, too. True, there was no tinsmith tools, but there was a little hammer and a little axe. One could manage. Shukov clapped his mittens together, joined up the lengths, and hammered the ends into the joints. He clapped his hands together again and repeated his hammering. He'd hidden his trowel in a nearby crack in the wall. Although he was among his own men, one of them might swap it for his own. That applied to Kilgos, too. And then every thought was swept out of his head. All his memories and worries faded. He had one idea: to fix the bend in the stovepipe and hang it up to prevent it smoking. He sent Gopchik for a length of wire. Hang up the pipe near the window with it. That would be best. In the corner there was another stove, a squat one with a brick chimney. It had an iron plate on top that grew red hot, and sand was to be thawed and dried upon it. The stove had already been lit, and the captain and Fedyukov were bringing up the barrels of sand. You don't have to be very bright to carry a hand barrow, so the squad leader gave such work to people who'd been in positions of authority. Fedyukov had been a big shot in some office, with a car at his disposal. At first Fedyukov had spat on the captain, bawled at him, but one punch in the jaw was enough. They got on all right after that. The men bringing up the sand were edging over to the stove to warm up, but Turian drove them off. "Look out, one of you is going to catch it in a hurry. Wait till we've got the place fixed up." You've only to show a whip to a beaten dog. The frost was severe, but not as severe as the squad leader. The men scattered and went back to their jobs. And Shukov heard Turian say to Pablo, "Stay here and keep them at it. I'm going to hand in the work report." more dependent on the work report than on the work itself. A clever squad leader was one who concentrated on the work report. That was what kept the men fed. He had to prove that work, which hadn't been done, had been done, to turn jobs that were rated low into ones that were rated high. For this, a squad leader had to have his head screwed on, and to be on the right side of the inspectors. Their palms had to be greased too. But who benefited, then, from all these reports? Let's be clear about it. The camp got thousands of extra rubles from the building organization, and so could give higher bonuses to its guard lieutenants, such as Volkovoy, for using his whip. And you got an extra 6 ounces of bread for your supper. A couple of ounces ruled your life. 2 buckets of water were carried in, but they had frozen on the way. Pavlo decided that there was no sense in doing it like this. Quicker to melt snow. They stood the buckets on the stove. Gopchik brought along some new aluminum wire, used for electric leads. "Ivan Denisovich," he said, as he turned it over to Shukov. "It's good for making spoons. Teach me how to cast them." Shukov was fond of this kid. His own son had died young, and the 2 daughters he had left at home were grown up. Gopchik had been arrested for taking milk to the forest for Badera's men, and had been given an adult term of imprisonment. He was like a puppy, and he fawned on everyone, but he'd already learned cunning. He ate the contents of his food packages alone, sometimes during the night. After all, you couldn't feed everyone. They broke off a length of wire for the spoons and hid it in a corner. Shukov knocked together a couple of planks into a stepladder and sent Gopchik up to hang the stovepipe. The boy, as nimble as a squirrel, climbed up into the beams, pounding in a nail or two, slipped the wire around them, and passed it under the pipe. Shukov didn't begrudge him his energy. He made another bend in the pipe, close to the end. Though there was little wind in that day, there might be plenty tomorrow, and this bend would prevent the pipe from smoking. They mustn't forget that it was for themselves that they were fixing the stove. Meanwhile, Senka had finished making the laths, and Gopchik was again given the job of nailing them up. The little devil crawled about up there, shouting down to the men. The sun had risen higher, dispersing the haze. The 2 bright columns had gone. It was reddish inside the room, and now someone had got the stove going with the stolen wood. Made you feel a bit more cheerful. "In January the sun warmed the flanks of the cow," Shukov chanted. Kilgas finished nailing the mortar trough together, and, giving it an extra smash with his axe, shouted, "Listen, Pablo, I won't take less than 100 rubles from Turlian for this job." "You'll get 3 ounces, said Pablo with a laugh. "The prosecutor will make up the difference," shouted Gopchik from above. "Stop that," Shukov shouted. "Stop." That wasn't the way to cut the roofing felt. He showed them how to do it. The men crept up to the stove, only to be chased away by Pablo. He gave Kilgas some wood to make huds for carrying up the mortar to the second story. He put on a couple more men to bringing up the sand, others to sweep the snow off the scaffolding where the blocks would be put, and another to take the hot sand off the top of the stove and throw it into the mortar trough. A truck engine snorted outside. They were beginning to deliver the blocks. The first truck had got through. Pablo hurried out and waved onto the driver, where the blocks were to be dumped. They put up 1 thickness of roofing felt, and then a second. What protection could you expect from it? It was just paper. Just paper. All the same, it looked like a kind of solid wall. The room became darker, and this brightened up the stove. Alyosha brought in some coal. Some of them shouted to tip it onto the stove, others not to. They wanted to warm up with flames. Alyosha hesitated, not knowing whom to obey. Fedyukov had found himself a cozy corner near the stove, and the fool was holding his boots right up to the flames. The captain took him by the scruff of the neck and lugged him off to the burrow. "You haul sand, you bastard!" The captain might still have been on board ship. If you were told to do something, you did it. He had grown haggard during the past month, but he kept his bearing. In the end, all 3 windows were covered. Now the only light came through the door, and with it came cold. So Pablo had the upper half of the doorway boarded up, but the lower left free, so that the men, by stooping, could get through it. Meanwhile, 3 trucks had driven up and dumped their load of blocks. Now the problem was how to get the blocks up without the mechanical lift. "Masons, let's go and look around," Pavlo called. It was a job to be respected. Zhukov and Kilgas went up to Pavlo. The ramp was narrow enough anyhow, but now that Senka had robbed it of its rails, you had to make sure you pressed close to the wall if you weren't going to fall off it. And still worse, the snow had frozen to the treads and rounded them. They offered no grip to your feet. How would they bring up the mortar? They looked all around to find where the blocks should be laid. The men Pavlo had sent up were shoveling the snow from the top of the walls. Here was the place. You had to take an axe to the ice on the old workings and then sweep them clean. They figured out how best to bring up the blocks. They looked down. They decided that rather than carry them up the ramp, 4 men be posted down below to heave the blocks up to that platform over there. That another couple would move them on, and that 2 more would hand them up to the second story. That would be quicker than carrying them up the ramp. The wind wasn't strong, but you felt it. It would pierce them all right when they started laying. They'd have to keep behind the bit of wall that the old crew had begun on. It would give them some shelter. Not too bad. It should be warmer that way. Zhukov looked up at the sky and gasped. The sun had climbed almost to the dinner hour. Wonder of wonders, how time flew when you were working. That was something he noticed. The days rolled by in the camp. They were over before you could say knife. But the years, they never rolled by. They never moved by a second. When they went down, they found that everyone had settled around the stove except the captain and Fedoryukov, who were still hauling sand. Pavlo flew into a rage and sent 8 men at once out to move blocks. 2 to pour the cement into the box and mix it with the sand, another for water, another for coal. But Kilgas gave his own orders. "Well, men, we must finish with the barrows." "Shall I give them a hand?" Zhukov volunteered. "Yes, help them out," said Pavlo with a nod. Just then they brought in a tank for melting snow. Someone had told the men that it was already noon. Zhukov confirmed this. "The sun's already reached its peak," he announced. "If it's reached its peak," said the captain reflectively, "it's 1 o'clock, not noon." "What do you mean?" Zhukov demurred. "Every old-timer knows that the sun stands highest at dinner time." "Old-timers, maybe," snapped the captain, "but since their day, a new decree has been passed, and now the sun stands highest at 1. Who passed that decree? Soviet power." The captain went out with a barrow. Anyway, Zhukov wouldn't have argued with him. Mean to say that the sun up in the sky must bow down to decrees, too. The sound of hammering continued as the men knocked together 4 hods. "All right, sit down a while and warm yourselves," said Pavlo to the 2 masons. "And you too, Senka. You can join them up there after dinner. Sit down." So they had a right to sit there by the stove. Anyway, they couldn't start laying the blocks before dinner, and there was no point in carrying the mortar up there. It would freeze. The coals were gradually glowing red hot and throwing out a steady heat, but you felt it only when you were near them. Everywhere else, the shop was cold as ever. They took off their mittens. All 4 men held their hands up to the stove. But you never put your feet into the flame if you're wearing boots. You have to remember that. If they're leather boots, the leather cracks. And if they're Valenki, the felt becomes sodden and begins to steam, and you don't feel any warmer. And if you hold them still near the flame, then they scorch, and you'll have to drag along till spring with a hole in your boot. Getting another pair can't be counted on. "What does Zhukov care?" said Kilgas. "Zhukov has 1 foot almost home." "The bare one," said someone. They laughed. Zhukov had taken his mended boot off and was warming his foot rags. "Zhukov's term's nearly up." They'd given Kilgas 25 years. Earlier there'd been a spell when people were lucky. Everyone to a man got 10 years. But from 49 onward, the standard sentence was 25. Irrespective. A man can survive 10 years, but 25, who can get through alive? Zhukov rather enjoyed having everyone poke a finger at him as if to say, "Look at him, his term's nearly up." But he had his doubts about it. Those Zeks who finished their time during the war had all been retained pending special instructions. and had been released only in 46. Even those serving 3-year sentences were kept for another 5. The law can be stood on its head. When your 10 years are up, they can say, "Here's another 10 for you," or exile you. Yet there were times when you thought about it, and you almost choked with excitement. Yes, your term really is coming to an end. The spooling is unwinding. Good God. To step out to freedom. Just to walk out on your own 2 feet. But it wasn't right for an old-timer to talk about it aloud, and Shukov said to Kilgas, "Don't worry about those 25 years of yours. It's not a fact you'll be in all that time. But that, I've been in 8 full years now. Now that is a fact. Yes, you live with your feet in the mud, and there's no time to be thinking about how you got in or how you're going to get out." According to his dossier, Ivan Denisovich Shukov had been sentenced for high treason. He had testified it himself. Yes, he'd surrendered to the Germans with the intention of betraying his country, and he'd returned from captivity to carry out a mission for German intelligence. What sort of mission? Neither Zhukov nor the interrogator could say. So it had been left at that. A mission. Shukov had figured it all out. If he didn't sign, he'd be shot. If he signed, he'd still get a chance to live. So he signed. But what really happened was this. In February 1942, the whole army was surrounded on the northwest front. No food was parachuted to them. There were no planes. Things got so bad that they were scraping the hooves of the dead horses. The horn could be soaked in water and eaten. Their ammunition was gone, so the Germans rounded it up in the forest, a few at a time. Shukov was one of those groups, and remained in German captivity for a day or 2. Then 5 of them managed to escape. They stole through the forest and marshes again, and, by a miracle, reached their own lines. A machine gunner shot 2 of them on the spot. A third died of his wounds, but 2 got through. Had they been wiser, they'd have said they'd been wandering in the forest, and then nothing would have happened. But they told the truth. They said they were escaped POWs. POWs, you fuckers! If all 5 of them had gotten through, their statements could have been found to tally, and they might have been believed. But with 2, it was hopeless. You've put your damned heads together and cooked up that escape story, they were told. Deaf though he was, Senka caught on that they were talking about escaping from the Germans, and said in a loud voice, "3 times I escaped, and 3 times they caught me." Senka, who had suffered so much, was usually silent. He didn't hear what people said, and didn't mix in with their conversation. Little was known about him, only that he'd been in Buchenwald, where he'd worked with the underground and smuggled in arms for a mutiny, and how the Germans had punished him by tying his wrists behind his back, hanging him up by them, and whipping him. "You've been in for 8 years, Vanya," Kilgas argued. "What camps? Not specials. You had broads to sleep with. You didn't wear numbers. But try and spend 8 years in a special, doing hard labor. No one's come out of a special alive." "Broads? Boards, you mean, not broads." Shukov stared at the coals in the stove and remembered his 7 years in the north, and how he worked for 3 years hauling logs, for packing cases and railroad ties. The flames in the campfires had danced up there, too, at the timber felling during the night. The chief made it a rule that any squad that had failed to meet his quota had to stay in the forest after dark. They dragged themselves back to the camp in the early hours, but had to be in the forest again the next morning. No, brothers. I think we have a quieter life here," he said with a lisp. "Here, when the shift's over, we go back to our camp, whether our job's done or not. That's a law, and bread, 3 ounces more, at least, than up there. Here a man can live, all right. It's a special camp, so what? Does it bother you that you wear a number? They don't weigh anything, those numbers." "A quieter life, do you call it?" Fedyukov hissed. The dinner break was getting near, and everyone was huddled around the stove. "Men having their throats cut in their bunks, and you call that quieter?" "Not men, squealers." Pavlo raised a threatening finger at Fedyukov. True enough. Something new had started up. 2 men, known to be squealers, had been found in their bunks one morning with their throats cut. And a few days later the same thing had happened to an innocent Zek. Someone must have got to the wrong bunk. and one squealer had run off on his own to the head of the guardhouse, and they'd put him inside for safety. Amazing. Nothing like that had happened in the ordinary camps, nor here, either, up till then. Suddenly the whistle blew. It never began at full blast. It started hoarsely, as though clearing its throat. Midday. Lay down tools. The dinner break. Damn it. They'd waited long, too. They should have gone off to the canteen long ago and taken their places in line. There were 11 squads at work at the power station, and there was room in the canteen for only 2 at a time. Turian was still missing. Pavlo cast a rapid glance around the shop and said, "Shukov and Gopchek, you come with me. Kilgas. As soon as I send Gopchek to you, bring the whole squad along." Others took their places at the stove. The moment any were vacated. The men surrounded it as though it was a pretty broad. They all crept up to embrace it. "Come on, don't you spend all night with her," others shouted. "Let's smoke." They looked at one another to see who was going to light up. No one did. Either they had no tobacco, or they were holding on to it, unwilling to let it be seen. Shukov went out with Pavlo. Gopchek loped behind like a hare. "It's gotten warmer," Shukov said at once. "0 or no lower. Fine for laying blocks." They stole a glance at the blocks. The men had already thrown a lot of them up to the platform, and quite a number had been shifted to the above floor. Screwing up his eyes at the sun, Shukov checked its position. He was thinking of the captain's decree. Out in the open the wind was still having its way, and the cold was still fierce. "Don't forget," it was telling them, "this is January." The Zek's canteen was no more than a shanty made of boards nailed together around a stove, with some rusty metal strips over the cracks. Inside it was partitioned into a kitchen and an eating room. In neither was there a wood floor. It was pitted with the lumps and hollows that the men's feet had trodden into it. All that the kitchen consisted of was a square stove with a soup kettle stuck in the top. The kitchen was run by 2 men, a cook and a sanitation inspector. Every morning as he left the camp, the cook drew an issue of grits from the main kitchen, about 1½ ounces a head, probably. That made 2 pounds a squad, a little less than a pood, for the whole column, a pood being 36 pounds. The cook didn't much like carrying a sack of grits 2 miles himself, so he got a helper to carry it for him. Better to give the helper an extra portion at a Zek's expense than burden his own back. There was water to be carried, too, and firewood for the stove, and these were jobs the cook didn't much like either, so he found Zeks to do them instead, for extra helpings at other expenses. What did it matter to him? Then there was the rule that food must be eaten in the canteen, but the bowls couldn't be left there overnight. They'd have been swiped by civilians, so about 50, not more, had to be brought in and quickly washed after use and turned over to the next diners, an extra helping for the man who carried the bowls. To make sure that no one took the bowls out from the canteen, a man had to be posted at the door, but however careful he might be, people took them just in the same, either by distracting his attention or talking him into it. Someone else had to go over the whole site to collect the dirty bowls and bring them back to the kitchen, and he got an extra helping. And many others got one too. All the cook himself did was this. He poured the grits into the pot, adding salt. He divided the fat between the pot and himself. The good fat didn't reach the Zeks, and the rancid all went into the soup kettle. So, when there was an issue of rancid fat from the warehouse, the Zeks welcomed it as an extra. Another thing he did, he stirred the kasha, oatmeal, when it was boiling. The sanitation inspector had even less to do. He sat and watched, but when the oatmeal was ready, he got his helping, as much as his belly would hold, and the cook too. Then the duty squad leader arrived. The squad was changed every day, to have a taste and decide whether the stuff was good enough for the workers. He received a double portion. The whistle sounded again. The squad leaders at once lined up, and the cook handed them bowls through the serving window. In the bottom of the bowls lay some oatmeal. How much you didn't ask, or try to judge by the weight. All you'd got, if you opened your mouth, was a bunch of swear words. The steppe was barren and windswept, with a dry wind in the summer and a freezing one in the winter. Nothing could ever grow in that steppe. Less than nothing. Behind 4 barriers of barbed wire, bread only comes from the bread cutter. Oats are threshed only in the warehouse, and however much blood you sweat at work, however much you grovel on your belly, you'll force no food out of the earth. You'll get no more than the damned authorities give you, and you don't even get that, because the cook and the help, and all the other trustees and soft jobs, they rob you here, they rob you in camp, they rob you even earlier, in the warehouse, and those who do the robbing don't swing picks, but you swing a pick, and take what they give you, and get away from the serving window. Pavlo and Zhukov, with Gopchek bringing up the rear, walked into the canteen. The men stood there, so close to one another that you couldn't see either the tables or benches. Some ate sitting down, but most stood. The men of the 82nd, who'd been digging the holes half a day without a chance of getting warm, had been the first to get in after the whistle. Now, even after they'd been finished eating, they didn't leave. Where else could they warm up? The swearing fell off them like water off the duck's back. It was so more comfortable here than in the cold. Pavlo and Zhukov elbowed their way in. They'd arrived at a good moment. One squad was being served. Another was awaiting its turn. And there was only one deputy squad leader near the window. So they were well ahead of the rest. "Bulls! Bulls!" the cook shouted from the window, and people hurriedly handed them over. Zhukov was collecting another lot and turning them in. Not to get extra oatmeal, but to get what was coming to him quicker. Behind the partition, some helpers were already washing bowls for extra oatmeal. The cook began to serve the deputy squad leaders, who stood ahead of Pavlo in the line. "Gopchek!" Pavlo shouted over the heads of the men behind him. "Here I am!" came Gopchek's thin, goat-like bleat from the door. "Call the squad!" Off he went. The main thing today was the oatmeal was good. Real oatmeal, the best sort. It wasn't often they had it. More often they got magara twice a day, but real oatmeal is filling. It's good. How often had Zhukov, in his youth, fed the oats to horses? Never had it occurred to him that there'd come a time when his whole soul would yearn for a handful of them. "Bulls! Bulls!" shouted the cook. Now the 104th was in line. The squad leader's deputy, up ahead, got his double helping and bounced away from the window. His extra helping, too, was at the Zek's expense, but no one objected. The cook gave double helpings to all the squad leaders, and they either ate their extra helping themselves or gave it to their deputies. Turian gave his to Pavlo. Zhukov's job was now to wedge himself in behind a table, oust 2 loafers, politely ask another prisoner to move, and clear a little space in front of him for 12 bowls to stand close together, with a second row of 6, and 2 more on top. Next, he had to take the bowls from Pavlo, repeating the number as he did so, and keeping his eyes peeled in case some outsider should grab a bowl from the table. And he had to see he wasn't bumped by someone's elbow so as to upset a bowl. Right beside him, people were leaving the table, stepping over the benches or squeezing in to eat. Yes, you had to keep your eyes peeled. Was that fellow eating out of his own bowl, or had he wormed his way up to one of the 104ths? 2, 4, 6. The cook counted at the window. He handed out his bowls, 2 at a time. It was easier for him that way. Otherwise he might count wrong. 2, 4, 6. Pavlo repeated himself quietly, there at the window, in Ukrainian, and at once gave the bowls in pairs to Zhukov, who put them on the table. Zhukov didn't repeat the numbers aloud, but he counted more sharply than anyone. 8, 10. Why wasn't Gopchek bringing in the squad? 12, 14. The counting continued. The kitchen ran out of bowls. Zhukov had a clear view through the window, past Pavlo's head and shoulders. The cook put 2 bowls down on the counter, and keeping his hand on them, paused, as though thinking. Must be bawling out the dishwashers. But just then another bunch of dirty bowls was pushed onto the counter. The cook let go of the 2 clean ones he'd filled, and pushed back the pile of dirty ones. Zhukov left the 14 bowls he'd already stacked on the table, straddled the bench, took the 2 filled ones from the counter, and said quietly to Pavlo, rather than the cook, 14. "Stop! Where are you taking these bowls?" shouted the cook. "He's from our squad," Pavlo confirmed. "Our squad? But he's mixed up the count." 14, Pavlo said with a shrug. Himself, he wouldn't have swiped the extra bowls, for as the deputy squad leader, he had to maintain his dignity. but now he was simply repeating what Shukov had said. He could always blame him for the mistake. "I've already counted 14, the cook expostulated. "So you did, but you didn't pass them out. You kept them in your hands," Shukov shouted. "Come and count for yourself if you don't believe us. Look, they're all here on the table." As he spoke, he noticed the 2 Estonians pushing through him, and he shoved 2 bowls into their hands as they passed, and he managed to get back to the table to see that all the bowls were in place. The next table hadn't swiped any, though they'd had plenty of opportunity to do so. The cook's red face loomed large in the window. "Where are those bowls?" he asked sternly. "Here they are, at your service," yelled Shukov. "Move along, scum. You're spoiling his view," he said to someone giving him a shove. "Here they are. They're the pair of them." He picked up 2 bowls from the second row. "Here we have 3 rows of 4, all nice and neat. Count them." "Hasn't your squad come?" the cook asked, looking suspiciously around the small segment of canteen. He couldn't see through the window. It had been kept narrow to prevent anyone looking into the kitchen and seeing how much was left in the kettle. "No, none of them are here yet," said Pavlo, shaking his head. "Then why the hell are you taking bowls when the squad's not here?" "Here they come," yelled Shukov. And everybody heard the peremptory shouts of the captain at the door. "Why are you hanging around here?" he yelled in his best quarterdeck voice. "If you're eating, beat it and let others come in." The cook muttered something through the serving window, then drew himself up, and his hands could again be seen giving out bowls. 16, 18. Then he ladled the last portion, double helping. 23. "That's all. Next squad." The men of the 104th pushed through. Pavlo handed them bowls, passing them over the heads of the prisoners sitting at the second table. In summer, 5 could have sat on a bench, but now, as everyone was wearing thick clothes, 4 could barely fit in. And even they found it awkward to move their spoons. Figuring that of the 2 bowls of oatmeal that had been swiped, at least one would be his, Shukov lost no time in applying himself to the first bowl. He drew up his right knee to his stomach, pulled a spoon, Utst Ishma, 1944, from under his boot top, removed his hat and put it in his left armpit, and ran his spoon under the edge of the kasha. This is a moment that demands complete concentration. As you remove some of the scanty kasha from the bottom of the bowl, put it carefully into your mouth, and swirl it around there with your tongue. But Shukov had to hurry, to show Pavlo he'd already finished, and was waiting to be offered a second bowl. And there was Fedyukov to be dealt with. He had come into the canteen with the 2 Estonians, and had witnessed the whole affair of the 2 extra bowls. Now he stood there straight in front of Pavlo, eyeing the 4 undistributed helpings, as if to say that he ought to be given at least a half a helping too. Young, swarthy Pavlo, however, went calmly on with his double portion, and there was no way of telling whether he noticed anyone standing there, or even remembered those extra bowls at all. Shukov finished his kasha. He had promised his belly 2 helpings, so one wasn't enough now to give him the full feeling he normally got from his real oatmeal kasha. He groped his hands inside his pocket for the scrap of clean rag, found the unfrozen crescent of crust, and meticulously used it to wipe off the last remnant of mush from the bottom of the bowl, and any that still clung to the brim. Then he licked the crust clean, then repeated the whole process. The bowl now looked as if it had been washed with a dull film, nothing more, on the inside surface. He handed it over his shoulder to one of the dish collectors and sat on, without replacing his hat. Though it was Shukov who had swindled the extra bowls, it was for Pavlo to distribute them. Pavlo prolonged the agony a little longer, while emptying his own bowl. He didn't lick it clean. He merely gave a lick to his spoon, tucked it away, and crossed himself. And then very lightly he touched. There wasn't room to move. 2 of the remaining 4 bowls. It meant that he was giving them to Shukov. "Ivan Denisovich, take one for yourself and give the other to Caesar." Shukov knew that one of the bowls had to be taken to the office of Caesar, who would never lower himself by going to the canteen, or, for that matter, to the mess hall in the camp. He knew it, but all the same, when Pavlo touched the bowls, his heart contracted. Could Pavlo be giving him both? And now, as Pavlo spoke, his heart went back to normal. Without losing any time, he leaned over his lawful spoil and began to eat with deliberation, insensitive to the thumps on his back that the Zeks in the next squad were dealing him. The only thing that vexed him was that the second bowl might still go to Fedyukov. Fedyukov was a past master at cadging, but he lacked the courage to swipe anything. Nearby sat Captain Brunovsky. He had long finished his kasha. He didn't know the squad had taken 2 extra portions to dispose of. He didn't look around to see how much Pavlo still had left to hand out. He was simply relaxing, warming up. He was not strong enough to rise to his feet and go out into the cold or into the icy warming spot. He, like the very people he had just hounded out of the canteen with his raspy voice, was occupying a place that he had no right to, and getting in the way of the next squad. He was a newcomer. He was unused to the hard life of the Zeks. Though, he didn't know it. Moments like this were particularly important to him, for they were transforming him from an eager, confident naval officer with a ringing voice into an inert, wary Zek, and only in that inertness lay the chance of surviving the 25 years of imprisonment he'd been sentenced to. People were already shouting at him and nudging him in the back to make him give up his place. "Captain," said Pavlo. "Hey, Captain!" Benovsky shuddered, as though he were being jerked out of a dream. He looked around. Pavlo handed him a bowl of kasha. He didn't ask him whether he wanted it. The captain's eyebrows shut up. He looked at the bowl as something miraculous. Take it," said Pavlo reassuredly, and, picking up the last bowl for the squad leader, went out. An apologetic smile flitted over the captain's chapped lips, and this man who had sailed around Europe and navigated the Great Northern Route leaned happily over a half-ladle full of thin oatmeal kasha, cooked entirely without fat, just oats and water. Fedyukov cast angry looks at Shukov and the captain, and left the canteen. But Shukov thought Pavlo had been right. In the meantime, the captain would learn the ropes. Meanwhile, he didn't know how to live. Shukov still nursed a faint hope that Caesar would give him his bowl of kasha, but it seemed unlikely, for more than 2 weeks had passed since Caesar had received his last package. After scraping the bottom of the rim and the second bowl in the same way as the first, then licking his crust, Shukov finally ate the crust itself. Then he picked up Caesar's bowl of cold kasha and went out. "It's for the office," he said, as he pushed past the man at the door who tried to stop him taking the bowl out. The man was in a log cabin near the Century House. As in the morning, smoke was curling out of the thin chimney. The stove was kept going by an orderly who worked as an errand boy too, picking up a few kopecks here and there. They didn't begrudge him shavings or even logs for the office stove. The outer door creaked as Shukov opened it. Then came another door, called an okum. Bringing with him a cloud of frosty vapor, he went in and quickly pulled the door shut, so they wouldn't yell at him. "Hey, you bastard, shut the door!" The office was as hot as a Turkish bath, it seemed to Shukov. The sun, coming in through the icy window panes, played gaily in the room, not angrily as it did at the power station, and, spreading across the broad sunbeam, the smoke of Caesar's pipe looked like incense in church. The stove glowed red right through. How they piled it on, the devils. Even the stovepipe was red hot. In an oven like that, you only have to sit down a minute, and you're fast asleep. The office had 2 rooms. The door into the second one, occupied by the superintendent, was not quite closed, and through it the superintendent's voice was thundering. "There's an overdraft on the expenses for labor and building materials. Right under your noses, prisoners are chopping up valuable lumber, not to mention prefabricated panels, and using them as for firewood at their warming up spots. The other day, prisoners unloaded cement near the warehouse in a high wind. What's more, they carried it up 10 yards on barrows. As a result, the whole area around the warehouse is ankle deep in cement, and the men are smothered in it. Just figure the waste." Obviously, a conference was going on in there, with the 4 men. In a corner near the door, an orderly sat lazing on a stool. Beyond him, like a bent pole, stooped Korpotenko, B219, that fat head staring out at the window, trying to see even now whether anyone was pinching some of the precious prefabs. "You didn't spot us at that time, you snoop." The bookkeepers, also Zeks, were toasting bread at the stove. To prevent it from burning, they'd fixed up a grill out of wire. Caesar was sprawling over his desk, smoking a pipe. His back was to Shukov, and he didn't notice him come in. Opposite him sat X123, a stringy, old man who was serving a 20-year sentence. He was eating kasha. "No, my friend," Caesar was saying in a gentle, casual way. "If one is to be objective, one must acknowledge that Einstein is a genius. Ivan the Terrible is not the work of a genius. The dance of Ivan's guards, the masked Oprakinsky. The scene is in a cathedral." "Ham," said X123 angrily, stopping his spoon in the front of his lips. "It's all so artsy. There's no art left in it. Spice and poppy seed instead of everyday bread and butter. And then the vicious political idea. The justification of personal tyranny. A mockery of the memory of 3 generations of Russian intelligentsia." He ate as if his lips were made of wood. The kasha would do him no good. "But what about the other interpretation? Could he have gotten away with?" "Gotten away with? Ugh! Then don't call him a genius. Call him an ass-kisser. Obeying a vicious dog's orders. Geniuses don't adjust their interpretations to suit the taste of tyrants." Zhukov cleared his throat. He hadn't the nerve to interrupt the learned conversation, but there wasn't any sense in standing there either. Caesar swung around and held out his hand for the bowl, not even looking at Zhukov, as though the kasha had materialized out of thin air. "But listen," he resumed, "art isn't a matter of what, but how." X123 struck the table angrily with the edge of his hand. "To hell with your how, if it doesn't arouse any worthwhile feeling in me." Zhukov stood there just as long as was decent for a man who had brought a bowl of kasha. After all, Caesar might offer him a smoke. But Caesar had quite forgotten his presence, so Zhukov turned on his heel and went out quietly. The cold was bearable, he decided. The block laying wouldn't go too badly. As he walked along the path, he caught sight in the snow of a short length of steel, a bit of a hacksaw blade. He could conceive no immediate use for it, but then you can never tell what you might need in the future, so he picked it up and slipped it into his pants pocket. He hid it at the power station. Waste not, want not. The first thing he did on reaching the power station was to take his trowel out of its hiding place and slip it under the length of rope he wore around his waist. Then he took off for the machine shop. After the sunlight, the shop seemed quite dark, and no warmer than outside. Sort of clammy. All the men had crowded near the round iron stove that Zhukov had fixed, or near the one where there was sand steaming as it dried. Those who could find no room around the stoves sat on the edge of the mortar trowel. Turian was seated against the stove, finishing the kasha that Pablo had warmed up for him. On it, the men were whispering to one another. They were in high spirits. One of them passed the news on to Zhukov. The squad leader had been successful in fixing the work report. He'd come back in a good mood. What sort of work he found, and how it had been rated, was Turian's own business. What in fact had the squad done that first half of the day? Not a thing. They weren't paid for fixing stoves. They weren't paid for arranging a place to warm up in. They had done that for themselves, not for the building site. But something had to be written in the report. Perhaps Caesar was helping the squad leader to fix it up properly. It wasn't for nothing that Turian looked up to him. A cleverly fixed work report meant good rations for 5 days. Well, say 4. Out of the 5, the authorities would wrangle one of them for themselves by putting the whole camp into guaranteed minimum. The same for all. The best and the worst. Seems to be fair enough. Equal rations for all. But that's an economy at the expense of our bellies. Well, a Zek's belly can stand anything. Scrape through today somehow and hope for tomorrow. This was the hope they all wanted to sleep with on the days they got only the guaranteed minimum. But when you thought about it, it was 5 days of work for 4 days' food. The shop was quiet. Zeks who had tobacco were smoking. The light was dim, and the men sat gazing into the fire. Like a big family. It was a family, the squad. They were listening to Turian as he talked to 2 or 3 men by the stove. Turian never wasted his words, and if he permitted himself to talk, then he was in good humor. He too hadn't learned to eat with his hat on, and when his head was bared, he looked old. He was close-cropped like all of them, but in the light of the flames you could see how many white hairs he had. I'd be shaking in my boots before a battalion commander, and here was the regimental commander himself. Red Arinan Turian at your service, I reported. The commander looked at me, hard from under his beetle brows, as he asked me my full name. I told him, year of birth, I told him. It was in the 30s, and I was, let's see, just 22 then. Just a child. Well, Turian, who were you serving? I serve working people, I replied, with a salute. He blew up and banged both his fists on his desk. Bang! You serving the working people, you bastard, but what are you yourself? I froze inside, but I kept a grip on myself. Machine gunner, first class, excellent marks in military training and politic. First class? What are you talking about, you shit? Your father's a Kulak. Look, this document has come from Kerman. Your father is a Kulak, And you've been hiding. They've been looking for you for 2 years. I turned pale and kept my mouth shut. I hadn't written a line home for a year to keep them from tracing me. I had no idea how they were living at home. And they knew nothing about me. Where's your conscience? He shouted at me, all 4 bars on his collar shaking. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for receiving the Soviet power? I thought he was going to hit me, but he didn't. He wrote out an order to have me thrown out of the army at 6 o'clock the very day. It was November. They stripped me of my winter uniform and issued me a summer one. A third-hand one, it must have been. And a short, tight jacket. I didn't know at the time that I didn't have to give up my winter uniform. Just sent it to them. So they packed me off with a slip of paper, discharged from the ranks as a kulak's son. A fine reference for a job. I had a 4-day train journey ahead of me to get home. They didn't give me a free pass. They didn't provide me with even 1 day's rations. Just gave me dinner for the last time and threw me off the post. Incidentally, in 38 at the Kotlaz deportation point, I met my former squadron commander. He'd been given 10 years too. I learned from him that the regimental commander and the commissar were both shot in 37, no matter whether they were of proletarian or kulak stock, whether they had a conscience or not. So I crossed myself and said, "So after all, Creator, you do exist up there in heaven. Your patience is long-suffering, but you strike hard." After 2 bowls of kasha, Shukov so longed to smoke, he felt he'd die if he didn't, and reckoning he could buy the 2 glassfuls of homegrown tobacco from the Let in Barrack 7, said in a low voice to the Estonian fisherman, "Listen, Enyo, lend me some for a cigarette till tomorrow. You know I won't let you down." Enyo gave him a hard look, and then slowly turned his eyes to his brother. They shared everything. One of them wouldn't spend even a pinch of tobacco without consulting the other. They muttered something together, and Enyo reached for his pink embroidered pouch. Out of it he extracted a pinch of tobacco, factory cut, placed it in Shukov's palm, measured it with his eye, and added a few more strands. Just enough for 1 cigarette, no more. Shukov had a piece of newspaper ready. He tore off a scrap, rolled a cigarette, picked up a glowing coal from where it lay at Turian's feet, and drew and drew. A sweet dizziness went all through his body, to his head, to his feet, as if he had downed a glass of vodka. The moment he began to smoke, he felt, blazing at him from across the length of a shop, a pair of green eyes, Fedyukov's. He might have relented and given him a drag, the jackal, but he'd seen him pulling one of his fast ones already that day. No. Better leave something for Senka instead. Senka hadn't heard the squad leader's tale, and sat in front of the fire. Poor guy, his head on one side. Turian's pockmarked face was lit up by the flames. He spoke calmly, as if he were telling someone else's story. "What rags I had! I sold for 1/4 of their value. I brought a couple of loaves from under the counter. They'd already started bread rationing. I thought of hopping onto a freight train, but they just introduced some stiff penalties for that. And if you remember, you couldn't even buy tickets. Even if you had the money, you had to produce special little books or show your travel documents. There was no getting onto the platform either. Militiamen at the barrier, and guards wandering up and down the lines at both ends of the station. It was a cold sunset, and the puddles were freezing over. Where was I going to spend the night? I straddled the brick wall, jumped over with my 2 loaves, and slipped into the public toilet. I waited there for a while. No one was after me. I came out as though I were a soldier passenger. The Vladivostok Matsko was standing in the station. There was a crowd around the hot water faucet, people banging each other's heads with the tea kettles. On the edge of the crowd, I noticed a girl in a blue jersey. Her kettle was a big one. She was scared of pushing through to the faucet. Didn't want her little feet stepped on or scalded. "Look," I said to her, "hand out these loaves and I'll get your kettle filled fast." While I was doing so, off went the train. She was holding her loaves. She burst into tears. What was she going to do with them? She didn't mind losing the kettle. "Run," I called to her. "I'll follow you." Off she went with me at her heels. I caught up with her and hoisted her onto the train with one arm. The train was going by fast. I had the foot on it too. The conductor didn't slash at my fingers or shove me in the chest. There were other soldiers in the carriage, and he took me for one of them. Shukov nudged Senka in the ribs. "Come on, finish this, you poor slob." He handed him the cigarette in the wooden holder. Let him take a drag. He's all right, Senka, the chump. He accepted it like an actor, pressed one hand to his heart, and bowed his head. But after all, he was deaf. Turian went on. There were 6, all girls in the compartment to themselves, Leningrad students traveling back from technical courses. A lovely spread on their little table. Raincoats swinging from the coat hangers, expensive suitcases. They were all going through life happily, all clear ahead of them. We talked and joked and drank tea together. They asked me what coach was I in. I sighed and told them the truth. I'm in a special coach, girls, heading straight for death. There was a silence in the shop. All you could hear was the stove roaring. Well, they gasped and moaned and put their heads together. And the result was they covered me with their raincoats on the top berth. They hid me all the way to Novosibirsk. By the way, I was able to show my gratitude to one of them later. She was swept up by Kirov, way in 35. She had just about had it, working in a hard labor team, and I got for her fixed up in the tailoring shop. Shall we mix the mortar? Pablo asked Turian in a whisper. Turian didn't hear him. I came out of our house at night, through the back garden. I left the same night. I took my little brother with me. Took him to a warmer parts, to Frunz. I had nothing to give him to eat, and nothing for myself either. In Frunz, some road workers were boiling asphalt in a pot, with all kinds of bums and stray kids around. I sat among them, and said, Hey, you guys, take along my little brother as a learner. Teach him how to live. They took him. I'm only sorry I didn't join the crooks myself. And you never saw your brother again? Asked the captain. Turian yawned. Never again. He yawned once more. Well, don't let it get to you down, men, he said. We'll live through it, even in this power station. Get going, mortar mixers. Don't wait for the whistle. That is what a squad is. A guard can't get people to budge, even in working hours. But a squad leader can tell his men to get on with the job, even during the break, and they'll do it, because he's the one who feeds them, and he'd never make them work for nothing. If they were going to start mixing the mortar only when the whistle blew, then the masons would have to hang around waiting for it. Shukov drew a deep breath and got to his feet. I'll go up and chip off ice. He took with him a small hatchet and a brush, and, for the laying, a mason's hammer, a leveling rod, a plumb, and a length of string. Kilgus looked at him, a wry expression on his ruddy-cheeked face. Why should he jump up before his squad leader told him to? But after all, thought Shukov, Kilgus didn't have to worry about feeding the squad. It was all the same to him if he got a couple of ounces less. He'd manage on his parcels. Even so, Kilgus stirred himself. You can't keep the squad waiting, he understood, just because of you. Wait a minute, Vanya, I'm coming too, he said. There you go, fathead. If you'd been working for yourself, you'd have been on your feet in a hurry. There was another reason why Shukov hurried. He wanted to lay his hands on that plum before Kilgus. They'd drawn only one from the old tool store. Sure, 3 are enough for the block laying, Pavel asked Turian. Shouldn't we send another man up? Or won't there be enough mortar? Turian knitted his brow in thought. I'll be the 4th man myself, Pablo. You work here on the mortar. It's a big box. We'll put 6 on the job. Work like this. Take the mortar out from one end when it's ready, and use the other for mixing. Some more. And see there's a steady supply. Not a moment's break. Ugh. Pablo sprang to his feet. He was young. His blood was fresh. The camp hadn't, as yet, worn him out. His face had been fattened on Ukrainian dumplings. If you're going to lay blocks, I'll make a mortar for you myself. We'll see who's working hardest. Hey, where's the longest spade? That's what a forest squad leader is, too. Pablo had been a forest sniper. He'd even been on night raids. Try and make him break his back in camp. But to work for the squad leader, that was different. Shukov and Kilgus came out onto the 2nd story. They heard Senka creaking up the ramp behind them. So poor dear Senka had guessed where they would be. Only a start had been made with the laying of the blocks. On the 2nd story walls, 3 rows all around, a bit higher here and there. That was when the laying went fastest, from the knee to the chest, without the help of a scaffold. All the platforms and trestles that had been there had been swiped by the Zeks. Some had been carried off to other buildings, some had been burned, anything to prevent another squad from getting them. But now, everything had to be done right. Tomorrow, they'd have to nail some trestles together, otherwise the work would be held up. You could see a long way from up there. The whole snow-clad, deserted expanse of the site. The Zeks were hidden away, warming up before the dinner break ended. The dark watchtowers, the sharp, tipped pole from the barbed wire. You couldn't see the barbed wire itself, except when you looked into the sun. The sun was very bright. It made you blink. And also not far away. You could see the portable generator smoking away, blackening the sky, and wheezing too. It always made that hoarse, sickly noise before it whistled. There it went. So they hadn't, after all, cut too much off the dinner break. "Hey, Stankonovite, hurry up with that plum," Kilgus shouted. "Look how much ice you've got left up on your wall. See if you can chip it off before evening," Shukov said derisively. "You didn't have to bring your trowel up with you." They'd intended to start with the walls. They'd been allocated before dinner. But Turian called from below. "Hey, men, we'll work in pairs so that the mortar doesn't freeze in the hods. You take Senka with you on your wall. I'll work with Kilgus. But, to start with, you stand in for me, Gopchik, and clean up Kilgus's wall." Shukov and Kilgus looked at one another. Correct. Quicker that way. They grabbed their axes, and now Shukov was no longer seeing that distant view where the sun gleamed on snow. He was no longer seeing the prisoners as they wandered from the warming-up places all over the site, some to hack away at holes they hadn't finished that morning, some to fix the mesh reinforcement, some to put up beams in the workshops. Shukov was seeing only his wall, from that junction at the left where the blocks rose in steps, higher than his waist. To the right, to the corner, where he met Kilgus's. He showed Senka where to remove the ice and chopped at it energetically himself with the back and blade of his axe, so that splinters of ice flew all about and into his face. He worked with drive, but his thoughts were elsewhere. His thoughts and his eyes were feeling their way under the ice to the wall itself. The outer facade of the power station, 2 blocks thick. At the spot where he was working on, the wall had previously been laid by some mason who was either incompetent or had stunk up the job, but now Shukov tackled the wall as if it was his own handiwork. There he saw was a cavity that couldn't be leveled up in 1 row. He'd have to do it in 3, adding a little more mortar each time, and here the outer wall bellied a bit. It would take 2 rows to straighten that. He divided the wall mentally into the place where he would lay blocks, starting at the point where they rose in steps, and the place where Senka was working, on the right, up to Kilgus's section. There in the corner, he figured Kilgus wouldn't hold back. He would lay a few blocks for Senka, to make things easier for him, and, while they were putting up around in the corner, Shukov would forge ahead and have half the wall built, so that his pair would not be behindhand. He noted how many blocks he'd require for each of the places, and the moment the carriers brought up the blocks, he shouted at Alyosha, "Bring them to me, put them here and here." Senka had finished chipping off the ice, and Shukov picked up the wire brush, gripped it in both his hands, and went along the wall, swishing it to and fro, cleaning up the top row, especially the joints, till only a snowy film was left on it. Turian climbed up, and, while Shukov was still busy with his brush, fixed up a leveling rod in the corner. Shukov and Kilgus had already placed theirs on the edges of the walls. "Hey!" called Pavla from below. "Anyone alive up there? Take the mortar!" Shukov broke into a sweat. He hadn't stretched his string over the blocks yet. He was rushing. He decided to stretch it for 3 rows at once, and make the necessary allowance. He decided also to take over a little of the outer wall from Senka, and give him something of the inside instead. Things would be easier for him that way. Stretching his string along the top edge, he explained to Senka, with mouthings and gestures, where he was to work. Senka understood, for all his deafness. He bit his lip and glanced aside, with a nod at Turian's wall. "Shall we make it hot for him?" his looks said. "We won't fall behind," he laughed. Now the mortar was being brought up the ramp. Turian decided not to have any of it dumped beside the masons. It would only freeze while being shifted into the hods. The men were to put down their barrows. The masons would take the mortar straight from them and get on with the laying. Meanwhile, the carriers were not to waste time. They would bring up the blocks that other prisoners were heaving from below. As soon as the mortar had been scooped up from 1 pair of barrows, another pair would be coming, and the first would go down. As the stove in the machine room, the carriers would thaw out any mortar that had frozen to their barrows, and themselves too, while they were at it. The barrows came up 2 at a time, one for Kilgus's wall, one for Shukov's. The mortar steamed in the frost, but held no real warmth in it. You slapped it onto the wall with your trowel, and if you slowed down, it would freeze. Then you would have to hit it with the side of a hammer. You couldn't scrape it off with a trowel. And if you laid a block a bit out of true, it would immediately freeze too and set crooked. Then you need the back of your axe to knock it off and chip it away, the mortar. But Shukov made no mistakes. The blocks varied. If any had chipped corners or broken edges or lumps in their sides, he noticed it at once and saw which way to lay them, where they would best fit on the wall. Here was one. Shukov took up some of the steaming mortar on his trowel and slapped it onto an appropriate place, with his mind on the joint below. This would have come right in the middle of the block he was going to lay. He slapped on just enough mortar to go under the one block. He snatched it from the pile carefully, though, so as not to tear his mittens, for with cement blocks, you can do that in no time. He smoothed the mortar with his trowel and then down with the block, and without losing a moment he leveled it, patting it with the side of the trowel. It wasn't lying exactly right, so that the wall would be truly in line and the block lie level both lengthwise and across. The mortar was already freezing. Now, if some mortar had oozed out to the side, you had to chop it off as quickly as possible with the edge of your trowel and fling it over the wall. In summer it would go under the next brick, but now it was impossible. Next you took another look at the joint below, for there were times when the block was not completely intact, but had partially crumbled. In that event you slapped in some extra mortar where the defect was, and you didn't lay the block flat. You slid it from side to side, squeezing out the extra mortar between its neighbors. An eye on the plumb, an eye on the surface. Set. Next. The work went with the rhythm. Once 2 rows were laid, and the old faults leveled up, it would go quite smoothly. But now was the time to keep your eyes peeled. Shukov forged ahead. He pressed along the outside wall to meet Senka. Senka had parted with Turian in the corner and was now working along the wall to meet him. Shukov winked at the mortar carriers. Bring it up, steady, that's the ticket. He was working so fast he had no time to wipe his nose. He and Senka met and began to scoop out of the same mortar hod. It didn't take them long to scrape it to the bottom. Mortar! Shukov shouted from over the wall. Coming up, shouted Pablo. Another load arrived. They emptied that one too, all the liquid mortar in it, anyhow. The rest had already frozen to the sides. Scrape it off yourself if you don't. You're the ones who will be taking it up and down again. Get going. Next. And now Shukov and the other masons felt the cold no longer. Thanks to the urgent work, the first wave of heat had come over them. When you feel wet under your coat, under your jacket, under your shirt, and on your vest. But they didn't stop for a moment. They hurried on with the laying, and after about an hour, they had their second flush of heat, the one that dries up the sweat. Their feet didn't feel cold. That was the main thing. Nothing else mattered. Even the breeze, light but piercing, couldn't distract them from their work. Only Senka stamped his feet. He had enormous ones, poor slob, and they'd given him a pair of Valenki, too tight for him. From time to time, Turian would shout, Mu'urtar! And Zhukov would shout, Mu'urtar! He was shouting to his own men. When you're working all out, you're a sort of squad leader to your neighbors yourself. It was up to Shukov to keep up with the other pair. Now he'd have made his own brother sweat to hurry up with the mortar. At first, after dinner, Bunovsky had carried mortar with Fedyukov, but the ramp was steep and dangerous, and the captain dragged his feet to begin with. Shukov urged him on gently. Quicker, Captain! Blocks, Captain! Every time Bunovsky came up, he worked faster. Fedyukov, on the other hand, grew lazier and lazier. He'd tilt the barrow as he came up. The lousy bastard, so that the mortar would slop out of it, and then it'd be lighter to carry. Shukov poked him in the back. Hey, you damn bastard! When you are an overseer, I'll bet you made your men sweat. Bunovsky appealed to the squad leader. Give me a man to work with. I won't go on working with this shit. Turian agreed. He sent Fedyukov to heap up blocks from below, and made him work. On top of that, where the number of blocks he handled was counted separately. He told Alyosha to work with the captain. Alyosha was a quiet man. Anyone could order him about. It's all hands on deck, sailor, the captain urged. See how fast they're laying blocks. Alyosha smiled meekly. If we have to work faster, then let's work faster. Anything you say. And tramped down for the next load. Thank God for the man who does his job and keeps his mouth shut. Turian shouted to someone down below. Another truckload of bricks had apparently arrived. Not one had been brought here for 6 months. Now they were pouring in. You could work really fast, as long as the trucks brought blocks. But this wouldn't go on. Later there'd be a holdup in the delivery, and then you'd stand idle yourself. Turian was bawling out someone else down below. Something about the lift. Shukov would have liked to have known what was up, but he had no time to find out. He was leveling his wall. The carriers came up and told him a mechanic had come to repair the motor of the lift, and the superintendent of electrical repairs, a civilian, was with him. The mechanic was tinkering with the motor. The superintendent watched. That was according to the rules. One man works, one man watches. Good, if they fix the lift now. It could be used for both blocks and mortar. Shukov was laying his third row. Kilgus, too, was on his third. When up the ramp came yet another snoop. Another chief. Building foreman. A Muscovite. Used to work in some ministries, they said. Shukov was standing close to Kilgus, and drew his attention to Puh, said Kilgus contemptuously. I don't usually have anything to do with this big shots, but you call me if he falls off the ramp. And now took up his post behind the masons and watched them work. Shukov hated these snoops like poison, trying to make himself into an engineer, the fathead. Once he'd shown Shukov how to lay bricks, and given him a belly laugh. A man should build a house with his own hands before he calls himself an engineer. At Shukov's village of Tenjinomo, there were no brick houses. All the cottages were built of wood. The school, too, was a wooden building, made from 6-foot logs. But the camp needed masons, and Shukov, glad to oblige, became a mason. A man with 2 trades, to his credit, can easily learn another 10. No. Didn't fall off the ramp, though once he stumbled. He came almost on the double. Turian! He shouted, his eyes popping out of his head. Turian! At his heels came Pavlo. He was carrying the spade he'd been working with. Was wearing a regulation camp coat, but it was new and clean. His hat was stylish, made of leather, though, like everyone else's, it bore a number. B731. Well, Turian went up to him with his trowel in hand, his hat tilted over one eye. Something out of the ordinary was brewing. Something not to be missed. Yet the mortar was growing cold in the barrows. Shukov went on working and listening. What do you think you're doing? spluttered. This isn't a matter for the guardhouse. This is a criminal offense, Turian. You'll get 3rd term for this. Only then did Shukov catch on to what was up. He glanced at Kilgus. He understood, too. The roofing felt. had spotted it on the windows. Shukov feared nothing for himself. His squad leader would never give him away. He was afraid for Turian. To the squad, Turian was a father. For them, he was a pawn. In the north, they readily gave squad leaders a 2nd term for a thing like this. Ugh. What a face Turian made. He threw down his trowel and took a step toward Dur. Dur looked around. Pavlo lifted his spade. He hadn't grabbed it for nothing, and Senka, for all his deafness, had understood. He came up, hands on hips, and Senka was built solid. Dur blinked, and gave a sort of twitch, and looked around for a way of escape. Turian leaned up against him, and said quite softly, though distinctly enough for everyone to hear, "Your time for giving terms is past, you bastard. If you say one word, you bloodsucker, it'll be your last day on Earth. Remember that." Turian shook uncontrollably. Hatchet-faced Pavlo looked Dur straight in his eyes, a look as sharp as a razor. Now, man, take it easy." Dur turned pale and edged away from the ramp. Without another word, Turian straightened his hat, picked up his trowel, and walked back to his wall. Pavlo very slowly went down the ramp with his spade. Slowly. Dur was as scared to stay as to leave. He took shelter behind Kilgus and stood there. Kilgus went on laying bricks, the way they count out pills at a drugstore, like a doctor measuring everything so carefully, his back to Dur, as if he didn't even know he was there. Dur stole up to Turian. Where was all his arrogance? "But what shall I tell the superintendent, Turian?" Turian went on working. He said without turning his head, "You will tell him that it was like that when we arrived. We came, and that is how it was." Dur waited a little longer. They weren't going to bump him off now. He saw. He took a few steps, and put his hands in his pockets. "Hey, S854, he muttered. "Why are you using such a thin layer of mortar?" He had to get back at someone. He couldn't find fault with Shukov for his joints or for his straightness of the line, so he decided he was laying the mortar too thin. "Permit me to point out," Zhukov lisped derisively, "that if the mortar is laid on thick in this weather like this place will be like a sieve in the spring." You're a mason. Listen to what the foreman has to tell you, Durr said with a frown, puffing on his cheeks. Well, here and there it might be a bit on the thin side. He could have used a little more, but only, after all, if he'd been laying on the blocks in decent conditions, not in winter. The man ought to have a heart. You've got to show some results. But what was the good of trying to explain? He didn't want to understand. Durr went quietly down the ramp. You give me that lift repaired, Turian sang out after him. What do you think we are, pack horses, carrying blocks up to the second story by hand? They'll pay you for taking them up, Durr called back from the ramp quite humbly. At the wheelbarrow rate, child's play, pushing up a wheelbarrow. We have to be paid for carrying them up by hand. Don't think I'm against it, but the bookkeepers won't agree to the higher rate. The bookkeepers. I've got a whole squad sweating to keep those 4 masons at work. How much do you think they'll earn? Turian shouted, pressing on without a break. Mortar! He called down. Mortar! Echoed Shukov. They'd leveled off the whole of the 3rd row. On the 4th, they'd really get going. Time to stretch the string for the next row. But he could manage this way, too. Durr went off across the open ground, looking haggard, to warm up in the office. Something must have been eating him. But he should have thought a bit before taking on a wolf like Turian. He should keep pleasant with the squad leaders like that. Then he'd have nothing to worry about. The camp authorities didn't insist on his doing any real hard work. He received top-level rations. He lived in a separate cabin. What else did he want? Giving himself airs. Trying to be smart. The men coming up with the mortar said the mechanic and the superintendent had left. The motor was past repair. Very well, haul them up by hand. For as long as Shukov had worked with machinery, the machines hadn't either broken down or been smashed by the Zeks. He'd seen them wreck a log conveyor by shoving a beam under the chain and leaning hard on it to give themselves a breather. They were stacking log by log with never a moment to stretch their backs. Down the whole fucking lot of you, shouted Turian, warming up. Pavlo's asking how you're fixed for mortar, someone called from below. Mix some more. We've got half a box mixed. Mix another. What a pace they set. They were driving along the 5th row now. They'd had to bend over, double, when they were working on the 1st row. But now the wall had risen shoulder high. And why shouldn't they race on? There were no windows or doors to allow for, just a couple of adjoining blank walls, and plenty of blocks. Shukov should have stretched the string higher, but there was no time for it. The 82nd have gone off to hand in their tools, Gopchik reported. Turian looked at him witheringly. Mind your own business, Squirt. Bring some blocks. Shukov looked about. Yes, the sun was beginning to set. It had the grayish appearance as it sank in a red haze, and they'd got into the swing. Couldn't be better. They'd started on the 5th row now. Ought to finish it today. Level it off. The mortar carriers were snorting like winded horses. Bunovsky was quite gray in the face. He might not be 40, but it wasn't far off. The cold was growing keener, busy as were Shukov's hands. The frost nipped his fingers through the shabby mittens, and it was piercing his left boot too. He stamped his foot. Thud, thud. By now he needn't stoop to the wall, but he had still to bend his aching back for each block and each scoop of mortar. Hey, boys, he pestered the men handling the blocks. You better put them on the wall for me. Heave them up. Here. The captain would gladly have obliged, but lacked the strength. He wasn't used to the work. But Alyosha said, All right, Ivan Denisovich, show me where to put them. You could count on Alyosha. Did whatever was asked of him. If everybody in the world was like that, Shukov would have done likewise. If a man asks for help, why not help him? Those Baptists had something there. The rail changed. The signal went dimming all over the site and reached the power station. They'd been caught with some unused mortar. Ugh. Just when they'd got more in the swing of it. Mortar! Mortar! Turian shouted. A new boxful had only just been mixed. They had to go on laying. There was no other way. If they left anything in the box, next morning they could throw the whole lot of it to hell. The mortar would have petrified. It wouldn't yield to the pickaxe. Don't let me down, brothers, Shukov shouted. Kilgos was fuming. He didn't like speed-ups, but he pressed on all the same. What else could he do? Pavlo ran up with a barrow and a trowel at his belt, and began laying himself. 5 trowels in the job now. Now look out where the rows meet. Shukov visualized what shape the blocks were needed there, and, shoving a hammer into Alyosha's hand, egged him on. Knock a bit off this one. Haste makes waste. Now that all of them were racing, one another. Shukov bided his time, keeping an eye on the wall. He pushed Senka to the left and took over, laying himself toward the main corner on the right. It would be a disaster if the walls overlapped or if the corner wasn't level. Cost him half a day's work tomorrow. Stop! He shoved Pavlo away from the block and leveled it himself. And from his place in the corner, he noticed that Senka's section was sagging. He hurried over to Senka and leveled it out with 2 blocks. The captain brought up a load of mortar, enough for a good horse. Another 2 betterful, he said. The captain was tottering, but he went on sweating away. Shukov had a horse like this once. He thought a lot of that horse, but then they'd driven it to death. They worked the hide off of it. The top rim of the sun dipped below the horizon. Now without Gopchik having to tell them, they saw that the squads had not only turned in their tools, but were pouring up to the gates. No one came into the open immediately after the signal. Only a fool would go and freeze out there. They sat in the warmth, but the moment came by agreement between the squad leaders, when all the squads poured out together. Without this agreement, the Zeks, a stubborn lot, would have sat each other out in the warmth till midnight. Turian himself realized that he'd cut things too fine. The man in charge of the tool store must be cursing him out. "Hey," he shouted. "Use enough of that shit. Carriers, go and scrape the big box. Throw what's left into that hole there, and scatter some snow on top of it to keep it hidden. You, Pavlo, take a couple of men, collect the tools, and hand them in. I'll send Gopchak after you with the 3 trowels. We'll use the last 2 loads of mortar before we knock off." Everyone dashed to his job. They took Shukov's hammer from him and wound up the string. The mortar carriers and the block lifters hurried down into the machine room. They'd nothing more to do up there. 3 masons remained on top: Kilgas, Senka, and Shukov. Turian walked around to see how much wall they built. He was pleased. "Not bad, eh? In half a day, without any fucking lift." Shukov noticed there was a little mortar left in Kilgas's hod. He didn't want it to waste, but it was worried that the squad leader might reprimand if the trowels were handed in late. "Listen, man," he said. "Give me your trowels to Gopchik. Mine's not on the list, so I won't have to hand it in. I'll keep going." Turian said with a laugh, "How can we ever let you out? We can't do without you." Shukov laughed too, and went on working. Kilgas took the trowels. Senko went on handing blocks to Shukov. They poured Kilgas's mortar into Shukov's hood. Gopchak ran across the tool store to overtake Pavlo. The rest, just as anxious to be in time, and hurried over to the gates without Turian. A squad leader is a power, but the escort is a greater power still. They list latecomers, and that means the guardhouse for you. There was a terrible crowd near the gates now. Everyone had collected there. It looked as if the escort had come out and started counting. They counted the prisoners twice on the way out, once before they unbolted the gates, to make sure they were safe in opening them, and again when the gates had been opened and the prisoners were passing through. And if they thought they'd miscounted, they recounted outside the gates. "To hell with the mortar," said Turian with a gesture of impatience. "Sling it over the wall." "Don't wait, leader. Go on. You're needed there." Shukov usually addressed Turian more respectfully, as Andrei Prokofievskich. But now, after working like that, he felt equal to the squad leader. He didn't put it to himself. "Look, I'm your equal." He just knew it. As Turian strode down the ramp, he called after him jokingly, "Why do these bastards make the workday so short? We were just getting into our stride when they call off." Shukov was left alone now with Senka. You couldn't say much to him. Besides, you didn't have to tell him things. He was the wisest of them all. He understood without need of words. Slap on the mortar, down with the block, pass it home, see it straight, mortar, block, block. Wasn't it enough that Turian had told them himself not to bother about the mortar? Just throw it over the wall and fuck off. Shukov wasn't made that way. 8 years in the camp couldn't change his nature. He was worried about anything he could make use of, about every scrap of work he could do. Nothing must be wasted without good reasons. Mortar, block, "Finish, fuck you!" shouted Senka. "Let's get out of here." He picked up a barrow and ran down the ramp. But Shukov, and if the guards had put dogs on him, it would have made no difference, ran to the back and looked about. Not bad. Then he ran and gave the wall a good look over, to the left, to the right. His eye was as accurate as the carpenter's level, straight and even. His hands were as young as ever. He dashed down the ramp. Senka was already out of the machine shop and running down the slope. Come on, he shouted over his shoulder. I'll run ahead and catch up, Shukov gestured. But he went into the machine shop. He couldn't simply throw his trowel down. He might not be there the next day. They might send the squad off to the socialist way of life settlement. It could be 6 months before he returned to the power station. But did that mean he was to throw down his trowel? If he'd swiped it, he'd had to hang on to it. Both stoves had been doused. It was dark. Frightening. Frightening not because it was dark, but because everyone had left. Because he alone might be missing at the count, at the gates, and the guards would beat him. Yet his eyes darted here, darted there, and, spotting a big stone in the corner, he pulled it aside, slipped his trowel under it, and hid it. So that's that. Now to catch up with Senka. Senka had stopped after running 100 paces or so. Senka would never leave anyone in a jam. Pay for it? Then together. They ran neck and neck, the tall and the short. Senka was a head taller than Shukov, and a big head it was too. They were loafers who race one another at their own free will around the stadium. Those devils should be running after a full day's work, with an aching back and wet mittens and worn-out Valenki, and in the cold too. They panted like mad dogs. All you could hear was their hoarse breathing. Well, Turi was at the gates. He'd explain. They were running straight into the crowd. It scared you. Hundreds of throats, booing at you, cursing you up and down. Wouldn't you be scared if you had 500 men blowing their tops at you? But what about the guards? That was the chief thing. No trouble with them. Turian was there, in the last row. He must have explained. Take the blame on his own shoulders. But the men yelled and the men swore. And what swearing! Even Senka couldn't help hearing, and, drawing a deep breath, gave it back as good as he got. He'd kept quiet all his life, but now he bellowed, raised his fist too, ready to pick a fight right away. The men fell silent. Someone laughed. Hey, 104th, came a shout. Your deaf guy's a fake. We just tested him. Everyone laughed, the guards too. Form 5s. They didn't open the gates. They didn't trust themselves. They pushed the crowd back from the gates. Everyone stuck to the gates like idiots, as if they'd get out quicker that way. Form 5s, first, second, third. Each 5, as it was called, took a few paces forward. While Zhukov was recovering his breath, he looked up. The moon had risen and was frowning, crimson-faced. Yesterday at this hour, it had stood much higher. Pleased that everything had gone so smoothly, Shukov nudged his captain in the ribs and said, Listen, Captain, where does this science of yours say that the old moon goes afterward? Where does it go? What do you mean? What stupidity? It simply is not visible. Zhukov shook his head and laughed. Well, if it's not visible, how do you know it's there? So, according to you, said the captain, unable to believe his ears, it's another moon every month. What's strange about that? People are born every day. Why not a moon every 4 weeks? Pfft, said the captain and spat. I had never met a sailor as stupid as you in my life. So where do you think the old moon goes? That's what I'm asking you. Where does it go? Shukov showed his teeth in a smile. Well, tell me, where does it go? Shukov sighed and said with a slight lisp, In our village, folks say God crumbles up the old moon into the stars. What savages, the captain laughed. I'd never heard that one. Then you believe in God, Shukov. Why not? Asked Shukov, surprised. Hear him thunder and try not to believe in him. But why does God do it? Do what? Crumble the moon into stars. Why? Well, can't you understand? Said Shukov. The stars fall down, and then the gaps have to be filled. Turn around, you slob, the guard shouted. Get in line. The count had almost reached them. The 12th 5 of the 500 had moved ahead, leaving only Bonovsky and Shukov at the back. The escort was worried. There was discussion over the counting boards. Somebody was missing. Again, somebody missing. Why the hell can't they learn to count? They'd counted 462. Ought to be 463. Once more they pushed everybody back from the gates. The Zeks had crowded forward again. Form 5s, first, second. What made this recounting so furious was that the time wasted on it was the Zek's own. not the authorities. They would have to still cross the steep, get to the camp, and line up there to be searched. The column was come in from all sides on the double, trying to be the first at the frisking and into the camps. The column that was back first was top dog in the camp that evening. The mess hall was theirs. They were first in line to get their packages, first at the private kitchen, first at the CED to pick up letters or hand in their own to be censored, first at the dispensary, the barbers, the baths, first everywhere. And the escort too was in a hurry to get the Zeks in and be off for the night. A soldier's life isn't much fun either. A lot of work, little time. And now the count had come out wrong. As the last few fives were counted and called forward, Shukov began to hope that there was going to be 3 in the last row after all. No, damn it, 2 again. The tellers went to the head guard with their tally boards. There was a consultation. The head guard shouted, "Squad leader of the 104th. Turian took pace forward. "Here. Did you leave anyone behind in the power station? Think." "No." "Think again. I'll knock your head off." "No, I'm quite sure." But he stole a glance at Pavlo. Could anyone have dropped off to sleep in the machine shop? "Form squads," the head guard shouted. They had formed the groups of 5, just as they happened to be standing. Now they began to shift about. Voices boomed out. 75th over here. This way, 13th. 32nd here. The 104th, being in the rear, formed there. They were empty-handed to a man, Shukov noticed. Like idiots. They'd worked on so late they collected no firewood. Only 2 of them were carrying small bundles. This game was played every evening. Before the job was over, the workers would gather chips, sticks, and broken laths, and tie them together with bits of string or ragged tapes to carry back with them. The first raid on their bundles would take place near the gates to the work site. If either the superintendent or one of the foremen were standing there, he'd order the prisoners to throw down their firewood. Millions of rubles had gone up in smoke, yet there they were thinking they'd make up their losses with kindling. But a Zek calculated his own way. Everyone brought even a few sticks back with him. The barracks would be warmer. Barrack orderlies were issued 10 pounds of coal dust, a stove, and a little heat could be squeezed out of that. So the men would break up their sticks, or saw them short, and slip them under their coats. The escort never made the Zeks drop their firewood at the gates to the work site. For one thing, it would have been an offense to the uniform, and secondly, they had their hands on machine guns, ready to shoot. But just before entering the zone, several ranks in the column were ordered to throw down their stuff. The escort, however, robbed mercifully. They had to leave something for the guards, and for the Zeks themselves, who wouldn't otherwise bring any with them. So every Zek brought some firewood along with him, every evening. You never knew when you might get it through, or when they'd grab it. While Shukov was scouring the ground in search of a few chips, Turian had finished counting the squad. 104th all present, he reported to the head guard. Just then Cesar rejoined his own squad from the group of office workers. His pipe was glowing as he puffed away at it. His dark mustache was tipped with frost. "Well, Captain, how'd it go?" he asked. A man who's warm can't understand a man who's freezing. "How'd it go?" was a damnable fool question. "Well, if you really want to know," said the captain, his shoulders sagging, "worked so hard I can barely straighten my back." "You might give me something to smoke," was what he meant. Cesar gave him something to smoke. The captain was the only man on the squad he stuck to. He could unburden his heart to him, to no one else. "There's a man missing from the 32nd. From the 32nd!" Everybody began to mutter. The deputy squad leader of the 32nd scurried off with another young fellow to search the repair shops. And in the crowd, people kept asking, "Who? How? Where? Soon?" It reached Shukov's ears. It was the little dark Moldovan who was missing. The Moldovan, not the one who had said it had been a Romanian spy, a real spy. You could find up to 5 spies in each squad, but they were fakes, prison-made spies. They passed as spies in their dossier, but really they were simply ex-POWs. Shukov himself was one of these spies, but the Moldovan was genuine. The head of the escort ran his eye down the list and grew black in the face. After all, if the spy were to escape, what would happen to the head of the escort? In the crowd, everybody, including Shukov, flew into a rage. Were they going through all this for that shit, that little skinny, slimy little snake, that stinking worm? The sky was already quite dark. What light there was came from the moon. You could see the stars. This meant the frost was gathering strength for the night. And that runty bastard was missing. What? Haven't you had your belly full of work, you miserable idiot? Isn't the official spell of 11 hours, dawn to dusk, long enough for you? Just you wait. The prosecutor will add something. Odd that anyone could work so hard as to ignore the signal to knock off. He completely forgot that he'd been working like that himself only an hour ago. That he'd been annoyed with others for assembling at the gate too early. Now he was chilled to the bone, and his fury mounted with everybody else's. Were they to be kept waiting another half hour by that Moldovan? If the guards handed him over to the Zeks, they'd tear him apart like wolves with a lamb. Yes, the cold was coming into its own now. No one stood quiet. They either stamped their feet where they stood, or walked 2 or 3 paces back and forth. People were discussing whether the Moldovan could have escaped. Well, if he'd fled during the day, that was one thing. But if he'd hidden, and was simply waiting for the sentries to go off, the watchtowers, he hadn't a chance. Unless he'd left a trail through the wire, the sentries wouldn't be allowed back in camp for at least 3 days. They'd have to go on, manning the towers for a week if necessary. That was in the regulations, as the old-timers knew. In short, if someone escaped, the guards had had it. They were hounded, without sleep or food. Sometimes they were roused to such a fury that the runaway wouldn't get back alive. Caesar was arguing with the captain. For instance, when he hung his peaceness on the ship's rigging, do you remember? Yes, the captain said as he smoked. Or the baby carriage on the steps, bumping down and down. Yes, but the scenes on the board are somewhat artificial. Well, you see, we've been spoiled by modern camera technique. And the maggots in the meat, they crawl about like angleworms. Surely they weren't that size. What do you expect of the movies? You can't show them smaller. Well, if they bring the meat here to camp instead of the fish they feed us and dumped straight into the kettle, we'd only be 2. The prisoners howled. 3 small fingers were busting out of the repair shop, so they found the Moldovan. Boo! Went the crowd at the gates, and they yelled as the group drew nearer. Bastard! Shit! Idiot! Cow's twat! Lousy son of bitch! And Shukov joined in. Rat! It's no joke to rob 500 men of over half an hour. Ducking his head, the Moldovan ran like a mouse. Halt! The guard shouted, and noting down K460, and said, Where were you? He strode over to the man and turned the butt of his rifle at him. In the crowd, people were still hurling curses. Ass! Louse! Pig! But others, seeing the guard make ready to swing his rifle, held their tongues. The Moldovan could hardly keep on his feet. He backed away from the guard. The deputy squad leader of the 32nd advanced. The damned fool crawled up to some plastering, trying to hide from me, warmed up there and fell asleep. And he hit the man hard in the face and on the neck, pushing him farther from the guard. The Moldovan reeled back, and as he did so, a Hungarian, one of his own squad, leaped up at him and kicked him hard from the behind. That wasn't like spying. Any fool can spy. A spy has a clean, exciting life, but try and spend 10 years in a hard labor camp. The guard lowered his rifle. The head of the escort shouted, Back from the gates! Form 5s! Another recount, the dogs. Why should they count us now, that everything's clear? The prisoners began to boo. All their anger switched from the Moldovan to the escort. They booed and didn't move. What? What? Shouted the head of the escort. Want to sit down in the snow? All right, I'll have you down in a minute, and keep you there till dawn. He was quite capable of doing it, too. He had them on the snow many a time. Down on your faces! And to the escort. Release safety catches. The Zeks knew all about that. They drew back from the gates. Back! Back! Yelled the escort. What's the sense of shoving up to the gates anyhow, you crappers? Men barked from the rear, at the men in front, as they were shoved back. Form 5s, first, second, third. Now the moon was shining full. It cast its light all around, and the crimson tint had gone. It had climbed a quarter of the way up the sky. The evening was lost. The damned Moldovan. Those damned guards. This damned life. As the prisoners in front were counted, they turned and stood on tiptoe to see whether there were 2 men or 3 in the back row. It was a matter of life or death to them now. Shukov had the feeling that there were going to be 4. He was numb with fear. 1 extra. Another recount. But it turned out that Fedyukov, after cadging a butt from the captain, had been wandering around and failed to get back in his 5 in time. So now he turned up in the back row as if he were an extra. A guard struck Fedyukov angrily on the back of the neck. Serve him right. So they counted 3 in the back row. The count had come out right, thank God. Back from the gates! Shouted a guard at the top of his voice. But this time the Zeks didn't mutter. They noticed the soldiers coming out of the gatehouse and forming a cordon on the other side of the gates. So, they were going to be let out. None of the foreman was in sight, nor the superintendent, so the prisoners kept their firewood. The gates swung open, and now the head of the escort, accompanied by a checker, came and stood on the other side, near some wood railing. First, second, third. If the numbers tallied again, the sentries would be removed from the watchtowers. But what a distance they had to tramp along the edge of the site to reach the towers at the far end of it. Only when the last prisoner had been let off the site, and those numbers had been found to agree, would they telephone all the towers to relieve the sentries. If the head of the escort had his wits about him, he'd put the column on to move right away, for he knew the Zeks had nowhere to run to, and the sentries would overtake the column. But some of the guards were so foolish. They feared they didn't have enough troops to handle the Zeks, so they waited. They had one of those idiots this evening. A whole day in that freezing snow. The Zeks were already chilled to the marrow, and now to stand around another shivering hour, when the work was over. Yet it wasn't so much the cold and the fact that they'd lost an evening that infuriated them. The point was, they'd been no time now to do anything of their own in camp. "How is it you happen to know so much about the life in the British Navy so well?" Zhukov heard someone in the next 5 asking. "Well, you see, I spent nearly a month on board a British cruiser. At my own cabin, I was attached to a convoy as a liaison officer. And imagine, after the war, the British admiral. Only the devil could have put the idea into his head. Sent me a gift, a souvenir as a token of gratitude. Damn him. I was absolutely horrified. And now, here we are, all lumped together. It's pretty hard to take, being imprisoned here with Bandera's men." Strange, yes, strange sight indeed. The naked steppe, the empty building site, the snows gleaming in the moonlight, and the escort guards. They'd gone to their posts, 10 paces apart, guns at the ready, and the black herd of prisoners, and among them, in a black coat like all the rest, a man, S-311, who'd never imagined life without gold shoulder straps, who had hobnobbed with the British admiral, and now sweated at the barrow with Fedoryukov. You can push a man this way, you can push a man that way. Now the escort was ready, this time without any prayer. The head guard barked at them. "Double time! Get a move on!" To hell with your get a move on. All the other columns were ahead of them. What sense was there in hurrying? The prisoners didn't have to be in league with one another to figure the score. You kept us back. Now it's our turn. The escort, too, after all, was dying for a warm corner. "Step lively!" shouted the guard. "Step lively to the front!" To hell with your step lively. The Zeks marched with measured tread, hanging their heads as at a funeral. Now we've nothing to lose. We'd be the last back anyhow. He wouldn't treat us like human beings. Now let him burst himself, shouting. On he went. "Step lively! Step lively!" But he realized it was futile. He couldn't order his men to shoot either. The prisoners were marching in 5s, keeping in line all correct. He had no power to hound them faster. When they marched out to work in the morning, the Zeks walked slowly to prepare themselves. A man who is in a hurry won't live to see the end of his stretch. He'll tire and be done for. So on with regular, deliberate steps. The snow crunched under their boots. Some of them talked in low voices, others walked in silence. Zhukov asked himself whether there was anything left he'd undone in the camp that morning. Ah, the dispensary. Funny, he'd forgotten all about the dispensary while he'd been working. This must be around the consulting hour. He'd manage it if he skipped his supper. But now somehow his back wasn't aching, and his temperature wouldn't be high enough. A waste of time. He'd pull through without the benefit of the doctor. The only cure those docs know is how to put you in the grave. It wasn't the dispensary that appealed to him now. It was the prospect of adding something to his supper. His hopes were all pinned on that long overdue parcel of Caesars. A sudden change came over the column. It began to sway, to break out of its regular stride. The prisoners heaved forward with a buzz of excitement. And now, the last 5, which included Zhukov, were no longer treading on the heels of the 5 in front. They had to run to keep up. A few more paces, and again they were running. When the rear column spilled over a rise, Zhukov saw to the right, far away across the steppe, another dark column on the move, marching diagonally across their course. They, too, seemed to be forcing their pace. It must be from the machine works, that column. There were about 300 men in it, another bunch with bad luck. Must have been held up, Zhukov wondered why. To finish assembling some piece of machinery? They could be kept after work hours for that. But what did it matter to them? They worked all day in the warmth. Who'd get in first? The men ran, just ran. Even the escort broke out into a jog trot. Only the head guard remembered to shout, "Don't fall back! Keep up there! You in the rear! Keep up!" "Oh, shut your trap! What are you yapping about? As if we wouldn't keep up." They forgot to talk. They forgot to think. Everyone in the column was obsessed by one idea: to get back first. Things were so lumped together, the sweet and the sour, that the prisoners saw the escort itself now as a friend rather than a foe. Now the enemy was the other column. Their spirits rose. Their anger passed. "Get the move on! Get the move on!" the rear shouted to the front. Now our column had reached the street, while the others had passed out of sight behind the blocks of houses. They'd been racing blindly. It was easier for us now. We were running down the middle of the street, and our escort had less to stumble over at the sides. This was where we ought to gain ground. There was another reason why we simply had to reach the camp gates first. Guards there were unusually slow in searching the column from the machine works. Ever since Zeks had begun cutting one another's throats in the camps, the authorities had arrived at the conclusion that knives were being made at the machine works and smuggled in. So the Zeks who worked there were gone over with special thoroughness on return to the camp. In late autumn, when the earth was already cold, the guards would shout at them, "Off with your boots, machine work squad! Hold your boots in your hands!" and would frisk them barefoot. Or, despite the frost, they'd pick men out at random, shouting, "You there, take off your right boot," and "You, take off your left." A Zek would pull off his boot, and, hopping on one foot, turn it upside down and shake out the foot rag. "No knife, damn you." Shukov had heard. He didn't know whether it was true or not, that back in the summer, the Zeks from the machine works had brought back 2 poles for a volleyball net, and that there the knives were, inside them. 10 long knives in each pole, and now knives would be turning up occasionally here or there. So it was at a jog trot that they passed the new club, and the residential block, and the wood processing plant, and reached the turning that led straight onto the gates. "Ho!" shouted the whole column in unison. That was the turning we'd aimed at reaching before the others. The rival column was 150 paces behind on our right. Now we could take things easy. Everyone was elated as a rabbit when it finds it can still terrify a frog. There lay the camp, just as we left it in the morning. Lights were on in the zone over the thick fence, specially powered ones in front of the gatehouse. The entire area was flooded with light. It was as bright as day. They had to have it like that when they frisked us. But we hadn't reached our gates yet. "Halt!" shouted a guard, and handing his machine gun to a soldier, ran up close to the column. They weren't allowed to do that with their guns. "All those on the right carrying firewood, dump it to the right." They didn't have to guess about firewood. The Zeks were carrying it quite openly. A bundle fell, a second, a third. Some would have liked to conceal a stick or 2 inside the column, but their neighbors objected. "Throw it down as you're told. Do you want others to lose theirs because of you?" Who's the Zek's main enemy? Another Zek. If only they weren't at odds with one another. Ah, what a difference that would make. "Double time," shouted the head guard. They advanced toward the gates. Here, 5 roads converged. An hour earlier, all the other columns had met here. If they were paved, these roads, this would just be the place for the main square of the future city. And then, processions would meet here, just as columns of Zeks did now, as they poured in from every direction with sentries and guards all about. The guards were already warming themselves indoors. They came out, formed a cordon across the road. "Unbutton your coats, unbutton your jackets!" They pulled the Zeks' arms apart, the better to hug them and slap their sides. Same in the morning. No more, no less. It isn't so terrible to unbutton your coat now. We're going home. That's what everybody used to say. Going home. We never had time to think of any other home. While the head of the column was being frisked, Shukov went over to Caesar. "Caesar Markovich, I'll run straight to the parcel office and keep a place in line for you." Caesar turned. The fringe of his dark mustache was tipped with frost. "Why should you do that, Ivan Denisovich? Perhaps there won't be a parcel." "Oh well, it doesn't matter if it isn't there. I'll wait 10 minutes anyway. If you don't turn up, I'll go to the barracks." Shukov reckoned like this. If Caesar didn't come, maybe somebody else would. Then he could sell him his place in line. Obviously Caesar was longing for his parcel. "All right, Ivan Denisovich, run ahead and keep us place in line for me. Wait 10 minutes, no longer." And now Shukov was on the point of being frisked. Today he had nothing to conceal. He would step forward fearlessly. He slowly unbuttoned his coat and undid the rope belt around his weighted jacket. And although he couldn't remember having anything forbidden, 8 years in camp had given him the habit of caution. He thrust a hand into his pants pocket to make sure it was empty, and there lay a small piece of broken hacksaw blade, the tiny length of steel that he'd picked up in his thriftiness at the building site without any intention of bringing it to camp. He hadn't meant to bring it, but now, what a pity to throw it away. Why, he could make a little knife out of it, very handy for shoe repairing or tailoring. If he'd intended to bring it with him, he'd have thought hard of where to conceal it. But now the guards were only 2 rows ahead, and the first of these rows was already stepping forward to be searched. His choice had to be swift as the wind. Should he take cover behind the row in front of him and toss the bit of metal into the snow? It'd be noticed, but they wouldn't know who the culprit was. Or keep it on him. With that strip of hacksaw, he could get 10 days in the cells, if they classed it as a knife. But a cobbler's knife was money. It was bread. A pity to throw it away. He slipped it into his left mitten. At that moment, the next row was ordered to step forward, and to be searched. Now the last 3 men stood in full view, Senka, Shukov, and the man from the 32nd Squad, who had gone to look for the Moldovan. Because they were the 3, and the guards were facing them, were 5, Shukov could try a ruse. He could choose which 2 guards on the right to present himself to. He decided against a young, pink-faced one, and plumped for an older man with a gray mustache. The older one, of course, was experienced and could find the blade easily if he wanted to. Because of his age, he'd be fed up with his job. It must stink in his nose, now, like burning sulfur. Meanwhile, Shukov had removed both mittens, the empty one and the one with the hacksaw, and held them in one hand, the empty one in front, together with both the untied rope belt. He fully unbuttoned his jacket, lifted the high edges of the coat and jacket. Never had he been so servile at this search, but now he wanted to show that he was innocent. Come on, frisk me. And at the word of the command, stepped forward. The guard slapped Shukov's sides and back, and the outside of his pants pocket. Nothing there. He needed the edges of the coat and jacket. Nothing there either. He was about to pass him through when, for safety's sake, he crunched the mitten that Shukov held out to him, the empty one. The guard crushed it in his hands, and Shukov felt as though the pincers of the iron were crushing everything inside him. One such squeeze on the other mitten, and he'd be sunk. The cells on 9 ounces of bread a day, and hot stew 1 day in 3. He imagined how weak he'd grow, how difficult he'd find it to get back to his present condition, neither fed nor starving, and an urgent prayer rose in his heart. "Oh Lord, save me! Don't let them send me to those cells!" And while all this raced through his mind, the guard, after finishing with his right-hand mitten, stretched out a hand to deal with the other. He would have squeezed them at the same moment if Shukov had held them in separate hands. Just then the guard heard his chief, who was in a hurry to get on, shout to his escort, "Come on, bring up the machine works column!" And instead of examining the other mitten, the old guard waved Shukov on. He was through. He ran off to catch up with the others. They had already formed 5s in a sort of corridor between long beams, like horse stalls in a market, a sort of paddock for prisoners. He ran lightly, hardly feeling the ground. He didn't say a prayer of thanksgiving because he hadn't time. Anyway, it would have been out of place. The escort now drew aside. They were only waiting for their chief. They had gathered there for their own use, all the firewood the 104th had dumped before being frisked. What the guards had removed during the frisk itself was heaped near the gatehouse. The moon had risen still higher. The cold grew keener in the pale, bright night. The head guard walked to the sentry houses. He had to get a receipt for the 463 prisoners. He spoke briefly to Priskov, Volkovoy's deputy. "K460, shouted Prikhov. The Moldovan, who had buried himself deep in the column, drew in his breath, went over to the right of the corridor. He was still hanging his head, and his shoulders were hunched. "Come here," Prikhov ordered, gesturing for him to walk around the column. The Moldovan did so. He was ordered to stand there, his arms behind his back. That meant they were going to charge him with an attempting escape. They put him in the cells. Just in front of the gates, right and left of the paddocks, stood 2 guards. The gate, 3 times the height of a man, opened slowly. The command rang out, "Form 5s!" No need to order the Zeks back from the gates. All the gates opened inwards, into the zone. Let the Zeks mask how they wished, and push against the gates from within. They wouldn't be able to break out. First, second, third. It was at the evening recount, on the return through the gates, that the prisoners, freezing and famished, found the icy wind hardest to bear. A bowl of thin cabbage soup, half burned, was as welcome to them as rain to the parched earth. They'd swallowed it in one gulp, that bowl of soup. It was dearer than freedom, dearer than life itself, past, present, and future. They passed through the gates, those Zeks, like soldiers back from a campaign, brisk, taut, eager to clear the road of them. For a trustee with a soft job at the staff quarters, those prisoners on the march must have been something to think about. After the recount, a prisoner became a free man again for the first time in a day since the guards had given them the morning signal for roll call. They passed through the big gates of the zone, through the small gates of the intermediate zone, through 2 more gates on the parade ground, and then they could scatter where they liked. But not the squad leaders. They were caught by the officer who assigned them their work. All squad leaders to the planning office. Shukov rushed past the horizon, between the barracks to the parcel office. Caesar, meanwhile, went at a dignified, even pace in the opposite direction, to where people were swarming around a pole with a board nailed to it. On it was the name of anyone for whom a parcel was waiting, written in indelible pencil. Most of the writing in the camp was done on plywood, not on paper. It was sure, somehow more reliable. The guards and turnkeys used wood, too, for keeping the tally of the Zeks. You can scrape it clean for the next day and use it again. Economical. The Zeks who stay in camp all day can, among other odd jobs, read the names on the board, meet the people who've got a parcel as they come in from work, and give them the number. Not much of a job, but you can earn a cigarette. Shukov ran to the parcel office, a little annex to the barracks, to which in turn a small porch had been added. The porch had no door, and it was open to the weather. All the same, it was cozier that way. It had a roof, after all. A line had formed along the walls of the porch. Shukov joined it. There were some 15 ahead of him. That meant over an hour's wait, to just before locking up time. And there were others who'd be behind him in the line. The Zeks of the powerhouse column, who'd gone to look for their names on the board. And the machine works column, too. Looked as though they would have to come again, tomorrow morning. People stood in the line with their little bags and sacks. On the other side of the door, Shukov himself hadn't ever received a parcel at this camp. But he knew from gossip. Guards opened the parcels, which came packed in wooden boxes with hatchets. They took everything out and examined the contents. They cut, they broke, they fingered, they tipped things out from one container into another. If there was anything liquid, into glass jars or tins, they opened them and poured it out, though you had nothing but your hands or a cloth bag to hold it in. They didn't give you the jars. They were scared of something. If there was anything home-baked, or some tasty sweetmeats or sausage or smoked fish, the guard would take a bite at it himself. And just you try to get high and mighty and complain, and they'll immediately say that this and that are forbidden, and won't issue them to you at all. Every Zek who got a parcel had to give and give, starting with the guard who opened it, and when they'd finished their search, they didn't give you the stuff in the box that had come in. They'd just sweep everything into your bag, even into your skirt or your coat, and off you go. Sometimes they'd whisk you out so fast you'd be sure to leave something behind. No good for going back for it. It wouldn't be there. When he was in Uts-Ishma, Shukov had got parcels a couple of times, but he wrote to his wife that it was a waste. Don't send them. Don't take the food out of the kids' mouths. Although when he'd been at liberty, Shukov had found it easier to feed his whole family than it ever was to feed himself now. He knew what those parcels cost. He knew, too, that his family wouldn't be able to keep it up for 10 years. Better to do without them. But he decided that way. Every time someone in the squad, or close by in the barracks, received a parcel, which was almost every day, his heart ached because there wasn't one for him. And though he'd strictly forbidden his wife to send him anything, even for Easter, and though he never thought of reading the list except for some rich squad member, every now and then he felt himself longing for someone to run up and say, "Shukov, why don't you go for the parcel? There's one up for you." But no one ran up. He had less and less cause to remember Temjanovo and his home there. Life in camp wore him out from revelry to bedtime, without not a second for idle reflections. Now he stood among the men who were buoying themselves up with the hope of soon digging their teeth into bits of salt pork, or spreading butter on their bread, or sweetening their mugs of tea with lumps of sugar. Shukov had only one wish, to reach the mess hall in time to eat his hot stew. It was only half as good as when it was cold. He figured that if Caesar's name hadn't turned up on the list, he would have gone back to the barracks long ago to wash. But if he'd found it there, he'd now be collecting bags, plastic mugs, and a basin. That would take him 10 minutes, and Shukov had promised to wait. There in line, Shukov learned some news. Again, there wasn't going to be a Sunday this week. Again, they were going to steal one of their Sundays. He, like everyone else, had expected it. For if there happened to be 5 Sundays in a month, they gave them 3 and made them work the other 2. Shukov had expected it. But when he heard it, a spasm of pain caught his heart. Who wouldn't begrudge the loss of that sweet day? Though, what they were saying in the line was right. They knew how to keep them jumping, even on Sundays. Invent something. Fixing up the baths, or building a wall somewhere, or cleaning up the yard. There were mattresses to be changed and shaken, bed bugs in the bunk frames to be exterminated. Or they'd have an idea of checking you with your photo. Or of carrying out an inventory. Turning you out with all of your things into the yard, and keeping you out there half the day. Nothing seems to make the authorities madder than the Zeks, napping quietly after breakfast. The line was moving, though slowly. People were coming in and shoving into the head of the line, without even a pardon me, just elbowing through to the front. A camp barber, a bookkeeper, a man who worked in the CED. But they weren't rank and file. They were respectable, trustees, pigs of the first order with soft jobs in the camp. The Zeks who worked outside thought them lower than shit. A rating the trustees returned. But it was futile to protest. The trustees were a gang of their own, and were also in solid with the guards. Now there was only 10 ahead of Shukov. Another 7 hurried to the line up behind him, when Caesar, stooping, appeared in the doorway, wearing a new fur hat that had been sent to him from the outside. Now take that hat. Caesar must have tickled someone's palm to get permission for wearing a town hat so clean and new. They even robbed others of their bedraggled service hats. Here, wear the camp pig fur model. A strange-looking fellow with glasses was standing in line, his head buried in a newspaper. Caesar at once made for him. Ah, Peter Mikhailovich. They ballooned up like a couple poppies. The strange-looking fellow said, "Look what I've got, a fresh Vechorka." Vechorka Moskova, the evening newspaper. They sent it by airmail. Really? Said Caesar, sticking his nose into the newspaper. How on earth could they make out such the tiny print in the glimmer of that miserable lamp? There's a most fascinating review of a Zavadsky premiere. Those Muscovites can smell one another at a distance, like dogs. They sniff and sniff when they meet each other in their own way. They talk so fast, too, each trying to out-talk the other. When they're jabbering away like that, you can hear practically no Russian. They might be talking Latvian or Romanian. However, Caesar had all his bags with him, everything in order. So, can I, Caesar Makarovich, lisped Shukov. I'll take off now. Of course, said Caesar, raising his dark mustache above the top of the newspaper. Tell me, though, who's in front of me and who's behind me? Shukov told him his place in line, and then, with a gentle hint, asked, Do you want me to bring you your supper? That meant from the mess hall to the barracks in a mess tin. It was strictly against the rules. There'd been many made about it. When they caught you, they poured your food out in the mess tin, onto the ground, and put you in the guardhouse. All the same, the food was carried, and would go on being carried, because if a Zek has anything to do, he'll never find the time to go to the mess hall with the squad. Shukov asked, Do you want me to bring you your supper? But murmured to himself, Surely he won't be stingy. Won't he give me his supper? After all, there's no kasha for supper, only thin stew. No, said Caesar with a smile. Eat it yourself, Ivan Denisovich. That was just what Shukov was expecting. And now, like a bird on the wing, he darted from the porch, and ran from one zone to the other. The prisoners were scurrying in all directions. There was a time when the camp commandant had issued yet another order. On no account were prisoners to walk about the camp on their own. Whenever possible, a squad was to go intact. But, when there could be no business for the whole squad to do at once, at the dispensary, say, or at the latrine, then groups of 4 or 5 were to be formed, and a senior appointed to head them, and take them there and back in a body. The camp commandant took a very firm stand on that order. No one dared contradict it. The guards picked up solitary prisoners, took down their numbers, yanked them off to the cells. Yet the order was a flop. It flopped quietly. Many much-touted orders, someone say, is sent for you by the security boys. Must you take another 4 or 5 with you? Or you have to get your food from the warehouse. Why the hell should I go with you? Someone has a strange idea of going to the CID to read newspapers. Who wants to go with him? And this fellow goes to have his boots mended. Another to the drying shed. A third merely from one barracks to another. That's forbidden more strictly than anything else. How can you hold them all back? With that rule of his, the commandant would have robbed them of their last shred of freedom, but it didn't work out, much as he tried, the fat pig. Hurrying along the path, meeting a guard on the way, and, to be on the safe side, taking off his hat to him, Shukov ran into the barracks. The place was in an uproar. Someone's bread ration had been swiped during the day, and the poor fellow was shouting at the orderlies, and the orderlies were shouting back. But the 104th's corner was empty. Shukov was always thankful if, on returning to camp, he found that his mattress hadn't been turned over, and that the guards hadn't been snooping around. So that's all right. He hurried to his bunk, taking off his coat, and ran. Up with the coat, up with the mittens, and the nice bit of blade. He probed the depths of his mattress. The bread was there. Good that he'd sewn it in. And he ran out to the mess hall. He reached it without meeting a guard. Only a couple of Zeks arguing over their bread ration. Outside, the moon shone brighter than ever. The lamps seemed to be paler now. The barracks cast deep shadows. The door to the mess hall lay beyond a broad porch with 4 steps. Now the porch, too, lay in shadow, but above it a small lamp was swaying and creaking dismally in the cold. The light it cast was rainbow-hued, from the frost maybe, or the dirt on the glass. The camp commandant had issued yet another strict order. The squads were to enter the mess hall in double file. To this he added, on reaching the steps, they were to stand there and not climb onto the porch. They were to form up in 5s and remain standing until the mess orderlies gave them the go-ahead. The post of mess orderly was held firmly by the limper. Because of his lameness, he managed to get classed as a disabled. But he was a hefty son of a bitch. He got himself a birch club, and standing on the porch, he would hit anyone who came up the steps without his say-so. Not anyone. He was smart and could tell, even in the dark, when it was better to let a man alone. Anyone who might give him as good as he got. He hit the down and outs. Once he hit Shukov. He was called an orderly, but looking closer into it, he was a real prince. He palled around with the cooks. Today all the squads may have turned up together, or there may have been delay in getting things in order, but there was quite a crowd in the porch. Among them was the limper, with his assistant. The mess chief himself was there too. They were handling the crowd without the guards, the bruisers. The mess chief was a fat pig, with a head like a pumpkin, and a broad pair of shoulders. He was bursting with energy, and when he walked, he seemed nothing but a lot of jerks, with springs for arms and legs. He wore a white lambskin hat without a number on it, finer than any civilian's, and his waistcoat was lambskin to match, with a number on it. True, but hardly bigger than a postage stamp, thanks to Volkovoy. He bore no number on his back at all. He respected no one, and all the Zeks were afraid of him. He held the lives of thousands in his hands. Once they tried to beat him up, but all the cooks, a prize bunch of thugs they were, had leaped to his defense. Shukov would be in hot water if the 104th had already gone in. The limper knew everyone by sight, and, with his chief present, wouldn't think of letting a man in with the wrong squad. He'd make a point of putting the finger on him. Prisoners had been known to slip in behind Limper's back by climbing over the porch railing. Shukov had done it too. But tonight, under the chief's very nose, that was out of the question. He'd bust you so bad that you'd only just manage to drag yourself off to the doctor. Get along to the porch, and see whether, among all the identical black coats, the 104th was still there. He got there, just as the man began shoving. What could they do? It would soon be time to turn in, as though they were storming a stronghold. The first step, the second, the third, the fourth, got there. They poured onto the porch. "Stop, you fuckers!" The limper shouted and raised his stick at the men in the front. "Get back or I'll bash your head then!" "What can we do about it?" They yelled back at him. "The men at the back are pushing us." That was true, but those up front were offering little resistance. They hoped to dash through into the mess hall. The limper put his club across his chest. It might have been a barricade in a street battle, and rushed headlong at the men in the front. His assistant, the trustee, shared the stick with him, and so did the mess chief, who had apparently decided to soil his hands with it. They pushed hard. They had plenty of strength, with all that meat in them. The Zeks reeled back. The men in front toppled down onto the men behind, bowled them over like wheat stalks. "You fucking limper, we'll fix you!" cried a man in the crowd, hiding behind the others. As for the rest, they fell without a word. They got up without a word, as quick as they could before being stepped on. The steps were clear. The mess chief went back to the porch, but the limper stayed on top. "Form 5's blockheads," he shouted. "How many times have I told you? I'll let you in when I'm ready." Shukov imagined that he saw Senka's head right in front of the porch. He felt wildly elated. and using his elbows made an effort to push through to him. But looking at those backs, he knew that it was beyond his strength. He wouldn't get through. 27th, the limper called. Go ahead! The 27th bounded up and made a dash for the door, and the rest surged after them, Shukov among them, who was shoving with all his might. The porch quivered, and the lamp overhead protested sheerly. What again, you shits? The limper shouted in rage. Down came his stick on his shoulder, on a back, pushing the men off, toppling one after another. And again he cleared the steps. From below, Shukov saw Pavlo at the limper's side. It was he who led the squad to the mess hall. Turian wouldn't lower himself by joining the hullabaloo. Form 5's, 104th, Pavlo called from the porch. Make way for them, friends. Friends. Just seeing them making way. Fuck 'em. Let me through, you in front. That's my squad, Shukov grunted, shoving against a back. The man would gladly have done so, but others were squeezing him in from every side. The crowd heaved, pushing away, so that no one could breathe, all to get its stew, its lawful stew. Shukov tried something else. He grasped the porch rail on his left, got his arms around a pillar, and heaved himself up. He kicked someone's knee and caught an elbow in the ribs. A few curses, but he was through. He planted a foot on the edge of the porch floor, close to the top step, and waited. Some of his pals who were already there gave him a hand. The mess chief walked to the door and looked back. Come on, limper. Send in 2 more squads. 104th, shouted the limper. Where do you think you're crawling, shit? He slammed a man from another squad on the back of the neck with his stick. 104th, shouted Pavlo, leading in his men. Whew, gasped Shukov in the mess hall, and without waiting for Pavlo's instructions, he started looking for the free trays. The mess hall seemed as usual, with clouds of steam curling in through the door, and the men sitting shoulder to shoulder, like seeds in a sunflower. Others pushed their way through the tables, and others were carrying loaded trays. Shukov had grown used to it all over the years, and his sharp eyes had noticed that S-208 had only 5 bowls on the tray he was carrying. This meant that it was the last tray load for his squad. Otherwise, the tray would have been full. He went to the man and whispered in his ear, After you with that tray. Someone's waiting for it at the counter. I promised. Let him wait, the lazy bastard. They came to an understanding. S-280 carried his tray to the table and unloaded bowls. Shukov immediately grabbed it. At that moment, the man had been promised to ran up and tried to grab it, but he was punier than Shukov. Shukov shoved him off with the tray. What the hell are you pulling for? And threw him against a post. Then, putting the tray under his arm, he trotted off to the serving window. Pavlo was standing in line there, worried because there was no empty tray. He was delighted to see Shukov. He pushed the man ahead of him, out of the way. Why are you standing here? Can't you see I've got a tray? Look, there was Gopchek with another tray. They were arguing, he said with laughter, and I grabbed it. Gopchek will do well. Give him another 3 years. He still has to grow up, and he'll become nothing less than a bread cutter. He's fated for it. Pavlo told him to hand over the second of the trays to Yermoliev, a hefty Siberian who was serving a 10-year stretch, like Shukov for being caught by the Germans, then sent him to keep an eye out for any table where the men might be finishing. Shukov put his tray down and waited. 104th, announced Pavlo at the counter. In all, there were 5 of these counters, 3 for the serving of food, 1 for the Zeks on special diets, ulcer victims, and bookkeeping personnel, as a favor, and 1 for the return of dirty dishes. That's where the dish lickers gathered, sparring with one another. The counters were low, about waist level. The cooks themselves were out of sight. Only their hands and ladles could be seen. The cook's hands were white and well cared for, but huge and hairy. A boxer's hands, not a cook's. He took a pencil and made a note on the wall. He kept a list there. 104th, 24 portions. Pantaleev slopped into the mess hall. Nothing wrong with him, the son of a bitch. The cook took an enormous ladle and stirred. The soup kettle had been refilled, almost up to the brim, and steam poured from it. Replacing the huge ladle with a smaller one, he began serving the stew in 20-ounce portions. He didn't go deep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Some of the bowls had been filled, while the stuff from the bottom of the kettle hadn't yet settled after the stirring, and some were duds. Nothing but soup. Shukov made a mental note of which was which. He put 10 bowls on his tray and carried them off. Gopchek waved from the second row of the posts. Over here, Ivan Denisovich! Over here! No horsing around with bowls of stew. Shukov was careful not to stumble. He kept his throat busy too. Hey, you! H920. Gently, uncle. Out of the way, my boy. It was hard enough, in a crowd like this, to carry a single bowl without slopping it. He was carrying 10. Just the same, he put the tray down safely on the end of the table that Gopchek had cleared. No splashes. He managed, too, to maneuver the tray so that the 2 bowls with the thickest stew were just opposite the place he was about to sit down in. Yermolayev brought another 10 bowls. Gopchek ran off and came back with Pablo, the last 4 in their hands. Kilgas brought the bread tray. Tonight they were being fed in accordance with the work they had done. Some got 6 ounces, some 9, and Shukov 12. He took a piece, with crust for himself, and 6 ounces from the middle of the loaf, for Cesar. Now, from all over the mess hall, Shukov's squad began steaming up, to collect their supper and eat where they could. As he handed out the bowls, there were 2 things he had to take care of. He had to remember whom he'd served, and he had to watch out for the tray, and for his own corner of it. He put his spoon into a bowl, one of the thick ones, reserved that meant. Fedyukov was among the first to arrive, but he soon walked off, figuring there was nothing better to be scrounged that particular evening. Better to wander around the mess hall, hunting for leftovers. If someone doesn't finish his stew and pushes his bowl back, there are always people hunting to pounce on it, like vultures. Shukov counted the portions with Pablo. Correct, apparently. He pushed across a bowl for Turian, one of the thick ones, and Pablo poured his stew into a narrow German mess tin with a lid. You could carry it under your coat, close to your chest. The empty trays were handed in. Pablo sat there with his double helping, Shukov with his 2 bowls, and now they had nothing more to say to one another. The sacred moments had come. Shukov took off his hat and laid it on his knees. He tasted one bowl. He tasted the other. Not bad. There was some fish in it. Generally, the evening stew was much thinner than at breakfast. If they are to work, prisoners must be fed in the morning. In the evening, they'll go to sleep anyway. He dug in. First, he only drank the broth. Drank and drank. As it went down, filling his whole body with warmth, all his guts began to flutter inside him at their meeting with the stew. Good. There it comes. That brief moment for which a Zek lives. And now Shukov complained about nothing. Neither with the length of his stretch, nor with the length of his day, nor with the swiping of another Sunday. This was all he thought about now. We'll survive. We'll stick it out, God willing, till it's over. He drained the hot soup from both bowls, and then tipped what was left in the second into the first, scraping it clean with his spoon. That set his mind at ease. Now he didn't have to think about the second, and keep an eye on her, or a hand on it. Now that he could look freely, he glanced at his neighbor's bowls. The one on his left was a little more than water. The dirty snakes. The tricks they play. And on their fellow Zeks. He began to eat the cabbage with what was left of his soup. A potato had found its way into one of the bowls, Cesar's, a medium-sized spud, frostbitten, hard and Swedish. There wasn't much fish, just a few stray bits of bare backbone, but you must chew every bone, every fin, to suck the juice out of them, for the juice is healthy. It takes time, of course, but he was in no hurry to go anywhere. Today was a red-letter day for him. 2 helpings for dinner, 2 helpings for supper. Everything else could wait, except maybe that visit to the let for tobacco. None might be left in the morning. He ate his supper without bread. A double helping and bread. That was going too far. The bread would do for tomorrow. The belly is a demon. It doesn't remember how well you treated it yesterday. It'll cry out for more tomorrow. He ate up his stew without taking much interest in what was happening around him. No need for that. He wasn't on the lookout for extras. He was eating his own lawful portions. All the same, he noticed that when the fellow opposite got up, a tall old man, U-81, sat down in his place. Shukov knew that he was in the 64th, and had heard, while waiting on the parcel lines, that the 64th had been sent to the socialist way of life settlement that day instead of the 104th, and had spent the whole time without a chance of getting warm, putting up barbed wire, building their own zone. He'd been told that this old man had spent years without number in the camps and prisons, and that he hadn't benefited from a single amnesty. Whenever one 10-year stretch had run out, they shoved another onto him right away. Now Zhukov looked closely at the man. He held himself straight. The other Zeks sat all hunched up, and he looked as if he put something extra on the bench to sit on. There was nothing left to crop from his head. His hair had dropped out long since, the result of high living, no doubt. His eyes didn't dart after everything going on in the mess hall. They kept him fixed, in an unseeing gaze at some spot over Shukov's head. His worn wooden spoon dipped rhythmically into the thin stew, but instead of lowering his head to the bowl like everybody else, he raised the spoon high to his lips. He'd lost all his teeth, and chewed his bread with iron gums. All the life had drained out of his face, but had it been left, not sickly or feeble, but hard and dark, like carved stone. And by his hands, big and cracked and blackened, you could see that he had little opportunity of doing soft jobs. But he wasn't going to give in. Oh no. He wasn't going to put his 9 ounces on the dirty, bespattered table. He put it on the well-washed bit of rag. However, he couldn't go on watching the old man. He had other things to do. He finished his supper, licked his spoon clean, and put it in his boot. He pulled his hat over his eyes, got up, picked up his bread and caesars, and went out. Another porch led from the mess hall. 2 more orderlies stood there. They had nothing to do except unhook the door, let people through, and slip the hook on again. Shukov came out with a full belly. He felt pleased with himself, and decided that although it was close to curfew, he'd run over to the let all the same. Instead of taking the bread to his barracks, he strode to Barracks 7. The moon was high, clean and white, as if chiseled out of the sky. It was clear up there, and there were some stars out, the brightest of them. But he had even less time for stargazing than for watching people in the mess hall. One thing he realized, the frost was no milder. One of the civilians had said, and this had been passed on, that it was likely to drop to -25 in the night, and as low as -40 toward the morning. From far away in the settlement, he heard the drone of a tractor. From the direction of the main thoroughfare, an excavator squealed shrilly, and creak, creak, went every pair of boots in which people walked or ran about the camp. There was no wind. He meant to buy the tobacco at the price he'd paid before, 1 ruble a glassful, though outside that small amount would cost 3 times as much, and for some cuts even more. In forced labor camps, all prices were local. It was quite different from anywhere else, because you couldn't save money, and few had any at all, for it was very hard to come by. No one was paid a kopeck for his work. At Uts Ishma, he'd received at least 30 rubles a month. If anyone's relative sent money by the mail, he didn't get it in cash anyway. It was credited to his personal account. You could draw on a personal account once a month at the commissary to buy soap, moldy biscuits, and Prima cigarettes. Whether you liked the wares or not, you had to spend the amount the chief had given you a slip for. If you didn't, the money was lost, simply written off. Shukov did private jobs to get money, making slippers out of a customer's rags, 2 rubles a pair, or patching torn jackets, priced by agreement. Barracks 7, unlike Barracks 9, wasn't in 2 big halves. It had a long passage, with 10 doors opening off it. Each room housed a squad, packed into 7 tiers of bunks. In addition, there was a little cubbyhole for a bucket, and another for a senior orderly. The artists had a cubbyhole to themselves, too. Shukov headed for the Let's room. He found him lying on the lower bunk, his feet propped on a ledge. He was talking to his neighbor in Latvian. Shukov sat down beside him. "Evening, evening," replied the Let, without lowering his feet. The room was small. Everyone was listening. Who was he? What did he want? Both Shukov and the Let realized that people were curious. So Shukov let the conversation drag on. "Well, how are you doing?" "Oh, not so bad. Cold today?" "Yes." Shukov waited until everyone had started talking again. They were arguing about the Korean War, now that the Chinese had joined, and would that mean a world war or not? He leaned closer to the Let. "Any tobacco?" "Yes." "Let's see it." The Let dropped his feet off the ledge, put them on the floor, sat up. He was a mean fellow, that Let, filled the glass with tobacco as if he was afraid of putting it in a single pinch too many. He showed Shukov his tobacco pouch and slid open the fastener. Shukov took a pitch and laid the leaf on his palm. He examined it. Same as last time. Brownish. Same rough cut. He held it to his nose and sniffed. That was the stuff. But to the Let he said, "Not the same somehow." The same, the Let said testily. "I have never any other kind. Always the same." "All right," said Shukov. "Stuff some in a glass for me. I'll have a smoke and perhaps take a second glassful." He said stuff on purpose because the Let had a habit of dropping tobacco in loosely. The Let brought out another pouch from under his pillow, fuller than the first. He took his glass out of a locker. It was really a plastic container, but Shukov figured it held the same as an ordinary glass. The Let began to fray out the tobacco into the glass. Push it down, said Shukov, laying his own thumb on it. "I know how to do it," the Let said sharply, jerking away the glass and pressing the tobacco, though lightly. He dropped in a little more. Meanwhile, Shukov had unbuttoned his jacket and was groping inside the cotton lining for a piece of paper that only he knew where to find. Using both hands, he squeezed it along under the lining and forced it into a little hole in the cloth somewhere quite different. A small tear that he tacked with a couple of loose stitches. When the paper reached the hole, he snapped the thread with a fingernail, folded the paper lengthwise. It had already been folded into a longish rectangle, and pulled it through the hole. 2 rubles, worn notes that didn't rustle. In the room, a prisoner shouted, "Do you mean to say you think old Whiskers, that being Stalin, will take pity on you? Why? He wouldn't trust his own brother. You haven't a chance, you old ass." One good thing about these special camps, you were free to let off steam. At Ust-Ishma, you need only whisper that there was a shortage of matches outside, and they'd put you in the guardhouse and add another 10 years to your stretch. But here you could bawl anything you liked from the top of your row of your bunks. The squealers didn't pass it on. The security boys had stopped caring. The trouble was, you didn't have much time to talk in. "Ugh, you're making it lie too loose," Shukov complained. "Oh well, there you are," said the Let, adding a pinch on top. Shukov took his pouch out of an inside pocket and poured in the tobacco from the glass. "All right," he said, deciding not to waste the first precious cigarette by smoking it hurriedly. "Stuff it full again." Wrangling a bit more, he poured the second glassful into a pouch, handed over the 2 rubles, and left with a nod. As soon as he was outside again, he doubled back to Barracks 9. He didn't want to miss Cesar when he came back with that package. But Cesar was already there, sitting on his bunk and gloating over the parcel. Its contents were laid out on his bunk and on the top of the locker. But there was no direct light there. Shukov's bunk was in the way. It wasn't very easy to see. Shukov stooped, passed between Cesar's bunk and the captain's, and handed Cesar his bread ration. "Your bread, Cesar Markovich." He didn't say, "Well, did you get it?" That would be to hint. "I kept that place in line, and now I have a right to my share." That right was his, that he knew. But even 8 years as a convict hadn't turned him into a jackal, and the longer he spent in the camp, the stronger he made himself. But his eyes were another matter. Those eyes, the hawk-like eyes of a Zek, darted to one side and slid over what was laid out there. And although the food hadn't been unpacked, and some of the bags were still unopened, that quisk look and the evidence of his nose told him that Cesar had got sausage, condensed milk, a plump smoked fish, salt pork, crackers, biscuits, 4 pounds of lump sugar, and what looked like butter, as well as cigarettes and pipe tobacco. And that wasn't all. He learned all this during the brief moment it took him to say, "Your bread, Cesar Markovich." Cesar, all excited and looking a bit tipsy, and who wouldn't after getting a parcel like that, waved the bread away. "Keep it, Ivan Denisovich." His bowl of stew, and now this 6 ounces of bread. That was a full supper, and of course Shukov's fair share of the parcel. And he put out of his mind any idea of getting something tasty from what Cesar had laid out. There's nothing worse than getting your belly full to no purpose. Well, he had his 12 ounces, and now this extra 6, besides his piece in the mattress, at least another 6 ounces. Not bad. He'd eat 6 now, and some more later, and still have a next day's rations for work. Living high, eh? As for the hunk in the mattress, let it stay there. A good thing he'd found time to sew it in. Someone in the 75th had a hunk pinched from his locker. That was a dead loss. Nothing could be done about it. People imagine that a package a man gets is a sort of nice, tight sack he only has to slit open and be happy. But if you work it out as a matter of easy come, easy go, Shukov had known cases when before his parcel had arrived, a fellow would be doing odd jobs to earn a bit of extra kasha or cadging cigarette butts, just like anybody else. He has to share with the guard and the squad leader, and how can he help giving a little something to the trustee in the parcels office? Why, next time the fellow may mislay your parcel, and a week may go by before your name appears on the list again. And that other fellow at the place where you hand in your food to be kept for you, safe from friskers and pilferers. Caesar will be there before morning roll call, with everything in a sack. He must have his cut too, and a good one. If you don't want him little by little swiping more than you give him, sitting there all day, the rat, shut up with other people's food, trying to keep an eye on him. And there must be something for the services like Shukov's, and something for the bath attendant, for issuing you decent underwear. Not much, but something. And for the barber who shaves you with paper, for wiping the razor on. He usually does it on his knee. Not much to him either, but still 3 or 4 butts. And, at the CED, for your letters to be kept separate, and not to get lost. And if you want to goof off a day or two, and lie in bed, instead of going to work, you have to slip the doctor something. And what about the neighbor you share a bunk with? The captain, in Caesar's case. He must have his cut. After all, he sees every blessed ounce you take. Who'd be nervy enough not to give him a share? So leave envy to those who always think radish in the other fellow's hand is bigger than yours. Shukov knows life, and never opens his belly to what doesn't belong to him. Meanwhile, he pulled off his boots, climbed up into his bunk, took his strip of hacksaw out of the mitten, and decided that tomorrow he'd look around for a good pebble and start whetting down the blade to make a cobbler's knife. 4 days' work, he figured, if he sat over it mornings and evenings, and he'd have a fine little knife with a sharp, curved blade. But now he had to conceal that find of his, if only till morning. He'd slip it into the edge of the partition under the crossbeam, and as the captain hadn't returned yet to his bunk, down below, and the sawdust wouldn't fall on his face, Shukov turned back the head of the mattress and set about hiding the thing. His talk bunk neighbors could see what he was doing. Alyosha the Baptist, and across the aisle, and in the next tier, the 2 Estonians. But he didn't worry about them. Fedyukov walked through the barracks. He was sobbing, all hunched up, his mouth smeared with blood, so he'd been beaten up again, over the bowls. With no attempt to hide his tears, and looking at no one, he passed the whole squad, crawled into his bunk, and buried his face in his mattress. When you thought about it, you couldn't help feeling sorry for him. He wouldn't live to see the end of his stretch. His attitude was all wrong. Just then the captain turned up. He looked cheerful as he carried a pot of tea. Special tea, you can bet. 2 tea barrels stood in the barracks. But what sort of tea could you call it? Sewage? Warm water with a touch of coloring? Dishwater smelling of the barrel? Of steamed wood and rot? That was the tea for the workers. But the captain must have taken a pinch of the real tea from Caesar and put it in his pot, and hurried to the hot water faucet. And now, well satisfied, he settled down beside his locker. "Nearly scalded my fingers at the faucet," he boasted. "Down there." Caesar spread a sheet of paper and began laying this and that on it. Shukov turned the head of his mattress back. He didn't want to see what was going on. He didn't want to upset himself. But even now they couldn't get along without him. Caesar rose to his full height, his eyes level with Shukov's, and winked. "Ivan Denisovich, lend me your 10 days. That meant a small penknife. Yes, Shukov had one. He kept it concealed in the partition, a bit shorter than half a finger, but it cut salt pork, 5 fingers thick. He made the blade himself, mounted it, and whetted it sharp. He crawled to the beam. He fished the knife out. He handed it over. Caesar nodded and ducked below. The knife's a breadwinner, too. After all, you can be put in cells for keeping it, and only a man without a conscience would say, "Lend us your knife. We're going to slice some sausage, and you can go fuck off." Now Caesar was again in his depth. Having settled the bread and knife business, Shukov opened his tobacco pouch. First he took a pinch of tobacco out of it, equal to what he borrowed, and stretched a hand across the aisle to Eno the Estonian. "Thanks." The Estonian's lips stretched in a sort of smile. He'd muttered something to his brother, and together they rolled the pinch of tobacco into a cigarette. "Let's try Shukov's tobacco. No worse than yours. Try it, if you please." He'd like to try it himself, but for some timekeeper in his brain told him that the evening count would very soon be starting. This was just the time the guards poked around the barracks. If he was going to smoke now, he'd have to go into the corridor. But up there in his bunk, he somehow felt warmer. The barracks was, as a matter of fact, far from warm. That film of frost was still on the ceiling. He'd shiver in the night, but now it was bearable. Shukov stayed in his bunk and began to crumbling little bits of his bread. He listened unwillingly to Caesar and Bunovsky talking below over their tea. "Help yourselves, Captain. Help yourself. Don't hold back. Take some of the smoked fish. Have a nice slice of sausage." "Thanks. I will." "Spread some butter on that bread. It's a real Moscow bread." "Do you know, I simply can't believe they're still baking pure white bread anywhere. Such luxury reminds me of a time when I happened to be in the Archangel." 200 voices in Shukov's half of the barracks were making a terrific din, but he fancied he heard the rail being struck. No one else seemed to have heard it. He also noticed that Snubnose, the guard, had come in the barracks. He was no more than a boy, small and rosy-cheeked. He was holding a sheet of paper, and it was clear from this and his manner that he'd come not to turn them all out for the evening, count, or catch smokers, but to get someone. Snubnose checked on something on the list and said, "Where's the 104th?" "Here," they answered. The Estonians hid their cigarettes and waved away the smoke. "Where is the squad leader?" "Well," said Turian from his bunk, lowering to his feet reluctantly, "your people signed those forms about extra stuff they are wearing." "They'll sign them," said Turian with assurance. "They're overdue. My men haven't had education. It's not an easy job." This about Caesar and the captain. What a squad leader. Never at a loss for an answer. "No pens, no ink. Ought to have them." "They took them away from us." "Well, look out, squad leader. If you go on talking like that, I'll put you in the guardhouse with the rest." Snubnose promised Turian, but mildly. "Now about those forms. See they're handed into the guard room before roll call tomorrow morning. And give orders that all prohibited garments are to be surrendered to personal property. Get that?" "I get that." The captain was in luck, thought Shukov. He hadn't heard a word. He was having such a fine time with his sausage. "Let's see now," said the guard. "S311. He's one of yours." "Have a look at my list," said Turian vaguely. "Expect me to keep all those damn numbers in my head?" He was playing for time. He wanted to save Bunovsky at least one night by dragging things out till the count. "Bunovsky, he here?" Here I am," called the captain from his haven, under Shukov's bunk. "There you are. The quickest louse is always the first to be caught in the comb." "You. Yes, that's right. S311. Get ready." "Where am I to go?" "You know where." The captain sighed. He grunted, nothing more. It must have been easier for him to take out a squadron of destroyers in the dark, stormy night, than to tear himself away from this friendly chat and set out for the icy cells. "How many days?" he asked, his voice failing. 10. Come on, get going." At that moment the barracks orderlies shouted, "Evening count, all out for evening count." This meant that the guard, who was to count them, had already entered the barracks. The captain looked around. Should he take his coat? Anyway, they'd strip it off him when he got there, leaving him only with his jacket. Better go as he was. He'd hoped that Volkovoy would forget, but Volkovoy never forgot anyone. And he made no preparations, hadn't even hidden a pinch of tobacco in his jacket. And to carry it in his hands, that would be useless. They'd take it from him the minute they frisked him. All the same, Caesar slipped him a couple of cigarettes as he put on his hat. "Well, bye, brothers, goodbye," said the captain with an embarrassed nod to his fellow prisoners, and followed the guard out. A few voices shouted, "Keep your chin up." But what could you really say to him? They knew the cells. 104th did. They built them. Brick walls, cement floor, no windows, a stove they lit only to melt the ice on the walls and make the pools on the floor. You slept on bare boards. If you had any teeth left to eat after all the chattering they'd been doing, they gave you 9 ounces of bread a day after day, and hot stew only on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th. 10 days, hard in the cells. If you sat them out, your health would be ruined for the rest of your life. TB, and nothing but the hospital for you till you kicked the bucket. As for those who got 15 days hard and sat them out, they went straight into a hole in the cold earth. As long as you're in the barracks, praise the Lord, and sit tight. "Come on now, out you come, before I count 3, shouted the barracks commander. "Anyone who isn't out will have his number taken. I will give it to the guard." The barracks commander was one of the biggest bastards. After all, just think, he's locked in with all of us all night, but the way he acts, not afraid of anyone. On the contrary, everyone's afraid of him. Some of us he betrays to the guards, others he wallops himself. He lost a thumb in a scrap and is classed as an invalid, but his face is the face of a thug. Actually, he is a thug, with a criminal record, but among the charges against him was one under Article 58-14, and that's how he landed with us. He wouldn't think twice about taking your number and passing it to the guard, and that means 2 days in the guardhouse with work. So instead of just trailing to the door one by one, they all rushed out in a crowd, tumbling down from the bunks as if they were bears and pressing to the narrow exit. Shukov, the cigarette in his palm, he craved it so long, and had already rolled it, sprang nimbly down and slipped his feet into the Valenki. He was on point of leaving when he felt a twinge of pity for Caesar. It wasn't that he wanted to make anything more out of the man. He felt genuinely sorry for him. For all his high opinion of himself, Caesar didn't know a thing about life. After collecting his parcel, he shouldn't have gloated over it. He should have taken it to the storeroom right away, before the evening count. Eating's something that can wait. But now, what was Caesar going to do with all his stuff? He couldn't carry his sack with him to the account. What a horse laugh that would bring. 400 zeks roaring their heads off, but to leave it in the barracks, no matter how briefly, meant that the first to run back from the count would swipe it. At Ust Ishma, it was even crueler there. When we came back from our work, the crooks got in first and cleaned out all our lockers. Shukov saw that Caesar realized the danger. He was bustling here and there, but too late. He was stuffing the sausage and salt pork under his jacket. That at least he could save by taking it to the count. Pityingly, Shukov gave some advice. Sit here till the last moment, Caesar Malkovich. Hide here in the shadow and stay till everyone has left, and when the guard comes by the bunks with the orderlies and pokes into everything, come out and say you're feeling bad. I'll go out first, and I'll be back first. That's the way. And he ran off. At first he elbowed his way through the crowd mercilessly, protecting his cigarette in his fist, however. In the corridor which served both halves of the barracks, and near the door, the men in front were hanging back, the cagey beasts, clinging in 2 rows to the walls on each side, leaving just enough room for any fool who liked the cold to squeeze through. They were going to stay here. They've been out all day. Why should they freeze needlessly for another 10 minutes? No fools here. You croak today, but I mean to live till tomorrow. At any other time, Shukov too would have clung to the wall, but now he strode to the door, even grinned. What are you scared of, you idiots? Never seen Siberian frost before? Come outside and warm yourselves by the wolf's sun. Give us light, uncle. He lit a cigarette at the door and moved out onto the porch. Wolf's sun. That's what they'd called the moon in Shukov's village. The moon rode high now, as high again as it would be at its zenith. The sky was greenish-white. The rare stars shone brilliantly. The snow gleamed white. The barracks' walls gleamed white. The lamps had little effect. There was a dense black crowd outside one of the barracks. The zeks had come out for the count. They were coming out over there too. But it wasn't the sound of voices you heard from the barracks. It was the creaking of boots on the snow. Some prisoners were coming down the steps and lining up, opposite the barracks. 5 in front, then 3 behind. Shukov joined the 3. After an extra bit of bread, and with a cigarette between your lips, it wasn't so bad standing there. Good tobacco. The lead hadn't gypped him. Strong, and smelled good. Gradually, the other prisoners trailed to the door. 2 or 3 more lines of 5 were forming behind him. They came out angry now. Why were those rats jostling in the corridor? Why weren't they coming out? Why should he have to freeze for them? No Zek ever saw a clock or a watch. What use were they to him anyway? All he needs to know is, will revelry sound soon? How long to roll call? How long to dinner? To the last clanging of the rail. The evening count, everyone said, was at 9, but it never finished at 9. They would sometimes recount 2 or even 3 times. You never got away before 10. And at 5 o'clock the next morning they hounded you out of your bunk with the mild first clang of the rail. No wonder that Moldovan had dozed off at the shop before the work was over today. Wherever a Zek gets a bit of warmth into him, he falls asleep on the spot. You lose so much sleep during the week that on Sunday, provided they don't send you to work, whole barracks full of Zeks sleep through the day. Now they're streaming forward. At last, the barracks commander and the guard were dragging them out, kicking them in the ass. Serves them right, the tricky bastards. What? The Zeks in front shouted at the latecomers, Pretty smart, huh? Want to lick the cereal off the shit, you rats. If you'd come out earlier, we'd be through now. The whole barracks had been emptied. 400 men, 80 ranks of 5. They lined up in a column, the ones in front strictly in 5s, the others in any old way. Get in lines there, you at the back, the barracks commander shouted from the steps. They didn't move. Fuck 'em. Caesar came out shivering, pretending he was sick. At his heels were 4 orderlies, 2 from each half of the barracks, and a prisoner who limped. They stood in front so that Shukov was now a row farther back. Caesar was sent to the rear of the column. The guards came out too. Form 5s, he shouted to the rear of the column, furiously. Form 5s, shouted to the barracks commander, even more furiously. The men didn't budge. Fuck 'em. The barracks commander rushed from the porch to the rear of the column, swearing and hitting out. But he was careful whom he hit. Only the meek ones. The ranks formed. He came back. He shouted, First, second, third. As soon as they'd been counted, the men broke away and rushed into the barracks. All square for today with the authorities. All square, unless there's a recount. Those parasites were very such morons. They counted worse than any herdsman. For all that, he may be unable to read or write. A herdsman knows if there's a calf missing when he's driving the herd. And these parasites have been trained. Whatever good it done them. The previous winter, there'd been no drying sheds at all for the boots. And all the zeks had to leave their welgi in the barracks night after night. So if the count was repeated, everyone had to be driven outside again, a second, a third, a fourth time, already undressed, just as they were, wrapped in blankets. Since then a drying shed had been built. It wasn't big enough for all the boots at one time, but at least each of the squads could get the benefit of once every 2 or 3 days. So now any recount was held inside. They merely shifted the zeks from one half of the barracks to the other, counting them as they filed through. Shukov wasn't the first to be back, but he kept an eye on anyone ahead of him. He ran up to Caesar's bunk and sat on it. He took off his boots and climbed on top of the tier of the bunks, close to by the stove. He put his boots on the stove, first comer's prerogative, then back to Caesar's bunk. He sat there crisscrossed, one eye on the guard for Caesar. They might swipe his packages from under his head of his bunk. The other for himself. They might push his boots off the stove. Hey, he shouted. Hey, you Red! Want to get that boot in your teeth? Put your own up, but don't touch other people's. The prisoners poured in like a stream. The men in the 20th shouted, Give us your boots! As soon as they'd left the barracks with the boots, the doors was locked after them. When they ran back, they shouted, Citizen Chief, let us in! And the guards gathered in their quarters with their boards and did the bookkeeping. Had anyone escaped, or was everything in order? Well, Shukov needn't think about such things that evening. Here came Caesar, diving between the tiers of bunks on his way back. Thank you, Ivan Denisovich. Shukov nodded and shot up to his bunk like a squirrel. Now he could finish his bread, smoke a second cigarette, and go to sleep. But he had such a good day. He felt in such a good spirits that somehow he wasn't in the mood for sleep yet. He must make his bed now. There wasn't much to it. Strip his mattress of the grubby blanket and lie on it. It must have been 41 when he last slept in the sheets. That was at home. It even seemed odd for women to bother about sheets. All that extra laundering. Head on the pillow, stuffed with shavings of wood, feet in the jacket sleeve, coat on top of the blanket, and, Glory be to thee, O Lord. Another day over. Thank you. I'm not spending tonight in the cells. Here, it is still bearable. He lay with his head near the window, but Alyosha, who slept next to him on the same level, across a low wooden railing, lay the opposite way, to catch the light. He was reading his Bible again. The electric light was quite near. You could read and even sew by it. Alyosha heard Shukov's whispered prayer, and turning to him, There you are, Ivan Denisovich. Your soul is begging to pray. Why don't you give it its freedom? Shukov stole a look at him. Alyosha's eyes glowed like 2 candles. Well, Alyosha, he said with a sigh, it's this way. Prayers are like those appeals of ours. Either they don't get through, or they return with rejected scrawled across them. Outside the staff quarters were 4 sealed boxes. They were cleared by a security officer once a month. Many were the appeals that were dropped into them. The writers waited, counting the weeks. There'll be a reply in 2 months, in 1 month. But the reply doesn't come, or if it does, it only comes rejected. But Ivan Denisovich, it's because you pray too rarely, and badly at that, without really trying. That's why your prayers stay unanswered. One must never stop praying. If you have real faith, you tell a mountain to move and it will move. Shukov grinned and rolled in their cigarette. He took a light from the Estonian. Don't talk nonsense, Alyosha. I've never seen a mountain move. Well, to tell the truth, I've never seen a mountain at all. But you. Now, you prayed in the Caucasus, with all that Baptist society of yours. Did you make a single mountain move? They were an unlucky group, too. What harm did they do anyone by praying to God? Every damn one of them had been given 25 years. Nowadays, they cut all the cloth to the same measure. 25 years. Oh, we didn't pray for that, Ivan Denisovich, Alyosha said earnestly. Bible in hand, he drew nearer to Shukov till they lay face to face. Of all the earthly mortal things, our Lord commanded us to pray only for our daily bread. Give us this day our daily bread. Our ration, you mean? Asked Shukov. But Alyosha didn't give up. Arguing more with his eyes than his tongue, he plucked at Shukov's sleeve, stroked his arm, and said, Ivan Denisovich, you shouldn't pray to get parcels or extra stew. Not for that. Things that a man puts a high price on are vile in the eyes of the Lord. We must pray about things about the Spirit, that the Lord Jesus should remove the scum of the anger from our hearts. Listen to me, at our church in Polyema, we had a priest. Don't talk to me about your priest, Alyosha said, imploringly, his brow furrowed with distress. No, listen, Shukov propped himself up on an elbow. In Polyema, our parish, there isn't a man richer than a priest. Taking roofing, for instance, we charge 35 rubles a day to ordinary people for mending a roof, but to the priests, 100, and he forks it up without whimper. He pays alimony to 3 women in 3 different towns. He's living with a 4th, and he keeps the bishop he is on the hook. I can tell you. Oh yes, he gives his fat hand to the bishop, all right, and he's thrown out every other priest they've sent there. Wouldn't share a thing with him. Why are you talking to me about priests? The Orthodox Church has departed from Scripture. It's because their faith is unstable that they're not in prison. Shukov went on calmly smoking and watching his excited companion. Alyosha, he said, withdrawing his arm and blowing smoke into his face. I am not against God. Understand that. I do believe in God, but I don't believe in paradise or in hell. Why do you take us for fools and stuff with us with your paradise and your hell stories? That's why I don't like it. He lay back, dropping his cigarette ash with care between the bunk frames and the window, so as to singe nothing of the captains below. He sank into his own thoughts. He didn't hear Alyosha's mumbling. Well, he said conclusively, however much you pray, it doesn't shorten your stretch. You'll sit it out from beginning to end anyhow. Oh, you mustn't pray for that either, said Alyosha, horrified. Why do you want your freedom? In freedom, your last grain of faith will be choked with weeds. You should rejoice that you are in prison. Here you have time to think about your soul. As the Apostle Paul wrote, why all these tears? Why are you trying to weaken my resolution? For my part, I am not merely to be bound, but even to die, for the name of the Lord Jesus. Shukov gazed at the ceiling in silence. Now he didn't know either whether he wanted freedom or not. At first he longed for it. Every night he counted the days of his stretch, how many had passed, how many were coming, and then he'd grown bored with counting. And then it became clear that men like him wouldn't ever be allowed to return home, that they'd be exiled. And whether his life would be any better there than here, who could tell? Freedom meant one thing to him, home, but they wouldn't let him go home. Alyosha was speaking the truth. His voice and his eyes left no doubt that he was happy in prison. You see, Alyosha, Shukov explained to him, somehow it works out all right for you. Jesus Christ wanted you to sit in prison, and so you are here, sitting there for his sake. But for whose sake am I here? Because we weren't ready for war in 41, for that. But that wasn't my fault. Seems like there's not going to be a recount, Kilgus murmured from his bunk. Yeah, said Shukov. We ought to write it up in coal inside the chimney. No second count, he yawned. Might as well go to sleep. And at the very moment the door bolt rattled to break the calm that now reigned in the barracks. From the corridor ran 2 of the prisoners who'd taken boots to the drying shed. Second count, they shouted. On their heels came a guard. All out to the other half. Some were already asleep. They began to grumble and move about. They put on their boots. No one ever took his waiter trousers off at night. You grow numb with cold unless you wore them under your blanket. Damn them, said Shukov, mildly because he hadn't gone to sleep yet. Cesar raised a hand and gave him 2 biscuits, 2 lumps of sugar, and a slice of sausage. Thank you, Sir Alexander Markovich, said Shukov, leaning over the edge of his bunk. Come on now, hand up your sack of yours. I'll put it under my mattress. It's not so easy to swipe things from the top bunks as you go by. Anyway, who'd look for anything in Shukov's bunk? Cesar handed up the sack, and Shukov hid it under the mattress. They waited a little more, till men had been sent out. He wouldn't have to stand barefoot so long in the corridor. But the guard scowled at him and shouted, Come on, you there in the corner. Shukov sprang lightly to the floor. His boots and foot rags were so well placed on the stove, it would be a pity to move them. Though he'd made so many slippers for others, he hadn't a pair of his own. But he was used to this, and the count didn't take long. They confiscate slippers too if they find them in daytime. As for the squads who sent their boots to be dried, it wasn't so bad for them. Now the recount was held indoors. Some wore slippers, some just their foot rags, some went barefoot. Come on, growled the guard. Do you want to be carried out, you shits? The barracks commander shouted. They shoved them all into the other half of the barracks, and loiterers into the corridor. Shukov stood against the wall near the bucket. The floor was moist underfoot. An icy draft crept in from the porch. They had them all out now, and once again the guard and the orderly did their round, looking for any who might be dozing in the dark corners. There'd be trouble if they counted short. It would mean still another recount. Round they went, and came back to the door. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now they released you faster, for they were counting one by one. Shukov managed to squeeze an 18th. He ran back to his bunk, put his foot on the support, a heave, and he was up. All right. Feet back into the sleeve of his jacket, blanket on top, then the coat, and asleep. Now they'd be letting everyone from the other half of the barracks into our half. But that's not ours to worry. Cesar returned. Shukov lowered his sack to him. Alyosha returned, impractical. That's his trouble. Makes himself nice to everyone, but doesn't know how to do favors that get paid back. Here you are, Alyosha, said Shukov, and handed him a biscuit. Alyosha smiled. Thank you, but you got nothing for yourself. Eat it. We've nothing, but we always find a way to make something extra. Now for that slice of sausage. Into the mouth, getting your teeth into it. Your teeth. The meaty taste. The meaty juice, the real stuff. Down it goes, into your belly. Gone. The rest, Shukov decided for the morning, before the roll call, and he buried his head in the thin, unwashed blanket, deaf now to the crowd of Zeks from the other half, as they jostled between the bunk frames, waiting to be counted. Shukov went to sleep fully content. He'd had many strokes of luck that day. They hadn't put him in the cells. They hadn't sent his squad to the settlement. He'd swiped a bowl of kasha at dinner. The squad leader had fixed rates as well. He'd built a wall and enjoyed doing it. He'd smuggled that bit of hacksaw blade through. He'd earned a favor from Cesar that evening. He'd bought that tobacco, and he hadn't fallen ill. He'd got over it. A day without a dark cold. Almost a happy day. There were 3,653 days like that in his stretch. From the first clang to the rail to the last clang of the rail. 3,653 days. The 3 extra days were for leap years.